Hello and welcome everyone. In this video, I'll be commentating my thoughts over a full playthrough of Bloodborne, going from start to finish and discussing a variety of topics as they come up, including combat, level design, bosses, lore, atmosphere, and so on. It should go without saying that this video will contain spoilers for the entire game, including the Old Hunters DLC. Additionally, while Bloodborne is the primary focus of this video, it is a spiritual entry in the Souls series, so there will be references to those games here and there, particularly Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1, so mild spoiler warning for those as well. That's all the preamble I had, so without further ado, thank you for joining me. Let's talk about Bloodborne. In typical Soulsborne fashion, the first thing you see when you start Bloodborne is a short introduction cutscene, and right off the bat there's a markedly different tone here than what we saw in Demon's Souls and Dark Souls. From Software has never exactly been known for their clarity with storytelling, but Bloodborne still manages to stick out in that regard because this is probably the most ambiguous and confusing story out of their entire lineup. In the previous Souls games, the intro cinematics gave a little bit of context and essentially set the stage for the rest of the game. They would reference important characters or explain a little bit about the world's backstory or something like that. And they are confusing in their own respects, but most people are at least vaguely familiar with the dark fantasy concepts that those games are built around, so they can rely on that common knowledge a little bit to infer a few things on their own. Bloodborne's intro is much more puzzling in comparison because it gives very minimal context. Instead of a broad introduction, it's much more intimate. It only consists of this cryptic interaction between you and an unnamed character, so there's much less that you're able to gather here. He'll refer to you as an outsider and drop words like Yharnam and Bloodministration, but to someone starting the game up for the first time, those words don't really mean anything. This is to say that I think Bloodborne's opening is deliberate in how confusing it is, which is a pretty obvious observation on its own, but it's still different than what From Software has done before, and I would say they took this approach because of this game's greater focus on building a particular atmosphere. If the intro were more like a Dark Souls intro, that is, if it told you a bit about the world's history or introduced some characters or something like that, then Yharnam would feel immediately less foreign when you step into it because you'd be coming in with that bit of background knowledge. Anything that takes away from the hostility and mystery of the city would probably be a negative, so I think taking the opening cinematic in the direction that they did was an appropriate choice for what they were going for this time around. I also like some of the smaller details in this opening that pull you into the role of your character a little bit more. Now, I don't really like using the word immersion to describe games because it's a very intangible thing. Everyone kind of has a different idea of what it means to them, but really, it's going to be a recurring thing throughout Bloodborne. A lot of this game is about absorbing you into the atmosphere. It tries to pull you into its world as much as possible, and I'll be pointing out examples of how it does that as we go, and this first cutscene is a good starting point. For one, it's presented in first person, which is a pretty rare occurrence for this series. I actually had a hard time coming up with other first-person cutscenes in any other Soulsborne game. Because they're such an oddity, I'm relatively confident in saying that when they make first-person cutscenes, it's a decision they put a fair bit of thought into. In this case, the goal being they want to immerse you into your character. They want to pull you in that little bit more than if this had just been a regular cutscene. What's also a little bit unique is that the Blood Minister who was speaking to you isn't an all-knowing narrator. He's diegetic. He's speaking to the character just as much as he's speaking to the player, which establishes that you're pretty involved with whatever is happening in the city tonight, even though you may not immediately know what's going on. Lastly, perhaps this is reading into things a little bit too much, but even something as quote-unquote video gamey as the character creation screen has been woven into the story. It's framed as some kind of contract that you're signing for the procedure you're about to go under, and I appreciate that they tried to give it some narrative sense to enhance that immersive quality just a little bit. Again, it's another example of how the game is trying to remove barriers between you and itself as much as possible. It may be small, but I think it's still preferable to just throwing it up in the middle of a cutscene without any context. Where this whole opening falters a little bit is with the tutorial that shortly follows, and I use the word tutorial loosely because there are some messages that show you the basic controls, but there isn't much in actually teaching you how to play the game. Bloodborne doesn't have a full-blown tutorial area like Northern Undead Asylum or something like that. Iosefka's clinic is much shorter in comparison, and doesn't do the usual thing where there's a message explaining a technique followed by an enemy or two to test it out on. This is a bit of a shame, simply because I think the tutorials in the other games were a much more effective way to learn. They provided an environment where you can apply the game's lessons right away, whereas in Bloodborne you just don't get that same opportunity. This is doubly problematic when you consider that this game has a more complex moveset thanks to the addition of trick weapons. There's no way for you to learn or practice things like charge attacks, visceral attacks, changing weapon forms, or anything like that. The tutorial is effective enough at teaching the player how the Hunter's Dream works, since you have to die, wake up there, and pick a weapon before continuing onwards. But Demon's Souls uses a very similar hub system, and it still had a more involved tutorial than this. That game still puts you through a full tutorial area, and then just forces the death on you at the very end, which I like a lot more than what was done here. We'll be moving into Central Yharnam now, the first level in the game, and currently the only place we can go. The first thing you'll probably notice when you enter Central Yharnam is just how beautiful it is. The way the game starts you off at a physically low point in the city seems intentional so that you have a chance to look around and take in the sights towering above you. This is a somewhat common occurrence throughout the game, where you're given a very scenic view of the area you're about to explore before going in, and with how graphically intensive the game is, those vistas are always very impressive. It gives you a chance to soak in the art direction and aesthetic of the game, which is really one of Bloodborne's strongest selling points. The Gothic Revival architecture that Yharnam goes for is very aesthetically pleasing on its own, but it's also very thematically appropriate. It was a common style used for buildings like cathedrals and universities during the 19th century, so it has the religious and scientific connotations that mesh well with the game's lore, and I like that a lot. In terms of level design, Central Yharnam is a very bold area because it's placed at the very beginning, yet is arguably the most difficult in the entire game. It goes against some conventional wisdom that says levels should start out simpler and ramp up in complexity later on, but the difficulty is one of the things I like most about Central Yharnam because I think it shows that FromSoft really knew what they wanted when it came to introducing players to the game, and what they wanted them to be feeling right out of the gate. As I mentioned earlier, one of the most prevalent things about Bloodborne is how many of its components work in service of the atmosphere, and difficulty is one such component of that. It should be clear early on that Yharnam is incredibly xenophobic, since enemies will shout insults towards you, and NPCs use you as a scapegoat and stuff like that. That communicates the message just fine, but difficulty is a more subtle yet effective way of really driving that idea home. It feels as though Central Yharnam is really built to kill you in a way that a lot of other levels aren't, because everything about the level design here is so incredibly hostile. Enemies are placed in large groups, enemies will jump out at you, the layout is really confusing, and things like that. It's a very apt metaphor for how Yharnamites like to treat outsiders, and obviously I can't say whether that was the main reason why they made Central Yharnam so hard, but that's the message I ultimately take away from it. You really aren't wanted here, so if you want a place, you're going to have to fight for it. It's like a literal gatekeeper area. If you can't get past Central Yharnam, you may as well not even bother because you wouldn't stand a chance anywhere else. Difficulty is very core to FromSoft's identity, so it's not surprising that Bloodborne is a hard game, but it isn't just hard so that FromSoft could uphold their reputation. It makes sense with the game's themes and atmosphere, and I think the difficulty is justified if you look at it from that perspective. I'm certainly willing to admit that this comes with trade-offs, like alienating prospective players right away, but I think sticking true to Yharnam's hostility is more than worth those kinds of consequences. Even with that said, Central Yharnam does give you a little bit of time to learn before just tossing you in the deep end. The first few encounters after the lamp are set up in a way that you get a rapid-fire taste of everything the level is going to throw at you later. First, an enemy breaks out from behind some crates, demonstrating that some enemies will be hidden. Then the next enemy is asleep on the ground to show that some won't notice you until provoked. Then you have the first horde encounter where you learn to fight multiple guys at once. Then you open a shortcut so you know to look out for them later. We could even extend this to the executioner at the end of all of this where you learn how to fight one-on-one. That covers basically everything you'll need to know for navigating through Central Yharnam, so it's a subtle way of training you to get through the rest of the area. In fact, everything up to the big crowd around the burning stake is pretty self-contained in the sense that there's not a lot of branching paths or non-linear progression quite yet, so it acts as a kind of bare-bones training ground if you want to get used to the area, which is quite nice to have. These early combat encounters help establish Bloodborne as a more aggressive game than its predecessors, and one of the ways that aggression is facilitated is through the new rallying system. Rallying is the alternative method of healing, where if you get hit, you have a small window of time where you'll recover the health that you just lost if you can hit an enemy. If you can land enough hits, you can recover all of the health that you lost, so it's a very helpful technique that encourages you to rebound off of getting hit rather than retreating away to heal. For the most part, I think rallying is a pretty good feature, particularly with its thematic connotations and especially with how it affects certain boss fights. We'll talk more about that kind of thing when we get there, but for example, rallying is a big part of what makes Father Gascoigne one of my favorite bosses in the entire game. It's also kind of, not entirely, but kind of, a replacement mechanic that helps us cope with the loss of shields. In the previous Souls games, shields served as a damage mitigation tool, and rallying can be thought of in the same way, just that the way you mitigate damage has changed. Instead of blocking damage outright, you can take that damage and actively work to get it back if you want to come out with a net zero health loss. The dynamic is quite different, and I don't think one is inherently superior to the other, but I do think once again it just shows how much Bloodborne commits to building an atmosphere. It's easy to see how having shields would encourage more passive play that isn't really in line with the feeling of being an aggressive hunter going after their prey. This massive horde around the burning stake is one of the most challenging encounters in the whole level. One of the reasons I like the Hunter's Axe so much is because it's well equipped for handling large crowds like this one. Many attacks in two-handed mode cover wide arcs that can take out multiple enemies at once. The presence of hordes is very fitting with the premise of the hunt, but I also like how many options it opens up for approaching. Bloodborne is a more aggressive game, but that doesn't mean careful observation isn't ever rewarded. Lots of these enemies have predefined routes that they patrol, so a patient player might choose to hang back for a bit and wait for the horde to split up naturally to make it easier to deal with. Alternatively, someone trying to be resourceful might opt for items at this point, either using Molotov cocktails to deal heavy AoE damage or tossing pebbles to split them up manually. Of course, the third option is charging in and handling them all at once, which is a viable strategy if you know what you're doing. This encounter is filled with a decent variety of enemy types. We have the melee huntsman, the rifle huntsman, and the dogs. This concoction is a pretty hefty challenge when you're new, but if you do choose to run in and take them head-on, I don't find it unreasonably difficult. The gun wielders have consistent timings between their shots, so it just takes a bit of micromanaging to deal with. While you're fighting the enemies in front of you, you have to remember that a bullet is coming your way every 5 or so seconds, and position, move, or dodge accordingly. Bloodborne uses this technique of mixing melee enemies with ranged enemies fairly often, and it feels well suited to the game overall. I think that certain changes to the combat system necessitated more complex enemy encounters, which is why we're seeing them manifest in this way. For instance, your starting stamina bar will take you further in Bloodborne than it will in Dark Souls, since attacks and dodges consume less than before, so it makes sense that encounters will be structured in a way that demands more actions from the player. You can put out a lot more attacks with one stamina bar than before, so the game can put you against a higher volume of enemies to capitalize on that. Dodging multiple times in rapid succession is actually possible now too, so fights that require you to be more mobile are a lot more fair. Multi-enemy fights can be pretty hit or miss throughout the Souls games, but I think in Bloodborne they're the most enjoyable because you're equipped with the tools to handle them pretty well. Continuing onward past the stake, this is the point where things can get a bit more confusing. There's a path behind some rubble that you can drop down, which feels like the more correct way to go, but there's also a branching path from this plaza area that leads you to one of the sewer sections. In the interest of showing as much of the level as I can, I'll be taking the latter route for now. Another way that Central Yharnam really sells the idea that the player character is an outsider is by physically separating you from most NPCs, and only having you talk to them through closed doors and windows. A lot of people are holed up inside and refuse to show themselves, like these laughing women over in the plaza. I think the very smart thing about using NPCs in this manner from a development perspective is that it's a good way of making the city feel more populated without requiring very many resources to implement. The only thing these characters need is some dialogue and a voice actor. Voicing them can even be streamlined if you have the same actor portray multiple characters, so it's not like it's a one-to-one character-to-voice actor ratio. That workload can be made pretty efficient. Additionally, if they were placed outside and you were able to see them, then they would require a handful of additional assets, like a character design, a model to go with it, and any animations that may accompany them. The player also needs to be able to kill them if they want, so you would need to come up with a fitting item for them to drop just in case. These are relatively small tasks in the grand scheme of a game's development, but they're tasks nonetheless that require some time and energy from a handful of developers. Making these NPCs voice-only entities instead is a nice little way of saving on that time without any real downsides. The voice-only guys only add to the environment without requiring any excessive development work. Following this path from the plaza will take you up to one end of the Great Bridge, where you can find two Scourge Beasts that are extremely difficult to kill for this point in the game. They're a much more mid-game level enemy. This isn't a new move for FromSoft. They always throw in the occasional high-level enemy into a low-level area, but these enemies still strike me as a little bit different, and I don't really like their inclusion. My biggest gripe with them is that they can betray a new player's expectations. The two Bridge Scourge Beasts look exactly the same as the one you fought back at the beginning, but these ones are much tankier and deal much more damage. That can mislead people into thinking that the bridge ones are the same thing that they already fought, so they'll go in and try fighting them again. I don't think that's super fair, since I'm just not sure how a new player can reasonably foresee these guys being as tough as they are. It's easy to imagine someone running in and getting confused about why these ones are so much stronger than the beginning one. That wouldn't feel like a very justified death. The broader issue here that's interesting to think about are the ramifications of using repeated enemies but changing their health and damage numbers. This is something that Bloodborne, and all of the Souls games really, do quite a bit, and there's a number of reasons why that might be appealing for developers. For one, it might just not be feasible to create enough enemy types that every single area can have their own unique set, so reusing them here and there is necessary just to make sure every area is adequately populated. That's not usually a problem on its own anyway. A certain enemy type might be fitting for multiple areas, and if you want to include it in those areas, it makes sense to tune their numbers appropriately for how far they are in the game. For example, if the huntsmen in the Forbidden Woods were as strong as the huntsmen in Central Yharnam, the Forbidden Woods would be a lot less threatening, since you'd be so much stronger than them at that point. However, one of the negative side effects that I think can be pretty big is that it creates some internal inconsistency in the sense that a player can never 100% trust how strong a given enemy is going to be, even if they've already seen it before. I don't think this is a critical issue for Bloodborne, since repeated enemies in this game are usually justifiable for the reasons I outlined, but it is important to consider how players perceive and trust the environment around them. Players might get a little bit suspicious of every familiar enemy they see because the game has set a precedent by making some enemies deceptively stronger than others. This could be a really big topic on its own, so I won't delve into it super deeply, but I do think it becomes a more prominent issue when enemies are retuned and reused within the same area. The Scourge Beasts in Old Yharnam being stronger feels fine, since you've progressed to a later part of the game and have scaled up in power accordingly, but having certain Scourge Beasts in Central Yharnam be stronger feels more arbitrary. If they wanted a difficult enemy type blocking that path, a preferable solution would be just placing a different enemy type there instead. A pair of Executioners would be a pretty good candidate, since they're strong enough to be an imposing threat without having to fudge their numbers at all. The player would then have a better idea of what they'd be getting themselves into, since the lone Executioner earlier on would give an accurate sense of how dangerous they are. At the bottom of the sewers here, you can find the first armor sets, and I love a lot of the armor designs in this game, but the regular hunter set is one of my favorites. I spent a fair bit of time researching the real-world origin of Bloodborne's armor because it looks like it vaguely resembles something that could have been real. While it certainly draws inspiration from some historic fashion styles, they took a healthy amount of creative liberties to make sure that it still feels distinct to the game. Much of it seems derived from stuff around the 19th century, like old Victorian-era clothing with a gothic horror touch. I feel that the armor designs are very core to the game's identity in a way that's tricky for me to put my finger on. If I was trying to convince someone to play Bloodborne, one way I might try to do it is have them look at the armor designs and see if that aesthetic piques their interest, because there's something just innately appealing about it. Personally, I think the allure comes from how they manage to look both very sophisticated and sinister at the same time, which becomes more clear when you break them down into the finer details. The Hunter set, for instance, has a lot of personality beyond just looking cool. It actually seems very practical for someone participating in the hunt. The large pointed hat, popped collar, and facial covering obstructs much of the hunter's face to make them appear more intimidating to their prey. The mask around the mouth and nose also indicates the unhygienic nature of the hunter's work, given that Yharnam has a pretty rough history with disease. We can see this manifesting in a few other armor sets too, such as Aileen the Crow's armor having a plague doctor mask. Protection from those sorts of elements gives us a better idea of the kind of threats that hunters are dealing with. Additionally, the trench coat is animated to look very flowing and lightweight, which works well to highlight the hunter's capabilities. Physical protection has been deemed pointless since beasts are too strong, so agility is prioritized much more heavily. This makes even more sense when you consider the mobile, dodge-heavy playstyle that the game usually favors. If you were darting around all over the place in body armor or heavy plating, that would look a lot more awkward. The large capelet draped around the hunter's shoulders also helps to accentuate whatever weapons they're holding. In a way, the armor set doesn't even look complete unless the hunter is holding something, be it a trick weapon or a gun. The hunter garb even has a small little dynamic detail that emphasizes the weaponry even further. Whenever you're holding a weapon in two-handed mode, your gun gets put in a holster, and you can see it dangling off of your clothes as you walk around. All of these things come together to form a very fashionable look that's still appropriately detailed to convey the complexities of the hunter's job. When it comes to character design, I think it's important not to get too caught up in just making them look as stylish as possible, accounting for the setting and the character's role, and reflecting those things in their design makes sure you have both style and substance, and overall that's something Bloodborne is very successful at. Hopefully that gets to the heart of why the armor designs work so well in this game, because they're all very well done. We're at the point now where we can open most of the remaining shortcuts in Central Yharnam, and for most people, I think this is where the level design really becomes something special. It's impressive how such a confusing tangle of streets manages to bring you back to the checkpoint so naturally. The level had guided you away from the lamp for so long that most people probably don't even notice that they looped back around to the very beginning. When you arrive back here, there's that moment of realization where you suddenly know where you are, and you understand where you've been relative to that starting point, and probably understand the area a lot better as a result. Bloodborne's checkpoint system takes a page out of Demon Souls' book, where each area only has a single lamp, and as you progress through the level, you'll unlock shortcuts leading back to that lamp. A few exceptions exist, but by and large checkpoints always behave this way. You have the one at the very start, and one whenever you kill a boss. This sort of rekindles the brilliance of Dark Souls 1's world design, where entire levels would connect together in really unexpected ways. You get that same feeling a lot in Bloodborne, just in smaller but repeated doses. One of the biggest advantages of using shortcuts instead of placing lamps everywhere is how much it enhances the world's authenticity. If we look ahead to Dark Souls 3, one of the issues I have with that game is how abundant bonfires are. It makes levels feel a lot more like linear romps where you're bouncing from point A to point B to point C and so on, whereas shortcuts feel like you're playing a more active role in exploring the level and piecing it together for yourself. It doesn't feel like Yharnam was built with the mindset of, oh, a player's going to come through here at some point, so let's put checkpoints here, here, and here to give them some breaks. It isn't designed with your convenience in mind. It's its own city, with buildings and gates and whatever else that you need to figure out how to navigate. This is much more in line with the immersive approach that FromSoft takes with their atmosphere and storytelling, and I much prefer that personally. Having said that, one thing that Bloodborne doesn't do as well compared to Demon's Souls with regard to shortcuts is making them logical. By that I mean, there's no visible reason why doors and gates can only be opened from one side. They don't have locks on them, there's no barricades or anything like that. Your character just opens them like normal doors. I'd say it's the only thing holding these shortcuts back, because it's very at odds with the authenticity praise I just gave a moment ago. An adequate enough fix would have been giving these doors one-way locks and changing the open door and push-open gate animations to look like they're visibly unlocking something in the process. That sounds very small, and it's mild in the grand scheme of things, but I do think it would have been worth it just to uphold that authenticity as much as possible. While on the way to the next section of the sewers, you can run into two important NPCs. One is an old woman in the house, and another is your first meeting with a fellow hunter. The old woman doesn't serve much purpose right now. She asks if you know of anywhere safe for her to take refuge, but it's impossible to send her anywhere until you reach the next area, so we'll go back for her later. The more important NPC is soon after this. Aileen is known as the Hunter of Hunters. Her job is to kill other hunters that have succumbed to their bloodlust and are on the verge of beasthood. She even warns you to stay on your toes, since in her mind, all humans have transformed or will transform into beasts sooner or later. Given that, it might seem odd that she isn't immediately hostile, which leads me into one of the big things I really like about Aileen. There's some unspoken solidarity with her, since she detects a little bit of fear in your heart, which is enough to reassure her that you still have your humanity, and why she's willing to trust you and help you out a little bit. Most people in Yharnam are losing their minds, so it's reassuring to find someone who's still sane, much less someone who actually shows a little bit of sympathy, and that kind of connection builds trust, which will prove to be important throughout her questline. This solidarity also makes her motives a little less suspicious. Characters like Alfred or Walter seem very wrapped up in their own goals if you read between the lines, to the point where it feels like they just see you as a means to an end. Aileen doesn't even introduce herself as the Hunter of Hunters, instead she just imparts some wisdom on you and encourages you to carry on your own mission. There's not many characters in Yharnam with pure intentions, so any kind of genuine interactions you can get are refreshing to see. I took my first death in the sewer section shortly after this, which makes it a good time to talk about one of the changes Bloodborne made to the death system. When you die in Bloodborne, instead of just dropping your echoes on the ground, there's a chance that a nearby enemy will pick them up, and you have to kill that enemy to retrieve them instead of just touching a bloodstain. This isn't at all a game-changing mechanic that turns the entire death system on its head or anything, but it amplifies tension and makes death just a little bit more meaningful. In the previous games, there was never a guarantee that you'd be able to retrieve your souls since you might die on the way back to them, but finding your way back was all you had to do. Bloodborne makes you do the same thing, with the added challenge of having to fight an enemy before your losses are recovered. This usually isn't difficult, but the threat of losing lots of echoes can be stressful and lead to some sloppy mistakes if you let that tension get the better of you. I think creating those tense moments is preferable to just touching a particular spot on the map, even if it's only slight. It helps you stay engaged while you're fighting to get them back, and I'd go as far as to say maybe it can even help curtail frustration a little bit. Repeated deaths are certainly annoying, but if you're worried about losing your echoes, you need to suppress that annoyance and keep a cool head while you're fighting. All things considered, it's a positive change, and one that I wish became permanent in the series. There's a lot of room for small changes like that when developing any game sequel, because even though they don't change much, they don't have any significant downsides, and those small adjustments can add up in a big way when it comes to the new iteration feeling like an improvement and not a samey continuation. I also can't imagine that it took an inordinate amount of time to implement, so overall it was certainly worth it. There are two ladders that you can take to get out of the sewer segment. The first one leads you to the last NPC in central Yharnam. It's the young girl that has been left home alone after her mother went out looking for her father. What I like about her questline is that it has a nice balance of being vague and indirect, while still providing enough threads that you can use your intuition to reasonably figure out how to do it. She makes several references to her father in this initial conversation, and that alone could be enough for a new player to figure out the rest themselves. When you hear the name Father Gascoigne, most people probably think of him in religious terms, since father is how people address priests or other significant church figures, but the double meaning is a clever little hint for her quest. It gives you an idea of where you should try using the music box. The little girl is also strategically placed relatively close to where the fight takes place. If you head further down the sewers and climb the next ladder, you'll find him. So what I expect can happen is that players will find this little girl, accept her quest, and then when they reach Gascoigne a few minutes later, the girl's request is still fresh enough in their memory that they'll realize they're fighting a father, and ultimately conclude that the Yharnam girl is his daughter. As a result, the little girl's questline is rather intuitive overall, and putting those pieces together for yourself adds to the emotional weight of Father Gascoigne's fight. Gascoigne and his family are already some of the most tragic characters in the game in my opinion, and it's important to complete this little girl's quest to completely understand why. Overall, it's just a very neatly laid out sequence of events. With the music box acquired, we're now pretty much done with Central Yharnam. The only remaining shortcut is an elevator that opens the way from the lamp to Gascoigne's arena. Between all of the shortcuts, NPCs, and different sections to explore, this is one of the longest and most complex areas in the entire game, but it also feels the most meticulous. Every single enemy placement feels deliberate, every NPC encounter serves a purpose, it gives a brilliant taste of the game's atmosphere, and it's laid out in a way that makes it inherently satisfying to explore. I won't claim that this is the best level in any video game ever, or even that it's the best in Souls, mostly because such a title honestly doesn't mean much anyway. I think Central Yharnam should simply be appreciated for the level of craftsmanship that went into making it. There's dozens of fine, artistic, and mechanical details that make it the brilliant display of level design that it is. Now that we're onto some boss fights, it's finally time to talk about combat in greater detail, since that's what the Cleric Beast is all about. Once again, staying true to the whole hunter motif, aggression is emphasized and highly rewarded, whereas playing more defensively is often discouraged. Broadly speaking, the shift towards aggression is probably the most distinctive change that Bloodborne makes to the combat system from the Souls games, and I wouldn't call it a straight upgrade, but trying to compare the two games' combat in a vacuum feels like it would be missing the point. Bloodborne has different ambitions than its predecessors, and combat has been appropriately adjusted to pursue those, so despite the mechanical concessions it came with, I think it ultimately vindicates itself if we look at it through the lens of achieving the developer's new vision. In a 2014 interview, Miyazaki stated that the feeling of fighting for one's life was a major theme in the design of Bloodborne's gameplay. A direct quote from that interview reads, "In Demon Souls, the battle system was really defined by swords and shields, particularly shields, and it ended up feeling a bit passive. With Demon Souls, we had that more passive feeling in mind when creating the battle system, but with Bloodborne, we want to make it more active, make it more of something where you're fighting your way out of a dangerous situation." Applying this line of thinking to the Cleric Beast, the raw number of actions that you need to take in order to win is much higher than any of the early bosses in any of the previous games. It attacks fast and frequently, and has a decent amount of HP for this early in the game, so it takes a lot of attacks to bring down. Requiring that you attack and dodge more gives the player a more active role in achieving victory, and that alone is enough to make it a perfectly serviceable introductory boss, since it helps reinforce this new ideology. After all, when someone is in a struggle for their life, they tend to behave more desperately, more sporadically, and more aggressively. When boiled down to raw mechanics, both Souls and Bloodborne styles of combat have their merits, but if you look beyond that, they make sense in their respective contexts, and I think that's more important than any single mechanic or feature. The slower-paced, methodical approach of Demon Souls is great for what it is, and the fast and relentless style of Bloodborne is much more suitable for a game about a frenzied hunter going on a beast-slaughtering rampage, which is to say that Bloodborne's different combat direction was a good decision. One of the unique advantages that this aggressive style can have is how it forces you to go against your instincts, which can be very enthralling on its own. Normally, when an enemy begins winding up an attack, our instinct is to dodge away from them to safety, but the safest place to be in this game is usually up close and personal. Bloodborne often rewards you for dodging towards enemies instead of away from them, since many of them have far-reaching lunge attacks or large AoEs, which is why you'll often see me basically hugging most bosses for the entire fight. The Cleric Beast in particular has wide attacks, but generally poor tracking, so it has a hard time hitting you if you just stay close and dodge behind it where possible. The one major thing the Cleric Beast gets wrong on a surface level is the camera, which is certainly nothing new, but it's a problem nonetheless. The Great Bridge is a very narrow arena, so the camera can get pressed up against the side and zoom in really close in a way that obstructs your vision. One possible way to alleviate these camera problems, which I wish FromSoft did more often, is by implementing special camera behavior when against certain bosses. For example, one of the bosses in the DLC for this game is very large, so the camera zooms out to a further position than normal to fit its full body into frame, and it works surprisingly well without making things harder to control. Expecting them to do this for every fight would be a lot of work for the developers, but in cases like the Cleric Beast, I think that effort is certainly worth it, especially considering it's one of the first bosses where you might want to leave a good impression and not sour what might have been a great experience leading up to this point. Even with that said, I still think the Cleric Beast is a perfectly fine boss. It somewhat pales in comparison to Father Gascoigne, but that speaks more to Gascoigne's strengths than the Cleric Beast's weaknesses. It has that tutorial fight role and fulfills it just fine, so even if it isn't anything super outstanding, I think they did a pretty good job with it. Father Gascoigne has earned a spot as one of the most iconic bosses in Bloodborne, and for good reason. He's an amazing fight. Cleric Beast has set a precedent that most boss fights in Bloodborne are going to be aggressive, and Gascoigne is no exception, so rather than belabor that point, I'd like to focus on something else. The artistry that goes into Bloodborne bosses is often more captivating to me than their mechanics, and this is a perfect example. There's a hard-to-articulate quality to Father Gascoigne that makes him look and feel more lively than just about any other boss in the game. The best way I can put it is that he has a certain theatrical element that other bosses still do well, but never quite reach. For starters, his music track is about as fitting as it gets. Largely consisting of frantic orchestral melodies that repeat in a rapid fashion, there's a strong sense that it's constantly building up to a terrifying climax while effectively capturing the fast-paced nature of the fight. That climax makes itself known when the second phase hits and the music increases in volume and pace, injecting a great sense of panic into the player. Many boss tracks in this game are dynamic, they change as the fight progresses, but I don't think any of them hit quite the same level of excitement as this one does. It excels at getting your blood pumping, while reflecting the nature of Gascoigne's insanity. As for his behavior, it feels as though a special effort was made to make Gascoigne behave like an authentic, very lifelike entity, rather than an artificial intelligence just bound by the limits of its programming. To put this into perspective, the Cleric Beast has a handful of attacks with very long wind-ups and very obvious recovery frames, such as his grab and his skyward jump. When you see one of these attacks coming up, you know that dodging at the appropriate time every time is enough to avoid damage, even though in reality, a giant rampaging beast would never actually fight with that kind of consistency. The reason the Cleric Beast does is to be courteous to the player, and let them get some hits in as a reward for dodging a dangerous attack. Obviously, every boss in the game technically behaves in this artificial way, but it doesn't feel like that in practice with Gascoigne because he fights without giving you those courtesies. He's a hunter just like you, and he acts like it by very relentlessly attacking at every open opportunity and chaining moves together in unpredictable ways. Responding to his attacks doesn't feel as flowcharty in that sense. There's constant movement with very little downtime for you to think about what to do next. You just have to do it. I would also like to point out that Gascoigne's face transition doesn't happen within a cutscene, he just hunches over and transforms right in front of you, which is a big part of what gives him that theatrical feeling. When they're accompanied by a cutscene, phase transitions provide a brief release in tension, since they provide a moment to recollect yourself. If the gameplay and combat is the actual stage play, a cutscene is like an intermission. Such interruptions don't feel fitting in a fight that has such a high focus on engrossing you in a frantic combat situation. For the most part, Bloodborne continues this trend and avoids using cutscenes for phase transitions, which I think was the right idea. I suppose this is something else that could be traced back to immersion being a greater priority for FromSoft with this game. If the goal is to keep players invested in the game world as much as possible, cutscenes can contradict that since they snap you out of whatever you were just doing. They briefly take you out of that focused state of mind, which can deflate your excitement during an otherwise stressful boss fight. Much like the Cleric Beast, Father Gascoigne is perfectly serviceable if you look at his mechanics, but all of these other considerations elevate it into something more, something that looks, sounds, and feels like playing through a genuinely brutal action sequence. That said, it wouldn't be entirely fair to separate the art from the engineering, since both are important for making the game what it is, so I will say that I think a critical reason why Gascoigne is so successful in the way I just described is thanks to the addition of rallying. Rallying gives the designer space to make him a lot more relentless. Some of his attacks, such as the one where he fires his gun at you, have very short telegraphs that he can use while you're in the middle of attacking yourself. Without rallying, this would feel like a pretty cheap trick, since going for repeated attacks against him could be dangerous, but rallying makes it possible to get hit and still come out of the exchange without losing health. To put it another way, rallying unlocks a new way to respond to attacks. Even if something is near unavoidable, it's still fair so long as you have an equal chance to retaliate. I won't say that Gascoigne is perfect. One thing I take issue with is his occasional inability to work around the obstacles in his arena, but considering how atmospheric Bloodborne is outside of its boss fights, it's remarkable to see the game carry that same level of quality into its boss fights. Boss fights are arguably one of the most video game staples out there, but Father Gascoigne is proof that they can make for works of art in a very traditional sense. And I think that's what makes him one of the game's best experiences. When you enter the Cathedral Ward from Gascoigne's arena, it'll trigger a cutscene, which is a little bit strange to me. There are a handful of cutscenes in Bloodborne that feel superfluous, and this is one of them, because it doesn't really tell you anything, it's just some very basic shots of the Odin Chapel. Transitioning to a new area can be, and often is, a momentous occasion, but a cutscene isn't necessary to get that across. They create an interruption in gameplay, and in a game as immersive as Bloodborne, it's ideal to keep those interruptions to a minimum. It's not that all cutscenes are automatically bad, they just need pretty decent justification for their inclusion, and I feel that this one in particular doesn't really add anything. This is tangentially related to one of my larger gripes with Bloodborne, which starts to become noticeable now that we're in the Cathedral Ward. This area is about the closest thing this game has to a central hub that's physically connected to the rest of the world. It's not in the same way that Firelink Shrine is, though. Cathedral Ward is the central point, with linear out-and-back pathways branching off of it. Now, I don't want to suggest that Bloodborne should have just copied what Dark Souls 1 did and had a bunch of levels connect together and lead back to a common area and whatnot, but this style of world design means that there's more teleporting between checkpoints, and more teleporting between checkpoints means more pervasive loading screens. It's bad enough in Bloodborne that I think it tends to break a lot of engagement with the world. If you wanted to go from point A to point B before getting the Lord Vessel in Dark Souls, you had to run there manually, and the world was set up in a way that doing so wouldn't take an inordinate amount of time. Sure, it still took longer than if you could just warp there, but it served a purpose. It created a more seamless and uninterrupted gameplay experience, which, in my mind, remains one of that game's very unique selling points. Creating that kind of experience should almost be a higher priority for Bloodborne, given how immersive and powerful the atmosphere is. Having to teleport between lamps and go through loading screens and all that creates a lot of gaps where that immersion is disrupted, and with how demanding the game is on the hardware, those loading screens aren't always short. A single loading screen is all it takes to break the spell and remind players that they're exploring a world confined to a video game. Allowing you to travel from lamp to lamp directly might have helped, but it only mitigates the problem. Then you'd just be going from 2 loading screens to 1. Unfortunately, I think this is something that we just have to accept as one of the game's bigger flaws. It's hard to come up with a solution to this that wouldn't require rebuilding the entire world from the ground up. chasing the same highs as a previous game is never guaranteed to go well and runs the risk of stagnation, so I can't blame them for not making the world more like Dark Souls. It's just that this is one of the natural consequences of doing so. I will at least concede that the Cathedral Ward's positioning from a story perspective is very sensible. It's the home base of the Healing Church, and the Healing Church's influence can be seen in every area, so with how many places they've operated in throughout the world, it makes sense for their base of operations to be in such a central location. It gives them easy access to many other critical locations, like Central Yharnam, Yahar'gul, the Upper Cathedral Ward, and so on. Whether this convenience was intentional on FromSoft's part is impossible to say, but finding those little serendipitous connections is really what brings the story to life, so it felt worth pointing out. One of the peculiar things about Cathedral Ward is the interactable door in the room with all the breakable pots. Sometimes in games development, there's planned stuff that ends up getting cut at the last minute, and this was probably one of those times. It's confirmed that this door connects to the Great Bridge where you fought the Cleric Beast, but still, it's completely impassable. Even though interacting with this door brings up a prompt, there's no way to actually open it from either side. It's pretty unusual to me that they didn't remove the prompt, since FromSoft's attention to detail is usually very strong. It can be really misleading to players that think there's an actual shortcut here, and I would hate for them to waste their time trying to find something that doesn't exist. To me, it highlights one of the most complex things to manage when developing a game. I assume that during development, they decided that you could fight Cleric Beast or Father Gascoigne to reach Cathedral Ward, which is why this route exists to begin with. It probably survived in the game for a pretty long time, considering that the prompt was never removed, and as such, they probably planned a lot of stuff around that. Maybe the Cleric Beast used to drop something different to open more of the Cathedral Ward. Maybe opening this door would trigger a different cutscene that's since been removed. Who knows what they could have planned with it, really. Whenever they decided to make Gascoigne the mandatory route, though, they had to retroactively go back and make sure all of those plans were reverted so that players wouldn't be privy to it. And when you go back to make those adjustments, it's always possible that you might just end up missing something. When some level designer or programmer went in to cut off access from the Great Bridge, they very well could have just forgotten to remove the prompt from both sides of the door. It sounds like a stupid mistake, but small stuff like that happens all the time in software development. When you look at a part of a project you haven't tampered with in months or even years, it's really easy to forget what exactly you did, and a lot of stuff can fly under the radar as a result. That's what this door always makes me think about. A change can appear simple on the surface, but games are very interconnected. It's really difficult to know how changing something in one area might affect something elsewhere. If you catch those problems too late, sometimes there's not much you can do. Maybe no one caught it until they were compiling the final build of the game, and it was too late to go in and make any final changes. Luckily for them, it wasn't a catastrophic mistake in the grand scheme of things, but being aware of all those little domino effect kind of things is important. The last thing of note in this part of Cathedral Ward is Alfred, a new NPC. To me, this encounter can elicit two very different types of responses, depending on the type of person you are and how you've come to view Yharnam up to this point. Personally, I'm very skeptical of everyone in this town, and approached most NPCs with a little kernel of doubt. Someone being too nice can arouse suspicion, and Alfred was a huge embodiment of that, mostly because it's hard to believe that someone could be as relaxed and friendly he is on a night like this. After all, Aileen is a very seasoned hunter, and she, like everyone else, still seemed very cognizant of how dire the current circumstances are. Alfred is much more jovial in comparison, and I found that to be a little bit suspicious. On the other hand, if you're a little more optimistic and value some positive energy in this gloomy world, Alfred will provide that, which makes him very endearing. He immediately offers to be allies, and his tone is a lot nicer than Aileen, and a lot more normal than the Odin Chapel dweller. If that kind of thing appeals to you, he can be a brief source of respite from Yharnam. He's the only one that directly offers to be your companion, and that solidarity can feel really good considering how many other NPCs seem indifferent to you or push you away. Regardless of whether you fall into the suspicious camp or the optimistic camp, Alfred's storyline will probably surprise you, and that's something I really like about him. I prefer to talk about things as we come across them, so I won't elaborate too much right now, but if you've done his quest, you might know what I'm getting at. For now, whichever way you view Alfred in this scene will ultimately impact how you feel about him by the end, and being able to make him so surprising regardless of what you think is a sign of a well-executed side quest in my book. We'll revisit this topic when we meet Alfred again. With all that finished, we're ready to leave the Cathedral Ward for now and head down into Old Yharnam. To me, Old Yharnam has some of the most interesting lore in the game, since I interpret the Scourge of Old Yharnam as an extremely pivotal moment in the Healing Church's history. It could have been the catalyst for when the populace began losing faith in them, since what was being advertised as a miracle medicine, the Old Blood, failed to stop and maybe even accelerated a major cataclysmic event in the city's history. I think Old Yharnam's lore in particular interests me because it sounds like it would have been fun to actually witness and play through. A note back in Central Yharnam reads that, quote, "When the hunt began, the Healing Church left us, blocking the Great Bridge to the Cathedral Ward as Old Yharnam burned to the ground that moonlit night," which seems to indicate that a hunt, much like this one, did in fact occur the night Old Yharnam was razed. The razed city is certainly an interesting environment, but a city being razed is a whole nother thing entirely. It would be on another level of bleak and chaotic. Envisioning something that could have had an interesting translation to an in-game sequence is what makes a lot of lore fun to think about, perhaps because pretty much everything is framed through gameplay already. That is, Bloodborne is light on the cutscenes and heavy on the environmental storytelling, which feels like a much more intimate telling of events, since you aren't halting gameplay every X minutes or X hours to play a cinematic. The control is left in the player's hands, and that intimacy is what draws a lot of people into these worlds in the first place. As far as level design goes, Old Yharnam's signature component is the Gatling gun that Jura is firing at you as you descend. I think it ties in quite nicely with the area. It's thematically suitable given the powder keg's affinity for explosives, but more importantly, it gives Old Yharnam a more unique identity against the rest of the levels in Bloodborne. When approaching a feature or a mechanic like this, that is, one that introduces some strong deviations in gameplay, it's worth examining the potential value that it brings before writing it off as a pointless gimmick. Aesthetically, Old Yharnam is quite similar to all of the levels we've visited so far. Central Yharnam and the Cathedral Ward are set in the same city environment, with the same kind of ambience and visuals. Considering that every level also shares some commonalities like an abundance of shortcuts, it's easy to see how things could begin to stagnate without injecting a few curveballs every now and then. This is doubly true when you consider just how simple movement options are in Bloodborne. It lacks things commonly found in other 3D games like a jump or a quick horizontal movement option like a dash or a leap. The running jump thing exists, of course, the move you do when you hit circle while in a sprint, but its trajectory is so short, making it very rarely utilized. As such, virtually the only movement option that the player has is walking around with the left stick, which is a big constraint that needs to be accounted for when constructing levels. The Gatling gun adds variety while accounting for that constraint quite nicely, since it isn't egregiously difficult to dodge given your limited options. Old Yharnam's greater emphasis on verticality also gives it some flair, which the gun leverages quite nicely to ultimately create an experience memorable to the area. If Old Yharnam spanned more horizontally like Central Yharnam does, then logically speaking, Jura could spot you anywhere since his tower is so high up, and that would be a lot trickier to design around. I think that's all more than enough to justify the inclusion of the gun, even if it is a little bit irritating to learn at first. While it may be tempting to try and sprint past all the bullets, it's much safer to take a slower descent through the rubble and use the cover the game provides for you. If you disappear from his sight, Jura will stop shooting at you, so it's a simple matter of sprinting from cover spot to cover spot until you can get somewhere permanently out of his vision. Near the bottom of Jura's tower, you can escape the Gatling gun's fire and encounter one of his allies, which marks our first battle with another hunter. I have mixed feelings on these hunter encounters overall, and most of that simply comes down to game balance issues for one reason or another. Having said that, I don't think it's as easy as just giving them similar damage output to us, or removing their unlimited Quicksilver bullets, or something like that. Game balance can be construed in a lot of different ways. It's an issue that gets complicated in cases like this where you have a human player versus an artificial intelligence. A lot of these hunters are unbalanced in the truest sense of the word. They have some bonuses you don't, like unlimited Quicksilver bullets and considerably more HP. However, it's important to remember that these are computer-controlled AIs, and there's a massive difference in how an AI thinks versus how a human thinks. Neurologically speaking, AIs can have some advantages that we don't have. For instance, humans are prone to messing up parry timings because we don't have perfect reflexes 100% of the time, whereas an AI can be programmed to hit the shoot button every time it sees the startup animation for an incoming attack. However, our intuition and complex decision-making is currently far beyond what any AI is capable of. We can account for future possibilities better, we can figure out efficient combo strings, we can figure out how to use the environment to our advantage. That last point is particularly relevant here, since this guy constantly tries to lure you back into the range of the Gatling gun, but it's easy for us to spot this and simply not take the bait. That's just a simple example too. AIs are confined to certain patterns and behaviors that humans are naturally adept at exploiting, and once those exploits have been found, it's rarely the case that an AI will be programmed to counter-adapt in response. This is to say that if all things were statistically equal, most players would absolutely obliterate every AI because we're leagues smarter than they are. Such a situation might be balanced from the most objective perspective, but that isn't particularly useful when it comes to designing an enjoyable fight. Giving the AI some stat boosts here and there is one way to offset our intelligence differences, and I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that AI always needs to play by the exact same rules as humans are. All things considered, the fight with Jura's ally is one of the hunter fights that's better balanced in my opinion, for reasons that I pretty much already mentioned. He has the massive health pool and infinite Quicksilver bullets, but his damage isn't egregiously high and there's some room to outsmart his tactics. For an example of a hunter fight that I'd consider very unbalanced, we can look at Jura. I don't have footage of me fighting him since I kept him alive to show his full questline, but if you've played Bloodborne, I'm sure you know what it's like. Around this point, you can climb up Jura's tower and fight him, or you can move on and come back later to befriend him. Fighting him can be a very frustrating experience because his advantages and disadvantages are very lopsided. His statistical bonus over you is huge. He has tons of health for this point in the game, and he deals pretty decent damage. However, his AI doesn't account for the environment at all, and it's very likely that he'll dodge off the side of the tower and fall to his death, which feels like a much less satisfying victory. This is a much more unbalanced gap between the player and the AI. His number advantages seem huge at first glance, and really they are, but he's so heavily disadvantaged because his AI doesn't know how to work around his surroundings, so once the player figures that out, then they basically get a free win. It makes what could have been an endurance test of a fight into something very anticlimactic. He's more likely to jump off long before you can kill him. I think an easy enough solution here would be to just put a fence or barrier around the tower that you can't cross. Cheeky players might still try to knock him off the opening where the ladder is that way, but it would have drastically decreased the chance of Jura just jumping off by accident, which could have made fighting him a lot more interesting. Fortunately, you don't have to fight him if you don't want to. In fact, we're completely out of his line of sight now, so we won't be getting shot at for the rest of the area. It's a little bit difficult to see from atop the scaffolding, but there's a corpse of a beast hanging at a stake in this church, and if you knock the chandelier onto it, it'll start burning and damage some of the enemies below. Fire is a consistent motif in Old Yharnam given the area's history and all, and it's been worked into the enemies in a pretty cool way. The beast patients will recoil in fear if they're near fire, either from the beast we just lit aflame or if you hold a torch while approaching them. I wouldn't say that this is all that useful during combat, since these enemies are generally very weak anyway, but it's another small thing that makes Old Yharnam a really nice example of environmental storytelling. In all likelihood, these beast patients were ashen blood patients at some point, which means that they witnessed the scourge of the city and lived to tell the tale, which neatly explains their aversion to fire. It also helps communicate mechanics more without having to state them directly, since beast-type enemies take more damage from fire-boosted weapons. I found that walking through this ruined cathedral is one of the more traditionally frightening parts of Bloodborne. The same goes for the quieter street section immediately afterwards. By that I mean, even though the game leans into psychological cosmic horror for most of its runtime, it also toys with some more common scare tactics here and there. For example, the beast patients make sudden, loud, shrieking noises as you're walking through the cathedral, which can almost feel like a jump scare your first time through. If you don't consider that a jump scare, later on there's a scourge beast that unexpectedly bursts out of a building to attack you, complete with the jarring sound effects and everything, and I found that especially startling on my first playthrough. Jump scares are viewed as a cheap scare tactic by a lot of people, and yeah, in some ways that's probably true, but they can be very effective at amplifying tension if done right. The biggest flaw with jump scares in my mind is that their effect suffers greatly from diminishing returns. If jump scares are the main tactic that a game or a movie or whatever else uses to frighten the audience, then they'll naturally learn to anticipate them, and any surprise stops being a surprise when a person is expecting them. If someone gives you a jump scare warning 5 seconds before it actually happens, your mind braces for it so that you're much less startled once it actually appears. Using jump scares excessively can put the audience in that guarded state for the entire time, which greatly weakens their shocking effect. Bloodborne fortunately doesn't suffer from this issue, since even though it can be a very frightening experience at times, it uses jump scares specifically very sparingly, which makes the moments they do happen more exciting and more memorable. The aforementioned Scourge Beast bursting out of the building in Old Yharnam, the Scourge Beast that jumps through a window in Upper Cathedral Ward, and some would also maybe consider the alien enemy on the path after the boss in the Forbidden Woods, which grabs you from behind a tree. If you've played the game and distinctly remember all those moments, that alone can be a testament to their effectiveness. If there were 10 or 15 or however many more jump scares in the game, it'd be a lot harder to remember the impact of each individual one. Frequent jump scares wouldn't feel very well suited for this game anyway, since cosmic horror leans more into the psychological feelings of dread and hopelessness more than overt shock factor. It's a relief to see that they essentially stuck to their guns and didn't try to make Bloodborne scary for the sake of it. It's scary because the game's overarching themes center around humanity's relationship with the unknown, and fear is just a natural consequence of exploring those abstract subjects. We're nearing the end of Old Yharnam now, with the streets at the bottom being the final section. I've said pretty much all I want to say about the area, so I don't have much to add here other than one small piece of conjecture. I noticed that this section looks like a less developed portion of the city compared to central Yharnam. The houses are a bit more simple and run down, with fewer decorations and less elaborate architecture, and the streets aren't paved over as much. It makes me wonder if this part of the city was basically a poorer area. If that was the case, it would make sense that the powder kegs were banished here, since other hunters didn't respect them nearly as much. The other possible explanation is that whenever Yharnam was founded, this was the neighborhood where it all began, meaning it isn't as up-to-date with the more modern developments of central Yharnam. That would explain why it's labeled as Old Yharnam, after all. Perhaps it's a combination of both, but either way it's interesting to think about. The Blood-Starved Beast is a pretty simple fight, albeit a difficult one on your first playthrough. I've decided to equip Gascoigne's armor set here, since the Blood-Starved Beast is the first boss that can inflict poison, and Gascoigne's set has much higher poison resistance than the Hunter set. Resistances to certain ailments are the only major differences between armor sets in Bloodborne. The differences in their regular defensive statistics are fairly negligible as far as I can tell, since they all boast roughly the same stat total. The distribution of boosted stats varies slightly, but not enough to make a huge impact on moment-to-moment gameplay. The streamlining of armor sets like this could be viewed as another way that Bloodborne has shifted its focus compared to Souls. Optimizing your stats, poise, and other numbers isn't necessarily conducive to an atmospheric experience, since more time spent on the equipment screen is less time spent exploring the world. It also makes sense that the designers may not have wanted players tinkering with numbers as much, since Bloodborne is more action and less RPG. Personally, I don't take much issue with this, since I never focused much on optimal character builds in any FromSoft games, and enjoy the tactical element of finding the right status resistances for your current situation. It would be fair to be put off by these concessions if you enjoyed that component of Souls in particular, but I don't think it was a misguided decision, since it seems to have suited the designer's goals pretty well. Anyway, the presence of poison is the unique value add that Bloodstarved Beast adds to the game's boss lineup, and overall it works quite well. Status ailments aren't super common in this game, much less in a boss fight, and it has some hidden counterplay thanks to the aforementioned armor sets. It can also have a pretty big influence on how you interact with the boss. BSB's poison can have large AoEs that are hard to pinpoint with precision, so it's viable to stay patient and hang back until it's doing an attack that you know won't pile on a bunch of poison when you run in. BSB also has a lot more mobility compared to most beast bosses. It never stays in the same place for too long. There's fewer opportunities to endlessly wail on it, since you have to be constantly adjusting your positioning to keep up, and its nimble body can make you prone to missing some of your attacks even when you are in range. The arena is built to compensate for this. It's one of the biggest in the entire game, and the boss certainly makes use of it. As I mentioned back in Central Yharnam, Bloodborne gives you more stamina to work with, and they clearly took that into account when designing more mobile encounters like these. When you change something in one area of a game, it's important to consider its ramifications on a different area of the game. Having more stamina is only a meaningful change if combat encounters are adjusted to work around that. Seems like common sense when you say it out loud, but I can definitely think of a few games where changes to an established formula aren't as thoughtful. Sometimes you see change just for the sake of it. BSB does a handful of things to set itself apart while still adhering to Bloodborne's combat philosophy. It's not the flashiest thing out there, but it's perfectly enjoyable in its own right, so I don't have a lot to complain about. Killing the Bloodstarved Beast gives you the first Chalice, which opens up a completely new portion of the game with the Chalice Dungeons. For those that haven't dabbled in this side of Bloodborne very much, I'll quickly summarize what Chalice Dungeons are. These are a series of small dungeons that you create by acquiring these chalice items in the main game, then creating the dungeon at an altar in the Hunter's Dream. These dungeons all follow a general formula of having a maze-like layout with a switch at the end that you turn to open a door and fight a boss. Eventually, you can also start making randomly generated versions of these dungeons, which can be helpful for finding certain items or farming or whatever else. There's a bit more to Chalice Dungeons than that, but that's the gist of how the system works. I'm not going to show these very much, but they're a big part of the game, so it's only fair to address them. Chalice Dungeons are one of the things I really dislike about Bloodborne because they feel like an antithesis to what makes the content in the main part of the game so strong. Many of Bloodborne's greatest strengths lie in its artistry, which Chalice Dungeons strip away to focus on combat and fancy boss fights. Visually, they're much less elaborate than Yharnam and its surrounding area, since they opted for a more conventional labyrinth aesthetic, and they don't often try to evoke the same oppressive atmosphere that's omnipresent throughout the game otherwise. None of them have particularly unique level design either, since they have to allow for random generation. This means they all take on the same general maze-like structure, with rooms that look the same, shortcuts that are always the same, and enemies are always the same. That sort of random generation doesn't hold a candle to what the handcrafted levels are able to achieve through intentional enemy placement and careful environmental detail. By stripping those away, Chalice Dungeons end up relying on combat to keep things interesting, and I don't believe that Bloodborne's combat is interesting enough to fill the amount of time it takes to complete these things. That isn't me trying to take a dig at combat for being bad or poorly implemented or anything, because I don't think it is, just that it can't sustain an entire game's length worth of content on its own. Combat gauntlets are a great thing in games where the player character has a large enough skill ceiling that you can improve by fighting the same enemies over and over, but Bloodborne isn't at all like that. There's only so many ways you can mix up attacking and step dodging before things start to feel samey. The one counter-argument to this that I'd like to address is that Chalice Dungeons are completely optional, meaning that players who want to invest time in Bloodborne's combat can do so, while those that don't care for it are free to ignore it. After all, no one forces you to do them, and they don't restrict the main game in any fashion, so complaining about what is essentially a bonus feature might seem pointless. However, implementing any feature in any game comes at an opportunity cost. Resources that were spent designing and developing Chalice Dungeons and all of their boss fights could have been spent on fleshing out portions of the main game that would have benefited more. For instance, I think Byrgenwerth could have used something extra for how small it is, and I think the endgame could have been a little bit longer so that you could have soaked in more of the Blood Moon phase. More importantly, if we got those hypothetical expansions instead of Chalice Dungeons, I don't think we would know or care about what we were missing. Historically, if you wanted to play around with the game's combat more, a solution already existed for that with New Game Plus or starting a new save file altogether, and it worked just fine. I don't think anyone finished playing Demon Souls and thought to themselves that it was missing an enemy-filled gauntlet for you to practice combat, because if that's what you wanted, you would just play the game again. In that sense, Chalice Dungeons feel superfluous because they don't solve any pre-existing issues with the series. Technically speaking, the main Chalice Dungeons are additional Bloodborne content, and randomly generated dungeons effectively give us unlimited Bloodborne content, which sounds great on paper, but walking through a bunch of the same rooms to swing and dodge at enemies over and over isn't Bloodborne to me. The game is a lot more than just its core mechanical systems, and I happen to feel that neglecting all of those things is a disservice to what makes the game so great. Because they're so repetitive, even down to the last layers, this basically sums up everything I have to say about them, so we're ready to move on and get back onto the main path. Killing the blood-starved beast opens up a door in the Odin Chapel, which gives you access to the Healing Church Workshop and the rest of Cathedral Ward. As far as I can tell, there isn't any lore or logical reason for old Yharnam to be connected to this door, so I believe this was only done to add that little bit of non-linearity of choosing to postpone Cathedral Ward or not. I think it would have been beneficial to make this a more logical connection, since killing a boss in one area to open a door in a completely unrelated area can be a bit immersion breaking. Even something as simple as making it an interactable locked door and making the key an item found in the Bloodstarved Beast's arena could have sufficed here. The game's story is cryptic enough that I'm reasonably confident the community would be able to conjure up a lore reason for that hypothetical key being there, even if FromSoft hadn't thought of one themselves. That aside, descending the workshop is the way to go to reach the rest of Cathedral Ward. There's a well-hidden secret here that you can reach by using the awkward running jump technique while falling down the wooden planks, and it's worthwhile to visit, if only for the novelty. The abandoned old workshop is a pretty solid use of a secret area. I think that eerie factor works well because you have to go out of your way to get here. It helps sell the idea that this workshop is abandoned and that it has no relevance in the waking world anymore, which goes on to raise some questions about Gehrman's psyche. It makes you wonder why he clings on to this archaic workshop so strongly. I'd say it almost treads into disturbing territory when you find the abandoned doll in the workshop as well. The fact that she shows up in the waking world and in the hunter's dream implies that she's tethered to Gehrman's consciousness in some way, and that has to make you wonder about the nature of their relationship. At the very least, it portrays Gehrman as very troubled and maybe more attached to her than he probably should be. Once we're out of the abandoned workshop, we can finish descending the Healing Church Workshop. As you've likely noticed, this is one of those trademark annoying platforming sections that worm their way into FromSoft's games. While I honestly don't mind these kinds of sections that much, dying in them is more frustrating than dying in combat because the movement isn't very conducive to platforming. You have basically zero control over your character in the air, and dying over something that feels like you had no control over generally isn't very enjoyable. I'm sure FromSoft is aware of these constraints, so I do wonder why they're so insistent on including a falling platforming section in most of their games. If I had to guess, I'd say the answer is pretty simple, albeit unsatisfying. It's tradition. It falls under the same general umbrella as Poison Swamps, something that FromSoft just likes to include despite its general infamy within the community. Not bowing to community pressure can often be a very good thing, so that much is commendable, but at the same time, falling platforming is something I think most of us could do without. It's a mild inconvenience in the grand scheme of things, but tradition isn't always a great argument for continuing to do something in the first place. Once at the bottom, there are a couple noteworthy enemy encounters. The first is the Snatcher, who's a very dangerous enemy at this stage in the game. It deals tons of damage and has lots of health. Their overinflated stats might have been intentional, since getting killed by a Snatcher will teleport you to a mid-late game area, something that players might be interested in seeing. While I like that part of Yahar'gul is available early, I think that's between this and the Odin Chapel door, the way nonlinearity has been implemented so far is a bit sloppy. Because the Snatchers are so strong, it comes off as something they purposefully nudged you towards quote-unquote discovering, rather than being something you found out totally organically. In other words, you don't get 100% of the credit for finding a secret, forbidden area. You're just given access if you take a completely reasonable death to an overpowered enemy. I'm not sure if it would be possible given the two areas' layouts, but if there was a hidden path from the Cathedral Ward that led to the Hypogean jail, that would be a great way to alleviate this problem and give the cathedral another natural connection to an area, further cementing it as the world's hub. The other enemy down here is the first Brainsucker, who's a lot more interesting. They were wise to introduce it in a relatively safe environment free of distractions, because it takes some time to learn how to handle them properly. The Brainsucker's signature trick is to grab you and literally suck the intelligence out of your head. Getting grabbed by a Brainsucker causes you to permanently lose some of your insight. While insight isn't the most valuable statistic, which is something I'll talk about more in the next area, creating a basic enemy that can inflict permanent consequences makes fighting them a lot more tense. A lot of games put a focus on minimizing inconveniences for the player, and tend to shy away from such harsh punishments, but the Souls games were never built to be convenience, and a willingness to break convention like that is admirable. The Brainsucker is one such way this manifests in Bloodborne. The threat of losing a limited resource can really cause players to panic, even if that resource isn't all that valuable. It encourages a more cautious approach, as opposed to the wild swinging we've mostly been doing up to this point, and I do like that about these enemies. Before going through to open up the rest of the area, we'll quickly return to Gascoigne's arena to fight the old hunter Henrik, Gascoigne's former partner in crime, so to speak. This is the next step in Aileen's questline. After fighting Henrik for a little bit, she'll appear and fight him alongside you. I botched my first attempt at it, as you can see, but luckily there aren't any consequences if you die. You can just rejoin the fight without any problems. There are, however, consequences if something happens to Aileen. It is possible for Henrik to kill her, and it's also possible to accidentally turn her hostile if you hit her too much. Both outcomes are completely irreversible and will lock you out of her questline if they happen. The threat of permanent consequences like this really elevates her questline in my opinion. Divergent paths are nothing new in video game side quests, but the most common way they're implemented is by letting the player choose their path by clicking an option in a dialog box. If Bloodborne were a different game, this moment might have just been replaced by a text prompt with two choices. Selecting Help Aileen would automatically save her, and selecting Ignore Aileen would automatically have her killed. This is serviceable in many cases, and simply having choices is what makes video game stories attractive compared to other mediums, but adding an execution barrier to the Help Aileen option takes even fuller advantage of what video games uniquely have to offer. The right decision is pretty obvious. I imagine most people will want to keep her alive, but the deciding factor isn't just picking an obviously correct dialogue option. You have to successfully maneuver a challenge to get there. Tension is then greatly enhanced, since that challenge is something you can mess up. While I wouldn't try to suggest that any single mechanic can make games universally better, this is something I'd like to see more games try and implement. Having the outcome of a story or side quest being based on how you perform in a precise gameplay moment takes even fuller advantage of the medium, since it's a deeper intertwining of narrative and gameplay. All that's left now is to clean up what we missed in the Cathedral Ward. It's fairly enjoyable going around and opening all these gates, but it's nothing remarkable, and I've said almost everything I want to say about this area, so I'm going to use this as an opportunity to talk about something unrelated to what's happening on screen. The healing system employed in FromSoft's games have consistently fallen into one of two categories. There's the consumable style healing, which is what Bloodborne falls into, and the Estus style healing. Blood vials do have a handful of unique merits, especially when you take lore into consideration, but I ultimately feel that Estus is the superior system for a few reasons. One of the smaller issues is that blood vials can be frustrating for new players, since this is a game where you die a lot, and dying a lot means running out of healing items and having to grind for more. I'm generally of the opinion that grinding should be kept to a minimum wherever possible, and it doesn't mesh well with boss fights especially, since having to pause your attempts to go stuck up on vials again feels like a halt in your momentum. That isn't my main gripe with how they work though. The biggest flaw I see in Bloodborne's combat system is that it allows you to get away with too many mistakes, and blood vials are a big reason for that. Estus flask charges were a precious resource in Dark Souls 1 because gaps between bonfires could be pretty long, while your healing charges were pretty limited, especially in the early game. Trying to stretch those charges as long as possible was pretty necessary, since a single mistake means a lot when you only have enough healing to rectify 5 or 10 of them. Blood vials are replenishable while you're out on the field though. There's common enemies in nearly every area with a chance to drop them. This is something you can take advantage of if you're a bit strategic about when to heal. If I get hit by an enemy before killing them, I intentionally heal up before looting them, since that way there's a chance of immediately replenishing whatever blood vials I just used, effectively coming out of the encounter without having lost anything. Combine all of this with the fact that you start with 20 out of the gate, and you start to realize that you have a lot of chances to make mistakes. In other words, blood vials make the game a lot easier than Estus does, grinding notwithstanding. To be fair, the rallying system is also partially to blame for this, but getting hit and retaliating appropriately is a greater expression of skill than getting hit and walking away to heal, even if only a little. Rallying also opens up some interesting potential for boss fights that blood vials don't. We've already seen that with Father Gascoigne. To be clear, I don't think that difficulty automatically makes a game better, just that it's something to be embraced in certain contexts. Demon Souls being difficult is arguably why FromSoft is so successful in the first place. It was released at a time when large budget games were straying away from high difficulty, and even though Demon Souls eventually became a commercial success, those market trends never really went away. Difficulty has always been a big way that FromSoft sets itself apart from other AAA developers, and as large budget games have become more homogenized over the years, preserving that distinctiveness is important. There is an argument to be made that lighter punishments actually work for Bloodborne, since it focuses heavily on artistic, experiential moments, and high difficulty can distract from that larger purpose. Sometimes you're too focused on the challenge right in front of you to step back and look at the big picture. Demon Souls and Dark Souls prove that you can have both though, and as I mentioned back at the beginning of Central Yharnam, high difficulty augments an oppressive world much more than it hinders it. With all of these considerations in mind, Estus preserves an important aspect of these games better than blood vials do, and doesn't come with some of the mild nuisances like grinding or purchasing them. Perhaps there's an alternative system that offers a better balance of punishing mistakes while still being lore appropriate, but there is some room for improvement with blood vials that keeps them from reaching that level. There's just one last thing I'd like to say about Cathedral Ward before wrapping up. Even though Odin Chapel is the safe place that you should send people to properly continue their quests, I have a suspicion that FromSoft wanted players to send at least one NPC to Yosefka's clinic, and they pulled some strings to increase the odds of that happening. There are two NPCs in this area that you can round up, Ariana and the Skeptical Man. The Skeptical Man is the weird one because, unlike every other NPC, he goes to the opposite location of wherever you tell him. This comes off to me as if this guy's only purpose is to increase the odds that a player will get to see what happens if they send someone to Yosefka. Even if you do successfully get him to the chapel, he doesn't give any kind of reward and he never moves anywhere else. That's the end of his quest. If they're going to trick you into sending someone to the clinic, it may as well be the guy that doesn't give you anything. If I'm right, it's not something I'm super fond of. While their intention did have some merit, since discovering the fate of Yosefka's patients is surprising in its own way, those kinds of things feel much more impactful when it's your own mistake to make. That kind of interference can have some negative consequences, especially in a game as cryptic as this. Players might lose their trust in the game and start giving answers to other NPCs that they wouldn't normally give, stripping away the authenticity and careful thought that their answers would normally have. While that is admittedly a harsh interpretation in this particular circumstance, it's something worth thinking about in general whenever a developer wants to pull a fast one on the player. Now that we're a few bosses in, I think it's pretty self-evident that the presentation of Bloodborne's bosses is one of the game's most consistent strong suits, so I'm sure I don't need to tell you that the introduction to Vicar Amelia is a great cutscene. The long lead-in as you climb the stairs to the Grand Cathedral builds up a great sense of anticipation that pays off with the shocking and grotesque transformation she undergoes into a beast. Since the presentation is as good as ever, I'll use Vicar Amelia as an opportunity to talk about combat some more, specifically one of its flaws that I think she makes apparent. Your raw options in Bloodborne are actually pretty limited. You have moving, attacking, two types of dodges, and shooting your gun, though boss fights are often more limited than that since the gun isn't useful if parrying doesn't work. Having simple combat isn't a problem on its own, but it does make it hard for special encounters to feel special when they rely so heavily on those limited options. Bosses have to work within the confines of that limited moveset, and a lot of the time they do this with some kind of non-conventional challenge. Hemwick and Rom are kind of weird, Shadows of Yharnam is a gang fight, Amygdala's got some unusual stuff, things like that. That's why I'm often in favor of gimmick fights in the first place. Shaking things up keeps fighting interesting since combat by itself is pretty basic. That's what I meant in the Chalice Dungeons section when I said that combat alone can't sustain a ton of content. I think Amelia puts this topic in the spotlight since she's a pretty bog-standard dodge and punish affair. Generic is usually how I think of her. Fighting her isn't much different to how you've been fighting regular enemies up to this point. You fight executioners by dodging appropriately and striking back, you fight scourge beasts by dodging appropriately and striking back, and you fight Amelia by dodging appropriately and striking back. She just has you do it for longer. I understand that sounds like a reductive way of describing it, but I do have a hard time looking past just how samey she feels to a lot of other stuff. It's not a problem that manifests moment to moment, since fighting regular enemies is interspersed with exploration, talking to NPCs, and soaking in the level design. This is all essentially to say that moderation is important. There's plenty of opportunities to play with Bloodborne's combat outside of boss fights, so I think that the best use of boss fights is to provide something different to everything else. Even then, I think she pales a little bit to other non-gimmicky fights, since they tend to have more flair, or something more intangible like an allegory or really impactful lore to make them stand out. Her music is just the same as Cleric Beast, her design is even kind of Cleric Beast-like. It's just hard to find something about her that makes her special. Part of the reason why I hold this opinion about Vicar Amelia and other bosses like her is probably because I don't think combat is what makes Bloodborne special to begin with. Not to sound like a broken record, but atmosphere and setting are the things it does uniquely well among other games like it, whereas Souls-like combat has largely been more derivative. There's dozens of Souls-likes out there that we can all play if we want similar combat, but it's hard to find other titles that have such a sharp focus on a bleak, immersive Lovecraft experience. If I did have to pinpoint something about Amelia that gives her some variety, I would say it's her healing move. I believe she's the only boss in the game that can heal herself, at least outside of Chalice Dungeons, and that at least has some unique counterplay since Numbing Mist can be used to stop it. Unfortunately, she never used it in my attempts fighting her, so I can't show it off. It's a decent idea, but unlike, say, the poison with BSB, her healing doesn't really alter how you fight her, it just prolongs it if you don't have the right item. With all that in mind, I mostly just get excited for Vicar Amelia because of the things immediately preceding and following her fight. Her intro cutscene is fantastic, and the next phase of the game that starts after killing her is important, but the fight itself isn't anything particularly special. Touching the skull after killing Vicar Amelia triggers an important point of no return. As you defeat certain bosses, the time of night will progress to later stages, which can impact the world in various ways. Entering the Cathedral Ward after killing Gascoigne was the first time this happened, but it's much more noticeable after you kill Amelia, since the sun sets completely and some enemy behaviors are slightly different. Despite not showing anything grotesque or disturbing, I found this to be one of the more chilling cutscenes in the whole game, which very well might have been their intention given how cryptic it is. Though this is a conversation that you don't take any part in, it still imparts a philosophical warning that was important enough for them to dedicate an entire cutscene just to say it. Every other cutscene in this game, and the entire series I believe, features the player character. This is the only time I could think of where it snaps to a completely different context entirely. In a sense, this conditions you to feel a bit more intimately connected to every cinematic, so even though this isn't a conversation that you're taking part in, it still feels like he's relaying his cautionary advice onto you. Master Willem is only directly speaking to Lawrence, but anyone with a connection to the church or the Hunt would do well to hear his words. It's a little unnerving listening to someone who knows something that you don't speak with that kind of conviction, and that should make his adage all the more resonant in anyone curious about the bigger picture of what Yharnam has gone and currently is going through. With the night upon us, we'll head to the optional areas I haven't gotten to yet. Hemwick Charnel Lane is a pretty simple area, but I like it quite a bit. While you can complete it as soon as you gain access to the main part of Cathedral Ward, I've intentionally delayed it until after Vicar Amelia just to show off everything it has to offer. If you come here after triggering the time change to night, and with at least 15 insight, these phantom enemies known as Mad Ones will spawn as you explore. They're considerably tougher than anything else in the area thanks to a larger HP pool and unpredictable attack animations. They're a lot more jittery than most things, but thankfully they're quite susceptible to stun locks and parrying, so it isn't too bad. Personally, I welcome the added challenge since Hemwick is a bit easy without them. I really like the Mad One's inclusions because they're one of the few times that insight can have a significant and noticeable impact on your game. To recap, insight is kind of like a second currency that you gain when encountering bosses, using certain items, and entering certain areas. You don't lose it upon death, and it can be spent on some special items at a separate shop in the Hunter's Dream. From a lore perspective, it represents how much knowledge you've gained into the esoteric, inhuman happenings all over Yharnam. That's why having enough insight allows you to see things like the Mad Ones. The more insightful you are, the more the true nature of the world is revealed to you. I think Insight had a lot of missed potential, and it's a bit of a shame that they didn't do more with it. One way that it could be looked at is as a refinement of the World Tendency system from Demon's Souls. For those that haven't played it, World Tendency would change areas in various ways depending on certain actions that you took. It ranged on a spectrum from white to black. Doing noble deeds like killing bosses or invaders would push World Tendency in the white direction, and things like killing friendly NPCs or dying under certain conditions would push World Tendency in the black direction. Depending on which side you were on, the game would be easier or harder, and certain areas or items would become available or unavailable. Credit where credit is due, World Tendency was a novel idea, and can be appreciated for that alone, but that doesn't mean it couldn't have been done better. Insight already addresses one problem with it, which was that achieving the right World Tendency to do things you wanted was sometimes very obtuse. Without consulting external resources, it was hard to get a grip on how to appropriately manage your World Tendency and what it was actually affecting. Playing online obfuscated this even more, since in the original release, connecting to the servers would push your world tendency towards a global average, which basically meant that it was changing with no influence from you. Insight is easier to understand at a glance since it's just a discrete number, and players could immediately tell what events were influencing it. But even with that information, it still isn't something that you can just change on a whim. Spending it on items or armor is often useful, but getting it back is fairly restrictive, since boss fights and Madman's knowledges aren't easy to come by, making it something you have to manage. Unfortunately, carefully managing it doesn't really matter, since, as I mentioned earlier, insight doesn't affect your game very much, so in that regard it's a regression from world tendency. Don't get me wrong, the few things it does are quite interesting, and very thematically appropriate. One of my favorites is that having more insight lowers your resistance to the frenzy status condition. Spawning unique enemies like the Mad Ones is also a good start, but if it was taken a step further, it could have added a whole lot to the game. For instance, if they had an influence on certain quest lines, it could improve them for similar reasons why I lauded the Hemwick fight. Quest outcomes would be further tied to your gameplay in the moment. For an example of what I mean, let's say that having enough insight could reveal to you that Gilbert is on the verge of beasthood. Maybe with that knowledge you could do something to save him, or even grant him a mercy killing if you want to spare him from a tragic fate. I'd also be open to the idea of having enough insight giving you access to new areas, or already existing areas at earlier times, which could provide the game with a huge amount of replay value since it would open up more non-linear progression. If that would be too much, sprinkling in more profound auditory and visual changes would at least make things a little more dynamic. The only major visual change that Insight gives is revealing the amygdalas that are watching over Cathedral Ward if you manage to reach 40 insights before the next moon phase. Things like that are also fantastic, but again, they're few and far between. I don't count any of this as a major strike against the game, since the few things Insight does do still enhance the overall experience. I just see it as being underutilized overall. Anyway, now that we're in Hemwick proper, I should probably talk about the actual area. I don't have a whole lot to say since, like I mentioned earlier, it's a very simple level, but that works a lot in its favor. I get the impression that Hemwick was meant to be a change of pace from what you've been doing so far due to its layout and visual design. Unlike Central Yharnam, Cathedral Ward, and Old Yharnam, it's almost entirely linear, which means no branching paths and no twists and turns through a giant maze, making it very easy to navigate in comparison. It also looks much different since we're no longer in the city. As the name suggests, it's more of a decrepit road with a handful of village-esque houses scattered on the sidelines. Both of these things add some nice variety to a world that would start to feel a little bit samey around this point, so it's easy to appreciate Hemwick for the simple fact that it's different. For as great as Yharnam is, there's something to be said about spending an excessive amount of time in the same or similar areas. Part of the reason why layouts like Central Yharnam are able to stand out so much is because not everything in the game reaches that same level of complexity. The stress elicited by areas like that wouldn't be as strong if you felt it over the game's entire runtime, because then you'd get used to it. If the game had overindulged by making every area a maze-like labyrinth set in an oppressive gothic city, I would probably view Bloodborne a lot differently. Oversaturation can turn even the best features into something unremarkable in the grand scheme of things, so they were wise to avoid that in their level design. Given that it doesn't test your navigation skills, Hemwick can be summed up as a long string of combat encounters against a lot of different enemies. I think this might be the area with the highest number of different enemy types in the whole game. If you count the introduction stretch, Hemwick has you fighting rifle huntsmen, hunting dogs, mad ones, the various grave women, brick trolls, carrion crows, wheelchair huntsmen, and executioners. That's 8 enemy types all consolidated in a relatively small level. Given the sheer variety, I took this as an opportunity to play around with different weapons, which is why I've equipped the Kirkhammer for some of these encounters. While we're on the subject, I should mention that aside from the Hunter's Axe and the Saw Spear, this playthrough was the first time I tried using the weapons that I did. I usually opt for skill weapons, but I just wanted to try something different this time around, so I went for a Strength Arcane build, which I've never done before. If you see me playing unoptimally or making stupid mistakes with my weapons or the hunter tools, that'll be why. I didn't have any experience with them before this. Trick weapons are one of my favorite additions to Bloodborne, partially because they help alleviate some of the simple combat problems I outlined earlier. All weapons handle very differently despite your limited attack options thanks to a variety in animation speeds and attack types. Best of all, they're excellently balanced in the sense that no weapon is completely unviable, so it's a matter of exploring different options and finding one that feels suitable for you. For instance, one of the reasons I've grown fond of the Kirk Hammer is because the untransformed R2 is a really fast option for a thrusting attack, which does really well against enemies I struggle with like the Brainsuckers since they're weak to thrust damage. I think that emphasis on personal preference is a large part of why people in the Bloodborne community identify so strongly with their favorite weapons. Limited upgrade materials and the lack of a respec option means that you're probably going to stick with the same handful of weapons for an entire run, so it's worth your time to find one that's suitable for you. In addition to the streamlining of stats and armor, this means that trick weapons are really the core of your build. Every stat investment you make is going to depend on which weapons you're using for that playthrough. While this sounds restrictive at a glance, it worked out very well. It ends up lending a lot of replayability, since if you want to try out a completely different weapon type, you're going to have to make a new character or do New Game Plus to spec into it. This works in tandem with the more subtle intricacies of how each trick weapon works. Some really good attacks might only be available in certain combo strings, some enemies might be more easily stunned by certain attack types, some are more resistant. There's a lot more stuff you can dig into than it initially seems. Those intricacies mean that you can feasibly take an entire playthrough to get fully comfortable with a single trick weapon anyway, so starting a new game to try one out isn't much of a problem. An easy way to summarize trick weapons is that they took an approach of fewer options with more depth rather than more options with less depth like in the other games. It's another one of those things that makes Bloodborne uniquely enjoyable. They're mechanically interesting while also having a level of creativity that's in line with the setting. The Witch of Hemwick is won through observation. She's invisible until you get up close, so you have to monitor the area until she uses a move that reveals her location, run up to her, then attack until she teleports away. It sounds monotonous, and that is a fair criticism once you learn the trick, but the tedium is at least partially alleviated by the regular summoning of mad ones throughout the arena, which you can just kill normally. Managing these waves of enemies while still trying to keep your eyes on the witches makes it an enjoyable enough fight in my book. The death fakeout and respawn mechanic is also a decent trick. The fight starts with only one boss health bar, but there's actually two Witches of Hemwick lurking in the arena. The second one's bar just doesn't show up until the first one is dead, and if you don't kill both witches fast enough in succession, they respawn with about 20% of their health remaining. Fortunately, this is a pretty easy thing to work around. It's just a matter of getting both witches low enough so that when you kill one, you can kill the other with just one or two more teleport cycles to prevent that respawn from happening. It further plays into the management component of the fight. You want to keep both witches alive until you can finish both of them off quickly, but delay it too long and the mad ones can easily snowball out of your control. Something that Bloodborne's gimmick fights do pretty well in general is that, despite their quirks, they always rely on core mechanics. Something like the Bed of Chaos in Dark Souls made you do something that the game wasn't built for. You had to use awkward platforming and clunky movement to win, but here you're still just running, attacking, and controlling the camera as you always have. On a mechanical level, it still works entirely within the constraints of what Bloodborne was designed to do. Instead, the challenge is mostly taking place outside of the game itself. Between the invisibility, the mad ones, and the respawning, it's testing your observational skills and ability to manage several moving parts at once. And I like it for that. It's a gimmick fight that doesn't intrude on how you're used to playing the game. Every gimmick fight in Bloodborne follows this same kind of philosophy, and that goes a long way in making them more fun. It's by no means the most exhilarating thing in the game, but the Witch of Hemwick is a good gimmick idea with solid enough implementation all around. We'll now be doing the first and shorter visit to Yahar'gul by getting killed by one of the aforementioned snatchers. This section is usually referred to as the Hypogean Jail to differentiate it from the larger Yahar'gul visit you have a lot later, but personally I always view it as more or less the same area, since it's just something you can open up out of sync if you so choose. I have a couple nitpicks regarding the first segment of the jail when you wake up in your prison cell and explore the surrounding area. First off, I think the concept of being captured and imprisoned would have worked a lot better if you actually had to work for your escape. Your cell door isn't even locked, so you can just wake up, exit your prison, and take the lamp out of the area if you're so inclined, which doesn't lend well to being taken to an unknown portion of the city. You aren't actually confined here at all, it's really easy to just walk away. It would be a lot more sensible and impactful if you had to figure out how to escape instead of freedom just being handed to you. Even a short puzzle to find a key or fighting your way out through some enemies would have been enough to make it feel like an actual jail. As it stands now, it's just kind of bizarre that you were kidnapped only to be thrown in an unlocked, unguarded jail cell, and that makes your capture feel largely inconsequential. My other little complaint is with Adela here. I dislike her encounter for somewhat similar reasons. Adela is the last NPC we can send off to the Odin Chapel. She's a nun with the Healing Church, so she'll only trust you if you speak to her wearing an armor set associated with the church. Adela was brought here by a snatcher just like you, but evidently she was able to waltz out of her jail cell to hide in this corner over here. Additionally, if you tell her to go to the Odin Chapel, she'll just show up completely unharmed on your next reload, which doesn't make any sense given that Yahar'gul is still completely sealed off from the Cathedral Ward. If that was the only problem, I'd be willing to write it off as video game logic, but when compounded with the prison cell oddities, the whole thing just feels a little bit too sloppy for my liking. It requires too much suspension of disbelief, which is a little bit detrimental in a game that immerses you so much otherwise. When you emerge from the prison cells to fight the snatchers in the area, it'll become apparent that some of the enemies here are scaled beyond what you would usually be fighting at this point in the game. The jail, and the larger area of Yahar'gul, is one of the last areas in the base game, but it's been made accessible at this early mid-game point, which can make it a pretty big challenge. Opening up content out of order like this can be risky since unaware players might be put off by the spike in difficulty, and using difficulty to gatekeep optional content can trigger a frustrating sense of FOMO a lot of the time. One way to make sure that it's worth the player's time is to give them some nice extrinsic rewards to help offset that difficulty, and in turn give them a noticeable advantage once they return to the intended progression path. This is one of the things that I think the jail does pretty well. If you can manage to make it through, you get a lot of twin bloodstone shards, which are the next upgrade materials. Having a +4 to +6 weapon isn't really necessary until around the Forbidden Woods, but if you do the jail early enough, you can get one before you even fight Vicar Amelia. Hemwick also provides a decent amount of twin shards, but if you want to bring your weapon all the way to +6 before the woods, you're gonna have to do both areas. Upgrade materials are one of the most elegant rewards for these areas, since they're useful no matter what build you're doing. In the previous games, it wasn't so uncommon to get rewarded with something that you just wouldn't be able to use. Getting, say, greatswords or heavy armor sets or whatever would be pretty useless for anyone doing a spellcasting run. Twin bloodstone shards will be useful to everyone no matter what though, so doing Hemwick and Yahar'gul early is never a waste of time on your run. Yahar'gul is also just a nice example of how to effectively reuse an area. From a developer's perspective, reusing an area can be appealing since you get more value out of your work that way. The obvious risk you run by doing so, though, is that players will get bored of exploring the same area twice in a row. It's very easy for reused areas to come off as padding depending on how they're used. There's a few reasons why Yahar'gul avoids falling into that. First off, coming here the first time is completely optional, which buys them some leniency when it comes to reusing it later. It's hard to argue that the first visit is padding when you can just skip it entirely. Players that want to get the extra items can do that, and players who don't care are free to ignore it. Another reason is that this place goes through some significant visual and structural changes when you come back since it's during a different moon phase, and the enemy layouts have been completely overhauled by that point. pretty much every enemy here will be replaced with a different version that's more suitable for the second go-around, and it makes it feel significantly less repetitive. Remixing enemy placements in a repeat area is more work on the part of the developers, but I imagine it's still significantly easier than building a whole new level from the ground up, which makes it a very nice solution if you're worried that players will find the repeated visit a bit of a chore. There's a lot of games that have proven just how successful remixed enemy placements can be in general, so I'd say it's a great way of enhancing replayability. For me personally, a testament to the jail's strength is that when I came back here on my first playthrough, it took me a while to actually realize that I was in the same area again because the atmosphere and aesthetic were so different. Realizing that it was just one chunk of a larger area was a cool moment and helped conceal the fact that I had already been there. I prefer not to summon for boss fights since it usually turns them into pushovers, but I wanted to do so at least once for this playthrough just to show the game off to its fullest. Even though I don't typically use them, I like that NPC hunter summons are a feature in the game. It's simply a cool feeling to watch yourself team up with another hunter and take out an enemy together, but there's more to it than that. Having summons for NPC hunters ensures that no players are missing out on features if they can't play online. When the PlayStation 4 came out, Sony began to charge for online play, which unfortunately meant that summoning and invading were suddenly locked behind a paywall. Given how those features were originally designed in an environment where online was free, it wouldn't surprise me if some designers at FromSoft were put off by Sony's decision when it was announced. Miyazaki has spoken before on why online is important to him, so it's a shame that a business decision he had no control over compromised a special feature of his team's game. That's mostly why I support the inclusion of NPC summons conceptually. It preserves the designer's vision a little bit, since it's not something that another company can inadvertently muck with down the line. Anyway, Darkbeast Parl is somewhat comparable to Amelia for me in the sense that it's a standard flailing beast without many tricks beyond that, so I'm not a huge fan, but I will give it credit for one thing. It's the first boss that shows why fighting without lock-on can be advantageous. Darkbeast Parl has a very lanky body. His limbs are always more accessible to hit since his torso hangs too high off the ground for some attacks, but the only lock-on points on this boss are on his torso or on his head. This makes the lock-on a little bit restrictive, since it targets the points that you don't necessarily want to be targeting. Parl also has a tendency to run around a lot, which can give the camera some unpredictable behavior while you're locked on, which can make it even more frustrating. Some people will argue that a boss having finicky lock-on is an inherent flaw, but I disagree. It helps to think of lock-on as a tool rather than a necessity. Nothing in the game says that you must use lock-on, and having played the game without lock-on a fair bit, I'm confident in saying that it's often just as feasible as playing with it. One isn't better or worse than the other, they just have their own pros and cons that are worth considering for a given encounter. When you're fighting locked, all your attacks will be launched in the direction that you're facing, but fighting unlocked gives you more precision since you can aim your attacks by holding the analog stick as the animation is coming out. This has plenty of applications, and I actually prefer fighting unlocked most of the time since you have that level of control over where you're attacking. That's why you might have seen me fighting unlocked several times before this. In Parl's case, this lets you deal damage a lot more reliably, since you can focus the legs rather than going for the awkwardly positioned torso or head. The other advantage, or side grade depending on how you look at it, is that pressing the dodge button when unlocked lets you roll, whereas pressing it locked on does the step dodge. Once again, both can have their applications. Rolling has more distance but comes out slower, whereas dodging is shorter but comes out faster. Rolling can be nice against Parl since I find that the extra distance helps you escape some attacks easier, namely the large lightning AoE he charges up after tucking his head in. None of this really addresses the problem of him having a pretty basic moveset, but nevertheless I wanted to acknowledge that fighting him this way is rewarded. Personally, I just remember Parl as the first boss that was a major roadblock for me. I didn't find many of Bloodborne's bosses super difficult, but Parl easily put me into double-digit deaths my first time. Defeating Parl unlocks a route back to Old Yharnam, which is one of the few instances in the game where levels connect to each other in unexpected ways, so opening the door is a cool moment. More importantly though, this lets us revisit Jura and conclude his questline, since finding Parl will turn him friendly. I don't really know why that is, but that's how he works. I didn't mention it earlier because this isn't fully explained until you finish his quest, but the reason Jura is still in Old Yharnam to begin with is to protect the beasts that remain here. Witnessing what he and the powder kegs did to the city left him with a sense of guilt and disillusionment with beast hunting practices, so he opted to stay and stop other hunters from entering and wreaking the same havoc that he did. He makes it a point to remind you that the beasts you hunt were people at some point in their lives, and I suppose that, as someone who witnessed the horrors of transformation firsthand, that's why he can't bear to see them so mindlessly slaughtered. This is what ultimately decides his quest outcome. If you agree to spare the beasts of Old Yharnam, he'll befriend you, but if not, he'll become permanently hostile. This is a decision that you actually have to commit to, since if Jura sees you kill a beast after agreeing to spare them, he'll turn on you for being a liar and become permanently hostile that way. It's easy to look at Jura's fight and hate him for how ridiculous it is, but personally, I can't feel that way about him since no other NPC is as compassionate as he is. Pretty much every character in Bloodborne is morally gray at best, but Jura shows a little bit more sensitivity than everyone else, and that kind of thing makes me like him. Enough to spare him the fate of jumping off a roof anyway. Jura is also more important than he may initially seem, since along with Aileen, he used to dream just like you. The lore specifics on what it means to enter the hunter's dream or not are pretty unclear, but at the very least there's a sense of camaraderie when you meet other hunters who are in the same situation that you are. Dreaming prevents you from dying in the waking world, which Jura seems keenly aware of, so it's nice to have something that you can relate to him on. That concludes all the optional stuff we can do for now, which means we're ready to get back on track and continue on the main path to the Forbidden Woods. Entering the Forbidden Woods feels like a pretty major turning point, because a lot of environmental and context clues suggest that you're getting closer to finding answers. Everything about Yharnam up to this point has just been a giant question mark, and every area has raised more questions than answers about the Healing Church and the source of this Lovecraftian nightmare and all that. The fact that the Forbidden Woods is sealed off from the public and only accessible by repeating a password that only church members could probably know, there's a sense that something dubious has happened here. There must be something important within the woods, and at the end of the woods, if the church went out of their way to block access to it. That was the leading thing on my mind going in anyway. My interpretation is that the Forbidden Woods was used as a place of experimentation for the Healing Church, and was the spot for them to dump any of their unsuccessful tests away from the public eye. The White Church set, an armor set worn by church doctors that can be found later in the level, reads that, quote, "These doctors are superiors to the Black Preventative Hunters and specialists in experimentally backed blood ministration and the Scourge of the Beast. They believe that medicine is not a means of treatment, but rather a method for research, and that some knowledge can only be obtained by exposing oneself to sickness." This is pretty cut-and-dry evidence that the Healing Church resorted to human experimentation in order to better understand blood ministration. It seems likely that these experiments involved intentionally triggering beasthood in their test subjects, given that the armor set notes that the White Church Garb hunters believed in exposing people to sickness. That could also explain some of the enemy types found in the area. For example, later on you can find a Snatcher, so maybe some Snatchers brought people here instead of the Unseen Village, and those people became the unfortunate test subjects of the Healing Church's experiments, turning them into the same huntsmen you found around central Yharnam. Another sign of these experiments is what seem to be failed test subjects in certain areas of the woods. Something I never noticed until this playthrough actually, is that the giants in the underground swamp later on are the same types of creatures as the church giants in the Cathedral Ward. The ones here have just been stripped of their weapons and clothing. I suspect that means that those enemy types were created by the Healing Church, and the only ones that came out reasonably coherent or capable were kept around to actually fight you. Given how abnormal they look, I think that's a possible explanation of their origin. The only other theory I've seen thrown around for those guys is that they came from the Chalice Dungeon tombs, since they somewhat resemble the Pthumerians, but I think I buy into the horrific creation idea a bit more, since they can also drop blue elixirs, an item stated to be the results of strange healing church experiments. Between this, the Scourge of Old Yharnam, and a number of other events, it obviously paints the healing church in a pretty bad light. I wouldn't say there are any good guys in Bloodborne's story, but I think they're the closest thing we have to an antagonist faction, since a lot of what you're dealing with is the fallout of their actions. If nothing else, they're the hardest ones to sympathize with, since everything they did is so morally indefensible. The makeup of the Forbidden Woods also demonstrates that they wanted to keep people out of the area, indicated by the password at the beginning and the traps found early on. Traps have been conspicuously absent in the game until now, perhaps because they don't fit in as well in a Victorian city compared to a medieval kingdom, but I'm glad to see they've been implemented in a place that I think mostly makes sense. The Forbidden Woods is a much more undeveloped settlement compared to the city, so they resort to some more primitive means of defense like these one-time traps. I suppose there's another advantage of injecting a wider variety of environments. They can allow you to implement some more level design quirks that might only make sense in certain contexts. The placement of the first spike log trap is also smart since it's immediately after the lamp. Players aren't prepared for that kind of thing since they haven't seen it so far, so if you end up taking a surprise death to it, you're right next to a respawn point, so the punishment is minimal. Beyond that point, the traps aren't as deadly anyway. It's mostly just a few surprise pitfalls, so nothing is overly frustrating to play around. One of the hidden paths around the village area will take you to our good old friend Patches. Patches is always an interesting encounter for anyone who's played the other Souls games, since he's a recurring character, and it's fun to see him for that familiarity, but I have mixed feelings about his inclusion in Bloodborne. Patches is another one of those things that seems to keep showing up just out of tradition. I like Patches' character, he has a lot of quirks and he's entertaining and all that, but the thing with him is that if you've played the other games, you always know what you're in for whenever he shows up. You know that he's going to lure you somewhere and shove you off a cliff. His side quest is predictable, and I enjoyed a lot of side quests in Bloodborne specifically because they were unpredictable. You never know how an NPC is going to end up. The world is so hostile towards you and them, and unraveling those mysteries is a big part of the appeal. Obviously, that tension is lost, at least a little bit, when you know roughly the character's plotline ahead of time. It's kind of like how a joke gets less funny the more you repeat it. I don't feel like Patches provides much other than his standard gags. The mystery aspect of Bloodborne's quests is a big part of what keeps them interesting, and that's something that naturally gets a bit compromised by his familiarity. A bit past Patches' house is the poison swamp I mentioned earlier. There's not a whole lot to this place other than the aforementioned church giants, plus some of the leech worm enemies that are really annoying to fight. Going back to my healing church experimentation thing from earlier, I think it's possible that this is where the dangerous byproducts of their experiments started to accumulate. Considering that they would have had to bring some diseases here to make people sick, the swamp provides a convenient place to dump it all thanks to its secluded location. Much like the door from Darkbeast Parle to Old Yharnam, this is another time that the game implements an unexpected connection between levels, only this one feels a little more notable to me since there's a much larger gap between when you find the locked gate and when you figure out how to unlock it. The ladder from this cave takes you all the way back to the beginning of the game in Central Yharnam. It unlocks a gate that was pretty much right beside the sick room where you first woke up. If players had noticed that locked door when they first started, it's one of those things that can linger in the back of your mind as you're playing. At the very least, the door is easy to remember since it's placed at such a pivotal location, so when you make the unexpected arrival back here, you get one of those oh-so-satisfying click moments of the pieces falling into place, and that's always an exciting thing in its own right. The obvious downside to these connections is that they aren't really practical. Outside of when you first discover them, there's never any reason to use them again since fast travel is always more efficient, and you never have to tread this particular pathway again anyway. The game was made with fast travel in mind, so it's hardly surprising that these shortcuts aren't useful. It's just a bit of a shame that the player can't ever leverage them outside of the initial discovery. Aside from that, Iosefka's clinic can be a really memorable moment because of the important revelations you can make here. Up until this point, Iosefka's intentions were pretty ambiguous, especially since she was so guarded about letting you into her clinic, but at this point there's no question that she's nefarious. When you enter the section of the clinic she's hiding in, she threatens to fight you if you don't leave, and walking far enough up the stairs will turn her hostile. For the uninitiated, the Iosefka you've been speaking to isn't the original Iosefka. After you first enter the Cathedral Ward, an imposter kills her and takes over her clinic, and it's the imposter who's been asking you to send people to her this whole time. If you talk to her through the door before that point, she doesn't give you any quest, you just get the original Iosefka wishing you luck on the hunt. When you take that into account, I think this meeting is framed really well since it plays into the true nature of who Iosefka is. It makes sense that this imposter goes to great lengths to make sure she isn't seen. If anyone were to find out she's a fake, her whole operation would be ruined unless she killed them, so she stays out of sight unless you commit to fighting her. It also builds intrigue for the player since it means you have no idea what you could be dealing with. You don't know what she looks like, you don't know what weapon she has, you don't even really know if she's human. And she's clearly not going to volunteer those answers, so to the player, you basically have to decide now if you're willing to let those things go. Of course, you actually can find out what she looks like without fighting her later on, but you don't know that at this point, so the questions still linger. The other big revelation you can make here is discovering that any NPCs you've sent here have been turned into aliens, a fact that you would have been blissfully unaware of until now. The original Iosefka has been turned into one by the imposter as well, so you'll always find at least one here. The implication is that the imposter wanted you to send people here so that she could perform experiments on them, and it's those experiments that turn them into this new form. It's a very twisted discovery to make, especially since there's no more friendly NPCs that you can save. I suspect that Iosefka's clinic was strategically placed so that by the time you arrive, it's already too late to realize that you shouldn't have been sending people here, and I think that was the right call. Part of what made that decision meaningful at all is that you had no way of knowing that one of the choices was getting people killed. You would have been right to be suspicious, but there was nothing that could have made you 100% certain. If you were prompted sometime after this to send someone to the chapel or the clinic, it would be obvious that the chapel is the right choice, which removes pretty much all tension from the decision in the first place. Discovering that you've retroactively screwed up without any means of fixing it is why this moment is impactful at all, and facing those permanent consequences is integral to Sidequests in this game, so I'm glad that by the time you get here, it's too late to do anything about it. There is one NPC coming up very soon that you can still send somewhere, but he's a bit of an anomaly and his placement soon after the clinic feels equally intentional. I'll talk more about it shortly when we get there. That's all there is to Iosefka for now, so we're ready to continue back on through the woods. The next big thing of interest in the Forbidden Woods is the short little cannon section where you have to make your way up a path using some rickety houses as cover. It's not very long, but it's another environmental hazard you have to watch out for, and I always find little sections like this enjoyable since you have to employ some out-of-combat problem solving to get through them unscathed. In this case, your best bet is to use houses for cover and approach the cannon between shots, or try to sprint straight for the cannon operator and let the cannonballs fly over your head. Moments like this feel a little bit reminiscent of tabletop RPGs, where you often have to account for your environment much more often. Strategically finding cover and exploiting the cannon's trajectory are exactly things that a real adventurer might come up with to escape alive, and rewarding that mindset in a game like this is always a nice little reminder of where the genre's roots come from. Personally, I think this is something that Demon's Souls and Dark Souls excel at much more, and Bloodborne might have even benefited from including a few more obstacles like this, but nevertheless, some outside-the-box thinking is always welcome once in a while. Much like the traps from earlier, it also feels like a technology suited for the Forbidden Woods more so than in the city. Continuing onwards, entering the windmill marks roughly the halfway point of the Forbidden Woods, and it's here where the enemies start to change. The first snake humanoid monster is another good example of the game introducing an enemy in a memorable way. The setting immediately establishes that you're about to see something different, since the windmill is a lot creepier than the rest of the woods. Then when you walk up to fight it, it goes through a really grotesque transformation that I don't think anyone could have seen coming. It's clear that they put some care into introducing unique enemies in a special way like this, earlier with the brainsucker in the alley and now the snake human. It's a means of establishing what the biggest threats in an upcoming area will be, and helps to make sure that the player will be more prepared since you get a nice one-on-one area to learn them. This snake human in particular is just very memorable to me, since seeing their transformation for the first time triggers a kind of fight-or-flight response that a lot of other enemies don't. The transformation alone would be freaky enough, but the dark environment elevates it into something very traditionally scary, and I enjoy it a lot for that. If you ascend to the top of the windmill, you find that NPC I was referring to back at Yosefka's clinic, a man aptly named the Suspicious Beggar. Normally, you have to be pretty discerning and careful with how you answer to people, since you don't know what their quests will lead to, but with this guy, it's hopefully very obvious that he's not someone you're supposed to trust. You find him hunched over a bunch of dead bodies, and the entire area is stained with fresh-looking blood. He also thanks you for killing an awful beast that was just here, which you obviously didn't do. Given that he comes pretty soon after Yosefka's clinic, I suspect that their goal with him was to make him so obviously suspicious that you'll either want to send him to the clinic, knowing he'll be turned into an alien, or just kill him outright. Both options give you the satisfaction of getting rid of an obviously nefarious character, and gives you a chance to break from the established correct choice so that you can explore some different outcomes. Personally, I think killing him directly is the more interesting route, since it lets you fight a unique enemy that you can only find in Chalice Dungeons otherwise. This is a pretty challenging fight if you just stick to the essentials, since it's in such a small space, and the guy has a few wind effects on his attacks that have lingering hitboxes, but the game nudges you towards a decent workaround. There's a lot of poison knives you can pick up as you approach him, and it only takes one to inflict slow poison, which will deal a huge chunk of health as long as you can stay alive. It adds a nice layer to the fight where stalling him is now a viable strategy, and that kind of playstyle variety is welcome since it's rare to see a fight in this game where defensive play is rewarded. The more interesting discussion to be had is how items can and should factor into combat, since this is such a prominent example of them being useful. I think the nicer thing about how items are designed in this game is that they're never mandatory to beat a boss, they just provide advantages that you can use at your own discretion. Mandating the use of consumable items is always a tough sell, especially in such a difficult game like this one, since it opens the door for lots of grinding. At the same time, encouraging players to tap into their item reserves is a logical step given that developers go through the effort of implementing them in the first place. Making them optional but very helpful is probably the best compromise that allows for some self-moderation of the experience. Players that need the extra assistance can get it, and the players that don't are free to ignore it. In this particular instance, I think the poison knives are an important counterbalance, since the aberrant beast is considerably harder if you opt not to use them. He isn't egregiously unfair in the sense that beating him the old-fashioned way is certainly possible, but he can be awkward to dodge, and the small space means you run the risk of falling off, so personally I always go for the safe option. Soon after the windmill, you can open up the area's first shortcut and meet another friendly NPC. Okay, first off, if you're wondering why I smash him in the face with a fully charged attack in the middle of our conversation, it's because I put my controller down while talking to him and pressed down R2 by accident. Thankfully, Walter is a bro, so he doesn't get mad at me. Anyway, as a spiritual successor to the Souls series, Bloodborne has a few features that it brings over, and one of those features are covenants, essentially factions that you can join to get some unique bonuses. Walter has the first one we're encountering here as he invites you to join the League. In the interest of full disclosure, I should make it clear that I have very little experience with co-op and PvP in these games, so my perspective on this is fairly limited. I'm a little hesitant to offer a strong opinion on them because of that, but one mild criticism I would lay against Bloodborne is that some of the features it preserves from the other games feel superfluous, and covenants are one of them. I think covenants are an interesting concept for a number of reasons. Invasions are a very unique way of handling multiplayer, so I'm in favor of mechanics that make it more interesting, and choosing your covenant in the previous games can really matter since there are certain items or weapons that are tied to each covenant. The ability to level up covenants also incentivized picking one and sticking to it, which means that it isn't a choice you make lightly. There's a degree of commitment to make that decision more important and thus more engaging. Again, I can't speak much to the actual implementation of these things, but at the very least they strike me as good ideas. Unfortunately, Bloodborne does away with a lot of the ideas that made Covenants interesting. They function like Coril runes, except you can only equip a single Covenant rune at a time, so there is that element of choice, but the effects have been greatly diminished to a point where I question how much it matters. The effects they have are very mild, such as getting an extremely slight health boost with the League, something that I doubt matters much in a highly optimized PvP setting. You can also switch between them at any time with no penalty since there's no more leveling up, so really the choice isn't all that meaningful if you think about it. As far as I can tell, it's a pretty big downgrade to the system, simply because it isn't as fleshed out. Considering that a lot of the work that went into them was already done in the previous games, I can only assume that this came down to developer priorities. A lot of care was put into the main game, so I suppose multiplayer just took a backseat, which is why we got the Covenants that we did. While we're on the subject of superfluous features, I also wonder why weapon durability is still in the game, given how easy it is to ignore. The cost of repairing weapons is extremely low, and their durability depletes very slowly anyway. It only takes about 2 seconds to repair them, since you'll be accessing that menu in the Hunter's Dream all the time, so ultimately it isn't really something you have to think about much. Nothing about it reinforces any particular aspect of the game. It doesn't make it more atmospheric, it isn't punishing enough to significantly affect you, and it's barely even frustrating since it's so easy to alleviate. I suppose it's one of those things that maybe they brought over just out of tradition, and they maybe didn't have enough time to balance it. The second portion of the woods after the checkpoint feels markedly different from the first, and it's mostly this section that makes the woods one of the harder areas in the game to me. Part of what makes it so difficult mostly comes down to navigation. This is the only place in the game whose layout I still don't have down to memory, and even now I find myself getting lost in it really easily. The game is no stranger to complex level design, but the Forbidden Woods is probably the most extreme example, and I think it's because of how visually similar the entire thing looks throughout. It can be difficult to find your way because there's no easy landmarks that you can use as points of reference for where you've already been. For example, yeah, it's easy to get lost in central Yharnam, but when you open the gate back to the first lamp, you immediately realize where you are because that lamp is such an important waypoint that most players will probably remember. And once you find it, you have a rough idea in your head of where everything is relative to that waypoint. To illustrate it another way, imagine if you were plopped at a random point in central Yharnam and I told you to go find your way to the first lamp. Then imagine you were plopped at a random point in the Forbidden Woods, and I told you to go find the giant tombstone with snakes around it. My guess is that most of us would have a much easier time with the former than the latter. I have the route around Central Yharnam mapped out in my head clearly enough that I could probably do it without much trouble, but with the Forbidden Woods, I'd pretty much just guess everything based on feeling. It just has fewer visually distinct landmarks or familiar points that you can use to navigate, and that's all it takes for it to become very confusing. Everything is surrounded by trees, snakes, and more trees. Trying to retrace your steps can be really disorienting, since everything sort of just blends together so easily, and you'll be asking yourself, oh, have I been here already? Have I not? Is this new? Is this different? And stuff like that as you're navigating. This is also on top of it being one of the biggest levels in the game. It challenges your sense of direction more strenuously than any other area, and I've come to appreciate what that brings to the game overall. The end of the Forbidden Woods holds a very special location that, lore-wise, shouldn't be easy to access. Byrgenwerth has been set up as very elusive so far, and making the path to get there so demanding helps to sell it as a place of importance. Moreover, it's a reasonably realistic rendition of a twisted forest, since all that stuff is what can make navigating an actual forest dangerous. Realism doesn't make anything automatically better, but in cases like this I think it helps. The deeper you go into the woods, the greater sense of dread, because you know finding your way back to safety is getting harder and harder as you progress. Forest levels aren't anything new in games, but a lot of the time it's just a backdrop. It's not nearly as common to see those levels also be designed to be very hostile to the player in a way that a forest normally would be. It's hard for me to think of forests in other games where I feel as lost as I do with the Forbidden Woods. In fact, that might be the most compelling thing about it. No matter how many times I play Bloodborne, I always get lost in the Forbidden Woods at some point or another. The fact that it retains that unfamiliarity on subsequent playthroughs means that it avoids that kind of repetition you might find with simpler areas. Even for this playthrough, I found a small little nook in the area that I hadn't ever discovered before. It's where the Graveguard mask was. This was the first time I've ever ended up finding it. The fact that it manages to stay fresh, even having played the game so much, is a sign of a job well done. If you're a player that values convenience and traditional fun over all else, I don't imagine this will resonate with you very much, but at the very least, anyone who plays these games can probably attest that a slew of negative experiences moment to moment can still make for an overall positive experience in the end. The Forbidden Woods is basically that philosophy taken to an entire level, and putting players through that kind of hardship is a big part of what makes these games worthwhile in the first place. The Shadows of Yharnam are up next, and it's a pretty enjoyable fight, albeit one that I have some problems with. The fact that it's a battle against multiple enemies gives it that unique value add that I look for in every boss, but there are other bosses with multiple enemies in the arena, but this one is pretty much just about your pure combat ability. Sometimes gank fights in these games are a little uninspired, since they might just throw enemy types that you've already seen into an arena, and those enemy types don't always work very well together. Fortunately, each of the shadows has their own movesets that were designed from the start to work well together. There's one that focuses entirely on melee, one that uses ranged magic, and one that's kind of in between those two. This combination makes the fight feel a lot more dynamic. You have to be constantly moving around, since getting a favorable position can make the fight more manageable, whether that entails taking advantage of natural cover in the arena, or trying to lure shadows away to deal with them outside of the group, or something like that. Basically, you can never get too comfortable for too long, since there will always be another attack coming your way, and preparing for that can mean repositioning your camera, dodging away to reset positioning, so on and so on. The fight takes full advantage of the large arena thanks to all the movement that's happening, so that's a big plus. My only nitpick with them mechanically are some questionable cues for their attacks. Given that it's a 3-enemy gank fight, it's natural for some of the shadows to drift off screen for a time, and an important way to make sure that still feels fair is to have clear audio cues that can indicate when they're about to attack. Otherwise, the player is prone to being hit by something they had no way of preparing for. I find this mostly manifests with the long snake whip attack some of them can do during the later phases. The whips come out really fast and don't have very discernible sound effects, which can be really dangerous during that phase. I find the giant snake bites in the last phase can suffer from similar issues. What sticks out in my mind over that, though, is the fact that the Shadows of Yharnam don't really feel suited for the Forbidden Woods. They become regular enemies once you reach the Nightmare of Mensis, which is not usually something I'm personally a fan of, since it can retroactively make your achievement feel less impressive. In their defense, the boss version in the woods has the phase transition where they start summoning snakes, which leads to another little bit of insight into the game's development. Originally, these guys weren't going to be the area boss at all. Data miners have found that a snake boss was planned for the area, which would obviously be more in line with the enemy types we've been facing up to this point. I think that's a much more interesting concept than just taking some late-game enemies and modifying them to make them more boss-like. Snakes have been a big component of the Forbidden Woods' identity so far, and it's unfortunate that the boss fight couldn't fully capitalize on that. To their credit, the developers were wise not to let their work on that planned fight go to waste. The snake heads that the shadows can summon are actually just repurposed assets that were going to appear in the unfinished fight, so it was a resourceful move on their part to still have found a suitable use for them elsewhere. It helps alleviate this complaint a bit, since we're getting a glimpse of what could have been, but ultimately I still think a full-fledged snake boss would have been superior. If the game had a few extra months of development time, personally that's where I would have liked to see more resources go, especially since some work was already done with it. Overall, I don't think they're an ideal way to end the Forbidden Woods, but the Shadows of Yharnam are still decently fun in their own right, and it's a relief they turned out to be a pretty solid gank fight. They get a mildly enthusiastic thumbs up from me. Byrgenwerth will be another big turning point for the story, so before triggering that, I'd like to go back and do the 2 optional areas that have become available after the woods. Having the tonsil stone that Patches gives you will bring you to the lecture building if you let yourself get grabbed by one of the amygdala in the Cathedral Ward. For the most part, the amygdalas are a really big question mark since the game doesn't provide a lot of lore threads for us to delve into, but there are some observations we can make right now about how they behave and what their purpose might be. Amygdalas are actually everywhere throughout Yharnam, you just can't see them until you either finish Byrgenwerth or reach 40 insight. The obvious questions they raise are, why are there so many looming in Yharnam, and what are they actually doing here in the first place? Again, this is just conjecture, but I think of the amygdalas as a liaison between humans and Great Ones, and they flock to wherever some Great Ones are presiding like moths to a flame, and their job is to carry out some grunt work for them, so to speak. It's entirely possible that the Great Ones as a whole are an inquisitive bunch that want to learn more about humans, as the Moon Kuril rune states that they're actually sympathetic in spirit. However, many Great Ones are too complex for humanity to even perceive, let alone communicate with, so if the Great Ones wanted to learn more about us, they would benefit from some kind of vehicle to do so. The amygdalas make a pretty good candidate species to serve as that bridge, since they're on a level that humans can at least perceive and interact with. In scientific terms, it's been observed that organisms that reproduce faster are generally less biologically complex, which would support why we can interact with them in the first place. Their abundance indicates that they may not be as complex creatures as some of the other Great Ones. This would help explain a number of their behaviors. They passively, but intently watch over humanity because they're studying us for information that they can relay to the higher-ups. It also allows them to act as ferrymen that can bring people from the waking world to the nightmare world, the plane of reality that the Great Ones seem to inhabit. When a human gets too close, an amygdala may decide to scoop them up and attempt to bring them to the nightmare, not necessarily because they're malevolent, they're just curious about us, they want to bring us closer to them and understand us better. This also explains what the amygdalas actually do from a gameplay perspective. One of the amygdalas takes you to the Hunter's Nightmare as part of the DLC, a realm inhabited by a Great One, and the one we've just found now brings you to the Lecture Building, which exists in a weird limbo between the real world and the Nightmare world. The Lecture Building is a really curious area, since it was a part of Byrgenwerth at some point, and got sucked into this nightmare oblivion for reasons that aren't explicitly clear. If we run with my amygdala ferryman theory, perhaps it was them that took hold of the lecture hall and brought it closer to their world so they could examine the kind of knowledge that humans gathered. There's a lot of information about the Great Ones here, so maybe they just wanted to see what we learned about them. It might have helped them gauge our intelligence or something like that. The lecture building itself is more of a sub-area than anything, since it's really small and not particularly difficult, but atmospherically they were successful at making it feel like an extremely unusual location. The somber ambience and lack of physical connections to anywhere else make it feel very isolated, and the enemies, while not very difficult, are a little bit disturbing thanks to their droopy, lifeless state. You can also find the Augur of Abridus, which I'll be using here and there to somewhat middling success. Once you're done there, all there is to do is head through the door and enter the Nightmare Frontier. The Nightmare Frontier is unfortunately my least favorite level in the game. It reminds me a little bit of the Forbidden Woods in the sense that there's not many distinct landmarks and the visuals really blend together, which makes it easy to get lost. However, I don't think the Nightmare Frontier is a great execution of that idea, one of the reasons being that the visuals are much harder on the eyes, and I would say that poor visual design is the biggest thing holding the area back. For example, this place has a lot of very small details and objects scattered about everywhere that don't contrast well against the larger environment. The little patches of grass or stone obstacles have a similar color and texture to the ground, which makes them hard to distinguish from each other, so it's easy to try dodging away from something or running in a certain direction and getting stuck on something that you didn't notice. Combine this with some odd geometry here and there, and it can be awkward trying to traverse the place. The color scheme is also a problem since many of the stone obstacles are a similar color to the stones that pave the walkway, especially when you look at them in a certain lighting. When you're in the shade, everything shares a monotone palette, lots of dark grays, and when you're in the sunlight, everything also shares a monotone palette, lots of light grays. In fact, the entire area looks very drab the whole way through, with little variation in color, environments, or landscapes. Even the enemies can look a little dull since they're all varying shades of gray as well. The textures are also more uninteresting to look at since everything is stones, stones, and more stones. You walk along stone paths, you run into little stone obstacles, there are large tombstones in a few places, some enemies throw stones at you, and stuff like that. Minimal variation in these visuals again contributes to those contrast problems, but it also creates some monotony that other areas don't have. Maybe that dullness was what they were going for, since this level is supposed to be a nightmare, it's not a pleasant place to be, and monotony is one way of conveying that. It's a reasonable intention, but I think there are much better ways to go about conveying that. A better example arguably already exists in the game, since the Hunter's Nightmare in the DLC seems to have taken some visual inspiration from the Nightmare Frontier, but still manages to add in some more variety without compromising on that nightmarish atmosphere. Sooner or later, you'll start running into the stone-throwing guys that I mentioned a moment ago. I like the concept of these enemies quite a bit, since they create a more dynamic environmental hazard. The Forbidden Woods traps were one and done, and easy to work around after seeing them, but these guys constantly keep you on your toes since you need to keep tabs on their throwing timings and stay on the move since rolling away at the last minute usually doesn't work out. It's kind of like an expansion on the Forbidden Woods canon. Their execution isn't fantastic here, though, one of the reasons being what I already talked about. It's easy to get stuck on something that you didn't see as you tried dodging away from them. Combine that with the high damage on the boulders if they hit you, and there's a pretty big risk of taking a cheap death that doesn't really feel deserved. These enemies only appear in the Nightmare world, so this wouldn't make sense for lore reasons, but I think if they existed in another level where you had a bit more space to maneuver, plus some places in the environment you could use for cover, it could have made for an interesting challenge. Moving right along, we have that trademark Patches moment, where if you investigate the sparkles right beside the cliff, he'll sneak up behind you and shove you off. Patches' lore is a bit of a mystery, with the only thing we know about him for sure being that he worships the amygdala like a god. The big thing that makes this particular incarnation of him unique is that he's a spider and not a human. He actually bears a close resemblance to the Nightmare Apostles, spider enemies you can find in the Nightmare of Mensis, which gives a few clues about his origin and motivations this time around. The only explanation for this that I can think of is that when he was a human, Patches was a scholar of Mensis himself, and that he, along with some of his peers, got transformed into a spider as part of their devotion to the amygdala. The best supporting evidence I have for this is that later on, Patches drops one of the Metamorphosis runes, whose description states that, quote, "The discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality." In this instance, they can pretty much only mean the Mensis scholars and other Healing Church-associated individuals, since no one else was willing to use the old blood to achieve ascension. Even their name, the Nightmare Apostles, could suggest that they're direct servants of the amygdala, since apostle is a term used to describe a messenger or disciple of some religious figure. That would further explain why Patches ushers people into the nightmare to be used as sacrifices. If his only endgame is to get you killed, then he's pretty good at his job, since this is quite a devastating instance of Patches' trick. He shoves you into a giant poison swamp where you'll be attacked by poison enemies and more rock throwers as you try to escape. Poison swamps are another one of those infamous recurring elements in these games, but they're a tradition that I'm happy to see kept up for one simple reason: they're an inconvenience. That sounds like an odd bit of praise, but a willingness to inconvenience the player is what made Demon's Souls special in the first place. That game challenged the traditional notion of fun probably more than any other game of its time, and as I've alluded to here and there already, preserving that legacy wherever possible has gone a long way in helping FromSoft maintain their identity among other major developers. Burning your consumables and healing resources as you trudge through a slow-paced death pit is about the furthest thing possible from most people's idea of fun, but there's no denying that it's a tense experience. One that most of us are probably more keen to remember once the game is finished, specifically because it sticks out as so stressful. If you look at it through that experiential lens, it becomes a lot easier to appreciate. If the swamp wasn't here, and you were able to just coast through by sprinting from one end to the other, the Nightmare Frontier would be a significantly more boring experience, because progressing to the end would be missing that major obstacle. Personally, I'd much rather take an inconvenience that at least challenges your facilities a little bit over something that's bland and boring. We're nearing the end of the Nightmare Frontier now, with just one more major encounter in the way. When you pass the poison swamp and turn the corner, you'll have your first encounter with the Winter Lanterns. While I think these enemies are very interesting on their own, I dislike this one in particular since it's introduced in a really brutal manner that isn't quite in line with how they've introduced other new enemies so far. If you're in a Winter Lantern's line of sight, you'll start building up Frenzy, which is a status condition that will instantly sap a large chunk of your health. What's more is that stopping the source of the frenzy does not immediately stop it from building up. Even after you kill the Winter Lantern, your frenzy meter will still increase until a little bit of time passes, or you get inflicted and take the damage. This makes the Winter Lanterns into a race against the clock. You have to kill them quickly and efficiently, since you need enough time to either use a sedative to cure yourself, or get your health high enough so that you can absorb the damage. This creates a great sense of urgency when fighting them, and I really enjoy that, but the problem with the one in the Nightmare Frontier is that it doesn't provide a safe environment to learn how all of this works. Winter Lanterns are more complicated enemies that I expect most people won't understand the first couple times they see them, which inevitably means taking some deaths that you don't know how to prevent. That's a little bit cruel, since this is the first one you encounter in the game, and it comes right after a very long stretch of land, but right before you can open a shortcut. I'm not sure how feasible this would be given the layout of this last section, but I think it would have been better to have this one placed somewhere after the elevator leading back to the lamp, just to spare players from taking some deaths that initially feel really cheap. I also wouldn't have been opposed to seeing the Winter Lantern placed somewhere much earlier, just so you wouldn't have to run all the way back here to study it again. As one might expect, the Nightmare Frontier ends with a fight against an amygdala. Amygdala's unique little trick is that it's a fight about targeting weak points. The different parts of its body have varying defense levels. You deal very little damage by hitting the legs, average damage by hitting the arms, and the most damage by hitting the head. The caveat, of course, is that the arms, and especially the head, are much harder to hit since they're positioned more awkwardly and sometimes completely out of range. Depending on the trick weapon you're using, this can encourage you to tap into the intricacies of your moveset more, particularly if you want to always be targeting the head. Because it's high above you, you might have to rely more on moves that have an overhead reach. For instance, the second hit of the two-handed R1 combo from the Hunter's Axe reaches pretty high up, so I used that as my main source of damage here. Similar to Darkbeast Parl, I also find that this is a fight where it's a lot easier to fight without using lock-on, since then you can more easily aim at whatever body parts you want to hit. Large enemies like these also pose camera problems when you try locking on sometimes, so going unlocked helps alleviate that. Just another nice little example of how fighting unlocked can feel a lot more freeing once you're comfortable with it. Mechanically, there are only two gripes I have with it, neither of which are anything new. Is another really big boss that the camera doesn't try to accommodate, and some of its attacks can have wonky hitboxes. Hitbox problems are one of those things that are unsurprising to see given how many attacks in the game have to be programmed and animated. It's almost natural that some will slip through the cracks. I can sympathize with the fact that going through to analyze and test every hitbox in the game for accuracy must be a really painstaking task for developers, but it's unfortunately an important one, especially in a more action-oriented game like this. One bad hitbox is all it can take to sour a player's experience with an entire boss, and that's certainly not the best thing to remember a fight by. There's something to be said about the spectacle of this fight. Despite nothing being overtly grotesque about it, it has a level of what I can best describe as shock value. Before now, the amygdala seemed like very passive creatures. I'm not sure I'd call them innocent per se, but they simply sat there in Yharnam and watched with a quiet curiosity, only interfering when you got close enough and they wanted to take a closer look. They were docile, in a sense. They looked very intimidating, but they didn't really do anything to actively harm you. This amygdala is pretty much the opposite of all of that. It shrieks all the time, it flails everywhere, and its attacks are very chaotic, with my personal favorite being the giant laser explosions it shoots at you from its head. If that weren't enough, it rips a pair of its own arms off and uses them to attack you as part of the final phase, which is probably the most metal thing in the entire game. It behaves in an unfamiliar way, defying that previous perception of them being relatively non-violent creatures. I'm sure I'm not the only one who finds this to be at least a little disturbing, since it raises questions about what those amygdalas all over Yharnam are really capable of. There is a glimpse of their power once you revisit Yahar'gul, but none of them are quite as visceral as this one-on-one encounter. I think Amygdala might be easy to overlook since it's in an optional area, and it lacks the prestige of other great ones since you know there's dozens of these things hanging out everywhere, but even so, I think it's a great fight. The weak points are novel, and the presentation is as good as ever. The introduction to Cainhurst Castle is very bizarre and not easily explained by item descriptions or environment clues or anything like that. To access the area, you have to get the Cainhurst summons from Yosefka's clinic, then approach a certain spot in Hemwick Charnel Lane to trigger a cutscene. A horse carriage will pick you up, somehow run across a completely broken bridge, then drop you off at the castle entrance where you can find the same horses dead in the snow. You could easily handwave this as another part of the time and dream illusions present throughout the game, which isn't a particularly satisfying answer, but I suppose some of those contrivances are hard to avoid with such a convoluted plot. I imagine the intent here was to strongly emphasize Cainhurst as a foreign land. Once you're there, all physical connections back to Yharnam are severed so that it feels like you're somewhere far and isolated. If you were able to just walk or ride back of your own volition, that feeling could have been lost, since then it might feel like just another part of Yharnam, which obviously isn't the case. That may also be why they chose to introduce Cainhurst with a cutscene rather than just letting you walk there without any loading screens or interruptions. Typically, I think that disruptions in gameplay should be kept to a minimum, but one way to justify them is to set a completely different stage for an upcoming section of the game. Injecting a cutscene between your travels in Yharnam and your arrival in Cainhurst helps to divide them in the player's mind just a little bit more, again selling Cainhurst as somewhere very far off. Cainhurst is a contender for my favorite level in the game. It's fairly short, but if you're like me where you highly value novelty and originality, there's a lot to love about this place. I'm a big fan of snow levels in games, and that environment is one such way that Cainhurst feels distinctly different from the other levels. The climate is totally different, and complements the aesthetic of a giant, medieval-looking castle very well. The wide shot you get of Cainhurst during the opening cutscene remains one of my favorite vistas to look at. It's another instance of good visual variety that the main cityscape is lacking somewhat. One of the interesting things about Cainhurst are the parallels it has to the Painted World from Dark Souls 1 and Frozen Aleum Lois from Dark Souls 2. They all share similar access methods where you mysteriously teleport into them, and they have a lot of visual similarities as well, all being snow-themed medieval settings. Personally, I have a theory that a few people at FromSoft, likely including Miyazaki himself, simply have an affinity for these snow landscapes, which is why they keep showing up. Every subsequent game in this spiritual series has included a snowy castle-esque level. Dark Souls 3 has Irithyll, Sekiro has Ashina Castle, and Elden Ring has Castle Morn, plus an entire open-world section that's all snow-themed. Even Demon's Souls was originally planned to include one called the Northern Limit, but that ultimately ended up as cut content. I'm sure it's a relatively common occurrence in games development where the team really wants to include something in an original release that has to get moved to a sequel due to time, budget, technical constraints, or whatever else. That's why we can see this snow tradition having roots in Demon's Souls, but not truly starting until Dark Souls. After they saw their vision of a snow level fully realized with the Painted World, I suppose they were satisfied enough with their work that they thought they could justify including something like it in all of their games. It's just nice to see that they didn't throw away that idea, since if they had given up on snow levels after failing to implement the Northern Limit, we never would have gotten things like the Painted World, Cainhurst, or Irithyll, all of which are some of my favorite levels in their respective games. It may have taken them one failed attempt to fully bring that concept to fruition, but it goes to show that sticking to an idea that didn't work out at first can pay off strongly well into the future. Almost all of the enemies in Cainhurst are completely unique to the area as well. The ghost women are the main thing you'll come across, and they're fairly easy to deal with since they're so susceptible to stunlock. They do like to swarm you in really large groups sometimes, but it's still pretty easy to get away from them since their range is so short. I think they would have benefited from making these enemies a little bit tougher since Cainhurst is a very linear area, meaning that most of the challenge is derived from combat rather than navigation. It's a little bit too easy to breeze through these enemies or even outright ignore them since they don't chase you very aggressively, which can make the level feel pretty short. Harder enemies would prolong the amount of time that the player spends here, which is definitely something that Cainhurst is worthy of. That aside, they're a pretty cool enemy. The way they cry when near you and shriek when attacking you paints a pretty tragic picture, and can make you wonder a lot about the area's history. These women are likely the spirits of deceased Cainhurst nobles who died a long time ago when the executioners came from Yharnam and massacred the place, so their behavior is mostly a remnant of that emotional trauma. Their character design also communicates this backstory very well, particularly later on when some of the women are beheaded. The gargoyles are the more interesting enemy to fight, since they're a little bit stronger and are sometimes placed in a way so that they blend in with the statues you walk past on the castle ramparts. This is another old trick that's reminiscent of tabletop RPGs, where enemies like gargoyles are known for being indistinguishable from statues until they move or players investigate them. Given how many statues are placed everywhere for decoration in all of the areas, I'm surprised it took them so long to utilize this trick, but I'm still glad it exists here, just because not having it would have felt like a missed opportunity. Always fun to see how classic tabletop mechanics manifest in a format like this. They also have pretty good variety in their attacks, with regular melee swipes, a ranged option with their sound waves, and a grab that deals heavy damage if you get hit. Overall, it's just another well-rounded enemy that fits the area and gives it a bit more identity. Certain areas have a strong association with the enemies you find there, such as the snake people in the Forbidden Woods, and the gargoyles come to mind for me like that whenever I think about Cainhurst. In a way, it does feel like a bit of a callback to the series' dark fantasy roots with the castle environment and with gargoyles like this. They aren't things that you'd probably expect to see in a Victorian Gothic world, but even so, it feels appropriate. There's another stretch of downtime here that's mostly just traversing the castle and fighting enemies, so I'd like to talk about another random, unrelated topic again. It should go without saying that Bloodborne is an absolutely gorgeous game in pretty much every regard. I've talked about the scenery and art direction throughout this video, but in terms of graphical fidelity, it's also very impressive. Textures are high quality and very immaculately detailed. If you stop to just examine the environment around you sometimes, it's easy to spot a lot of very fine graphical details that are otherwise easy to overlook. Central Yharnam is probably the best example of this, with how ornate some of the environmental objects are, like the coffins and the carriages. Still, for as great as the game looks, there's no denying that it came with a big trade-off. Bloodborne only runs at 30 frames per second, and even then it can still struggle to maintain a consistent frame rate a lot of the time. I'm not here to argue whether this should or shouldn't bother you, but it's worth talking about, especially since it's an issue that's persisted into the present day, where fans continue to beg Sony for a 60 FPS port. Deciding what frame rate the game will target is one of those decisions that I'm sure had to be made very early on in development, because it would have effectively shaped how everything else was built, from the physics to the rendering to the art direction to the graphics and so on. While I'm sure Miyazaki and his team would have loved to have their game run at 60 FPS, that would have been a significant constraint on the details that I described a moment ago, and I'm not so sure that it would have been worth it. The visuals are a big part of what makes Bloodborne's atmosphere so phenomenal, because every detail on a coffin or the placement of every object feels intentional. In many cases, stopping to look at something specific in the environment can tell a story of its own, or at least help sell whatever image the developers were trying to convey. While I'm not trying to say that 30 FPS is somehow better, I'm a strong believer that attention to detail goes an incredibly long way. Trading graphical and environmental detail for higher frame rates would be compromising on their artistic ambitions in exchange for technical ones, but those artistic ambitions are the strongest selling point of Bloodborne, so that could have led to a very different place. We can't peer into other timelines to see what the game would have to look like if they had done that, so this is just speculation, but the amount of detail you'd have to sacrifice for a steady 60 FPS on a base PS4 would be pretty extraordinary, and I imagine that would make Bloodborne a very different game with a very different reputation. Had it been released in a worse graphics but with 60 FPS version, it may not have remained in the public consciousness for as long as it has. Getting a 60 FPS upgrade one day would be great, but the cynic in me wants to warn everyone to be careful what they wish for. In an ideal world, the game, in the exact same state that it is now, would just get ported to another system one day that can support 60 FPS, and that would be that. That would be the best way to preserve the game's original vision, but FromSoft doesn't own the IP, Sony does, and they might not care about that as much. With full-blown remakes as pervasive as they are nowadays, it's possible that they would rather pursue a Bloodborne remake or whatever. Probably not anytime soon, but you never know what the far future holds. If that were to happen, it could come with some graphical and artistic changes. I won't get into all of this because it's a whole other topic, but the Demon's Souls remake changed the art direction a lot, and it was for the worse in my opinion. I would hate to see Bloodborne suffer a similar fate just for the sake of getting a 60 FPS version. So yeah, overall I would say that I actually have conflicting feelings on the topic. I don't want to make it sound like I'm settling, because I do think 60 FPS would be superior, but I also don't want to get that if it means anything about how the game looks or plays would change. I'm just a little bit worried about how Bloodborne will be handled in the far future. When I hear everyone asking for 60 FPS, I just see a potential future where Bloodborne gets the Demon's Souls remake treatment, and personally I would hate to see that happen. I don't think it would be worth it. Anyway, let's move on before this becomes a ramble about something else entirely. My favorite part of Cainhurst is towards the end, when you start walking along the edge of the castle to get where you need to go, primarily because it feels like you're just breaking the boundaries of the map and going somewhere you aren't supposed to. Clipping onto the edge of a wall and running along it is a textbook glitch used in things like speedruns or just by people pushing the game's limits, so to have an area where you're meant to take those routes intentionally feels like you're breaking some conventional rules. In a sense, the entire level feels like you're pushing boundaries, since Cainhurst is a completely separate land from Yharnam. In Dark Souls, a lot of NPCs would reference other regions of the world, like Astora, Katarina, and Karim, which was quite successful for world-building purposes since it gave some food for thought on what might lie beyond Lordran, but that curiosity could never be satiated since those aren't places you can actually go. Whereas here, if you ever wondered about what might lie in the broader world outside of Yharnam, Cainhurst is one of the chances you have to figure that out. I think the simple fact that Cainhurst is a little tricky to access and entirely optional is another thing worth appreciating. The nature of secret areas being secret means that not everyone will end up experiencing them. In other words, the hard work that it takes for the level designers to create these levels won't be seen and appreciated by everyone that plays through the game. I imagine that can make them a little bit cautious to include too many secret areas when that work is going to go completely unnoticed by some of their audience. Publishers might see this as even more problematic, since if they're mostly in it for the money, it'd be easy to view that as a waste of effort. That work could be directed towards a mandatory part of the game in order to increase the playtime needed for completion, which might help for marketing or to arbitrarily increase the game's value in the eyes of a consumer. From that economic perspective, it's commendable that they're willing to give secret areas the same level of care as the mandatory ones. I'm always happy to see developers make sure that if they're going to include something in their game, it's up to the same standards no matter how out of the way it might be. That's about all I had to say for Cainhurst, but before wrapping it up, I will mention one minor jab I have against it. I think that this has the most annoying boss run back in the whole game. Not only is it pretty far from the lamp, but there's some unavoidable damage every single time since you have to fall off a part of the castle rooftop to get back. It's strange that this happens, since there's no good reason to force a little bit of damage on the player at this point, so I wonder if it was an oversight, or perhaps just a consequence of how they structured the level. It's the only big annoyance of the area, which is hopefully a testament to its overall strength, since that's a mild complaint in the grand scheme of things. Martyr Ligarius is a sort of back-to-the-basics encounter that basically just comes down to dodging, parrying, and staying aggressive. It's refreshing to have a humanoid boss fight that's not just another hunter. Ligarius is a lot different from those, both mechanically and visually. A lot about Ligarius would actually suggest that he's a Pthumerian. His appearance is perhaps the most dead giveaway since he's unusually tall and has the same kind of skin tone, facial structure, and body that other Pthumerians do. His vocalizations are also quite similar to the Pthumerian elder boss in one of the Chalice Dungeons, who he bears quite a resemblance to. Ligarius is also an adept magic user, which regular Yharnamites aren't, at least not innately. The Pthumerians were practitioners of arcane techniques and blood magic, something especially noticeable during the Queen Yharnam boss fight, so I'd say overall it's pretty likely that Ligarius' bloodline can be traced back to there. Being that he's a human boss, Ligarius is highly susceptible to parrying, which makes him a good opportunity to talk about how parrying and visceral attacks have changed with Bloodborne. Functionally, it works in a similar way to how it did in the previous games, timing a special action to an enemy's attack swing. It's just that now you shoot them with a gun instead of swiping their attack away with a shield. Even though the execution method is largely the same, it's surprising how many of the subtleties make parrying feel completely different than before. Ultimately, I think parrying took a step backwards because it's a much less risky maneuver in Bloodborne than it is in Demon's Souls or Dark Souls. The parrying system was a pretty simple implementation of risk versus reward, but it worked well for what it was. You would risk taking damage for the chance at retaliating with a heavy hit. Getting a riposte was a satisfying reward, and rewarding players for taking risks makes combat a more engaging experience. Textbook stuff. That risk versus reward ratio has been skewed a lot with Bloodborne, since parrying is both easier to pull off and not as dangerous as before. For one, the timings on a lot of enemies are simply easier since the gun animations are typically faster than shields were, and since you no longer have to physically swipe the weapon out of the way, it feels as though the window for when enemies are susceptible to parrying is larger. The attack doesn't always have to be a moment away from landing. Sometimes the enemy just being in an attacking state is enough to make them vulnerable. Additionally, because it's done with a gun, you can parry enemies at a range, which pretty much negates your risk of taking damage at all. On top of all this, even if your parry comes out a little late, the enemy will still sometimes get staggered, and you can unleash a visceral to recover all the health you lost thanks to rallying. This is something you might catch happening sometimes in my Ligarius fight. Because of all this, parrying has the potential to trivialize a lot of fights like this one, and overall I do think that's a problem with it. I intentionally try to limit using it too much because once you work out those timings, bosses can become a little bit boring. Parrying issues aside, Ligarius is a lot of fun. I particularly like how his fight gives the gun a unique use case. In his second phase, he can start throwing a sword into the ground which will shoot magic projectiles all over the place. You can stop these projectiles by destroying the sword, which is a lot easier to do if you just lock on and shoot it as opposed to running up and trying to destroy it with a melee attack. It's just a nifty little solution that has you using the gun for something you wouldn't normally do, and it's quite satisfying to pull off once you work it out. He also gives a nice mixture of melee and ranged attacks, which helps make the fight feel a lot more dynamic. He's a little more passive in Phase 1, where he doesn't approach as much and mostly sticks to magic, whereas in Phase 2 he'll use his scythe and sword a lot more. Another little interesting gimmick with him is how he starts charging up an aura during his phase transition. If you don't interrupt him during this with a stagger, his Phase 2 is made harder since he'll essentially have a buff that gives him better poise and smaller parry windows. Staggers and visceral attacks are something that I think were improved in the transition to Bloodborne since they now require a fully charged R2 to trigger, whereas before you could just get backstabs on enemies by walking behind them and attacking. A lot of human enemies were made more trivial when rolling directly behind them would reward you with a massive hit. It felt as though you could punish some of their basic attacks way too heavily, since if those enemies didn't have significant tracking, rolling behind them would be pretty easy. Requiring charge attacks before a backstab just demands a bit more careful positioning and timing, since it isn't as easy as just rolling behind them anymore, thereby preventing you from spamming them. It's one of those small adjustments that just improves the game that little bit more. Ligarius illuminates some of the flaws with parrying and the improvements to backstabs, but all in all he's still pretty decent, I think. He is pretty much a no-frills one-on-one, without any big gimmicks, which makes sense given that he's the boss of a more linear, combat-focused area. We're not quite done here yet, since defeating Ligarius lets you finish up Alfred's quest. The first step is to equip the Crown of Illusions that he drops to gain access to Queen Annalise's chambers. The build-up to meeting Annalise is pretty intricate, with a cutscene showing the illusion being broken, followed by a massive staircase leading up to her throne. Bloodborne's tangible rewards for defeating bosses are usually a little lacking, but it's made up for by moments like this. Lore revelations and unique experiences can be just as satisfying to earn after a tough fight, and gives the developers a chance to show off a bit more creativity, so this was ultimately a reward that I enjoyed receiving. It's a fitting way to send off Cainhurst. Annalise will give you access to the Vile Blood Covenant, which again doesn't have a lot of uses in-game, but I always make sure to join it and equip their rune for thematic reasons that we'll see here in a moment. At first glance, it seems as though Ligarius was Annalise's king that would have occupied the empty throne next to her, but really it's the exact opposite. The two are sworn enemies as the respective leaders of the Executioners and the Vile Bloods, and the reason Ligarius was here was to make sure that no one else could contact and free her. That's why he's referred to as a martyr. He had to sacrifice the life he led back in Yharnam in order to make sure the Vile Bloods could be contained. Anyway, in Annalise's chamber you can find the Unopened Summons, an invitation similar to the one you found at Yosefka's. Giving this to Alfred is pretty much the final step in his quest. He'll enthusiastically thank you, spout some more hatred towards the Cainhurst nobility, and make his way over to the castle. Returning to Annalise after this, and seeing how Alfred brutally murdered her is one of my favorite moments in the game because it really demonstrates how good FromSoft is at creating those emotionally striking and picturesque scenes. The full impact would probably be lost if I was talking over it, so in this case, I think it's best to let the game speak for itself for a moment before delving into what I mean. Have a listen.
Master, look! I've done it! I've done it! I smashed and pounded and grounded this rotten siren into fleshy pink pulp. There, you filthy monstrosity! What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state. All mangled and twisted, with every inside on the outside for all the world to see.
It's amazing how well crafted this scene is, considering it's just a character standing still and talking in a room. First off, the voice performances in the Souls games probably don't get as much credit as they deserve for how good they tend to be. Alfred's dialogue here is very grandiose, to the point where it would feel a little over the top in most circumstances, but it works out well since his tone is equally maniacal and really captures the euphoria that he's feeling right now. The way his voice reverberates through the room amplifies this as well. His pose sells the same kind of imagery, with the outstretched arms indicating how much he wants Ligarius to witness his accomplishment. It's a familiar pose for demonstrating a fanatical worship to a higher figure that makes one look like they're kind of offering themselves to them, which is fitting considering how much Alfred reveres his master. I can also think of no better setting for this finale than the throne room of Queen Annalise herself. There's a dissonance between the superficial decadence of Cainhurst and the savagery of the Executioners that makes her bloody throne all the more bizarre to look at. This isn't a fate that you would normally expect for the elegant queen of a kingdom, but here we are. As a quick aside, I wonder if the color scheme of these two factions was intentional to highlight their rivalry even more. The Executioner garb is a light blue, while the Vile Bloods are usually associated with red. The knight's set is red, the carpet in this room is red, and so on. Alfred's quest is basically over at this point, since if you don't kill him, his corpse will just appear back at his original location in the Cathedral Ward. That's why I chose to attack him, and why I make sure to equip the Vile Blood rune before doing so. I just enjoy the thematic element of the last Executioner and the last Vile Blood getting to duke it out with each other. Back when we first met Alfred, I talked about how the outcome of his quest will be a surprise regardless of how you felt about him, and that's really what makes this payoff so satisfying. If you took his friendly demeanor at face value and trusted him, then you'd be taken aback to see him do a complete 180, whereas if you were suspicious of him, there's a big rush in seeing those suspicions be validated. Either way, killing him feels like the best thing to do, since either you'll be put off by how quickly he dropped his facade, or because you might have been just looking for a good excuse to do it this whole time.
Master Ligarius, in my stead.
With that taken care of, we can get back onto the main path by heading over to Byrgenwerth. In many ways, Byrgenwerth has been set up as the pivotal moment of the game. It's the one place that's been consistently spoken about by NPCs and has appeared in notes and things like that, so the image that many players might build up in their head is a place that's very grand, with the same elaborate level design we're used to by now. As it turns out though, Byrgenwerth is pretty much the complete opposite, since it's really small and really simple. It's just a single building with the one pathway that loops around the outside. Subverted expectations like that can be a positive in a lot of cases, but with Byrgenwerth, I think there would have been more to gain than lost if it had been expanded to be more interesting to explore. Going against expectations is most effective when the reality is starkly different in tone, appearance, layout, or whatever, but still matches the scope of what you were imagining. Otherwise, it can lead to disappointment rather than surprise, and that's kind of how I felt with this place. While simple areas are a nice change of pace, especially when interspersed with more complicated ones, the game already has plenty of those in things like Hemwick, Cainhurst, and later on the Upper Cathedral Ward. Giving such a major story location the same treatment is a lot more anticlimactic in comparison. I think it's fair to say that players would deserve something a little bit more interesting after spending the entire game fighting their way here. What I do like about this area is one of the enemy types it has. The Garden of Eyes are the weird alien bug creatures that like to grab you and inflict frenzy, and visually they have one of the best and most bizarre designs in the game. One of Willem's core beliefs was that ascension could be achieved if people lined their brains with eyes, and these enemies are the result of that philosophy. The way their heads bulge with those eyes is a very disturbing sight, as are the spider legs they've sprouted from their backs. To me, it gives them a resemblance to Rom's babies in the upcoming boss fight. This area has transitioned to using alien-like enemies as opposed to beast-like ones, which is a good way to signal that you've evolved from fighting human-level threats to cosmic-level ones. That's something else I do like about Byrgenwerth. It feels like a tipping point where the scale of the world's threats have really escalated, especially when you defeat Rom and trigger the Blood Moon. It's a small bit of praise, but raising the stakes over the course of the game like this is just one of those little things that helps keep you engaged to the end, and Byrgenwerth deserves credit for being able to do that. I've equipped the Ligarius wheel since I wanted to try showing off a less popular weapon, and this one felt like a pretty good candidate. Some trick weapons are noticeably more complicated than others, and this is up there as one that I think takes some extra time to become proficient in. The main reason is that its two-handed form has a sort of boost mechanic with its L2 attack. Pressing L2 will spin the wheel, granting increased damage scaling, but slowly draining your health in the process. However, attacking anything while the wheel is in this state will recover your health without the need for rallying. You can spin up to 4 times for maximum damage in exchange for maximum health drain, and you stop all of this by switching back to one-handed mode. This isn't something I utilized much because I'm not very good with the weapon, but it's a pretty interesting feature, and I think it just goes to show how many options they had for creating varied and interesting trick weapons. It's another nice little mini-game of risk versus reward that can make it really fun to use moment to moment, rewarding players that have the confidence to take the health drain with some decent extra damage. The other Cainhurst weapon, the Chikage, has a somewhat similar mechanic where the two-handed form perpetually depletes health in exchange for a big damage boost, and that makes the Chikage one of my favorite weapons personally. It's very satisfying to efficiently switch between modes to maximize damage while minimizing health loss. Despite there being fewer weapon options overall in Bloodborne, it feels like the game has more variety than ever before thanks to little quirks like this, and I just really enjoy that a lot about the game. The inside of Byrgenwerth is also quite small, so there's only a couple things I have to say here. There's another hunter fight against a choir hunter, and for the most part it's fairly standard, but she has one attack that I think could have used some rebalancing. She didn't use it in my attempt against her, so unfortunately I don't have any examples to show, but one of her moves is the spell A Call Beyond, where a bunch of lasers shoot out from her in all directions. The issue is how inconsistent it is, both in the damage it deals and in how likely you are to dodge it. Sometimes getting hit by A Call Beyond can one-shot you, and other times it does a normal amount of damage. I think this is due to the hidden counter damage feature, which creates a small window during a dodge where getting hit will cause you to take more damage than normal. I'm not sure on the exact numbers because the damage formula is a little bit complicated, but I'd estimate it's anywhere from 30% to 50% more damage. This is particularly devastating with A Call Beyond because it's very hard to dodge consistently. It shoots out so many magic projectiles all over the place that sometimes it feels like it comes down to chance. They extend a decent distance, so dodging away doesn't always work, and there's still a lot that come out close to her, so dodging inwards can be tricky too. It's not too uncommon to end up dodging into some of her hits and getting deleted by the increased counter damage, which is just never a good feeling. I don't think counter damage is the inherent problem here. It has some merit, since taking damage at all in Bloodborne isn't as dangerous as the other games thanks to rallying, but A Call Beyond probably should have been adjusted better to account for it. Adjusting its hitboxes to not last as long, or just giving it a flat damage reduction may have been all it needed. The only other thing of note here is Master Willem himself, who you find in his rocking chair out on the balcony. Willem feels like yet another tragic character. When you meet him up here, it's clear that his quest for ascension has sent him into a madness like everyone else, since all he does is mutter and point incoherently when you try interacting with him. It's a very grim fate, considering how respected Willem was back in his day, and since there aren't any consequences for doing so, I always think the right thing to do is to just put him out of his misery. I can't imagine he'd want to be alive for what's to come anyway. To me, it's a surprisingly depressing encounter, considering there's not a whole lot to it. You can't help but feel bad for Willem, who's lost basically everybody, and has to live with all the horrible things that were inadvertently caused by his dream to ascend. The first thing I noticed about Rom is how calm her arena is. It's very minimalist, but that lends a sort of serenity to the boss that's atypical for the game so far. The shot of her idly sitting in the moonlight and you running across the shallow lake bed is all very scenic, and that small build-up ends up adding a lot to the fight. You don't know what to expect with Rom, but you can tell it's going to be important. Rom's fight is mostly about crowd control, since she spawns about a dozen spider babies around her with every phase, and they'll be the main aggressors throughout the fight. They tend to inch towards you and deal quite a bit of damage, so it isn't always easy to just ignore them and try to burst the boss down. Rom herself doesn't have very many attacks, but these babies can still make it tough. It requires a bit of finesse, since all of the spiders have armored heads, meaning you have to maneuver to their sides or use a weapon that has wide enough arcs to reach their weak points. Once again, fighting unlocked makes this a lot easier, since that way you can directly control which way you're facing. Something else I like about the fight is that even though they were going for a pretty specific crowd control kind of aspect, there's still freedom in how you approach. The babies don't literally provide a shield to Rom. You don't technically have to kill them. They're just an obstacle for you to work around. If the game wanted to lean into this gimmick really hard, they could have made it so Rom is invincible or something until all the babies are killed, which sure would have reinforced that crowd control aspect, but it would also make the fight feel more railroaded. Trying to kite the babies and ignore them or something like that wouldn't be a viable strategy. You'd just have to play in the specific way that the boss prescribed to you, and that would be a little less fun, I think. The other big thing that most people have noted with her is that Rom is very passive, which plays into her backstory. The entire fight, she's always trying to back away from you. She'll teleport away after dealing enough damage, and when she's not teleporting away, she'll always be slowly scurrying away instead. Moreover, she doesn't do much attacking herself. Most of it is just her minions, and when she does attack you, they're very rudimentary attacks, either sending out basic blobs of magic that you can just run away from, or flailing around without any sophistication. It all comes off as a little clumsy, like she doesn't really want to be fighting you. There are a lot of ways this could be interpreted, and Rom's origin is quite unclear, so firm answers are hard to come by. Personally, I think it's possible that Rom, once a regular creature by whatever standards exist in this world, was placed in the Moonside Lake against her will by Willem so that humanity would be shielded from the Eldritch Truth. Mikolash's dialogue later on implies that Rom wasn't always the mindless creature she is, and Willem often displayed an unhealthy obsession with his eyes-on-brains idea, so it's possible that he and some Byrgenwerth scholars treated Rom as a guinea pig and forced her into this position for their sake. If that's the case, it makes sense that she'd have an aversion to fighting you. She never wanted to be here in the first place. Whatever the case may be, it's a horribly sad situation for everyone involved, which I suppose encapsulates everything about Byrgenwerth quite well. It was a harrowing place filled with people that did selfish things to pursue their selfish ideals, without considering that they might be toying with something that they can't understand. It's easy to overlook just how depressing pretty much every lore thread is, since the insanity of it all usually takes precedence, but Rom's story and atmosphere brings that grim side to the surface some more. When you finally kill her, the only thing you can do is walk towards the white figure appearing in the distance. Much like touching the skull after Amelia, this triggers the next moon phase, which will send us into the final arc of the game. Triggering the Blood Moon is the biggest change the world has undergone so far. Doing so will automatically teleport you to the entrance of Yahar'gul, which is immediately a very intense sight. The amygdalas are revealed, the sky is red, and everything is just much more chaotic than before. I like how the game just tosses you into this position immediately, rather than making you find the entrance to Yahar'gul for yourself or something like that, just so that insanity can immediately wash over you. This new tone is a lot more effective when it's thrust upon you without any warning, instead of the game easing you into it. Before going into Yahar'gul proper, there are a few things I'd like to do back in Central Yharnam and the Cathedral Ward. First off, if you return to the Central Yharnam lamp, you'll see that Gilbert has broken out of his house and has completed his transformation into a beast. Again, it's another tragic fate, but not a particularly surprising one given the state you met him in. I think it's worth coming back just to end his suffering. It strikes me as what he would have wanted, and you probably owe him the favor in return for the information he provided back at the start of the game. Second, if you return to the young Yharnam girl's house, her sister has appeared and is asking you if you know where she went. If you give her the bloody ribbon from the pig in the sewers, that pretty much tells her all she needs to know. Discovering that the first girl was eaten by a boar is disturbing enough, but if you return to their house after giving her sister the ribbon, you'll climb down the ladder and find the corpse of the poor girl on the ground. Even though it's only a small quest, this is one of the more gut-wrenching moments in the game since there's no ambiguity about what happened. A lot of quests will imply that characters have gone crazy or died, but not all of them show it directly, and if they do, it's often to people that had it coming. Plus, all of those characters are adults who were familiar with the hunt already and had some idea of how to navigate it on their own. In this case, though, you just straight up discover the destruction of a family and the death of 2 innocent children. There's basically no question about what happened to any of them. Gascoigne killed his wife, you killed Gascoigne, the youngest daughter was eaten, and this last girl either jumped or was bludgeoned by a monster. It's very macabre, even for Bloodborne, and I suppose that demonstrates the power of shock value. For as disturbing as it is to discover the corpse of a child, that's probably why it's such a memorable quest in the first place. Next up, if you didn't kill Imposter Yosefka, you can now return to her clinic to find her twitching on a table and hear her ramble incoherently about something writhing inside her. I don't have much to say about this scene since I said pretty much everything I wanted to say about Yosefka already. It's just worth coming here if you need one of the umbilical cords to get the secret ending. The implication, of course, is that Imposter Yosefka has been impregnated by a Great One, likely Odin, since the Great Ones get closer to humanity once the Blood Moon arrives. This is also the last event in Yosefka's quest, so we can consider that checked off. The last quest for us to finish is Aileen's, which has a bit more to it than the previous ones. You can find Aileen injured outside of the Grand Cathedral, where she warns you not to go any further since her last hunter target is inside. This conversation reveals some personal information about Aileen, which makes it kind of bittersweet. The two of you have a bit of a camaraderie, or at least a mutual respect for each other, and this is the last you'll see of her, so it's nice that she's finally willing to be a little bit vulnerable. Nothing she tells you is super extraordinary or anything, it just makes her seem a lot more human. Aileen will mention that she's an old woman, which maybe you could have inferred based on her tone and attitude, but it's nice to know for sure. Learning a little bit about the person behind the mask makes your relationship a little more personal, and it also helps to explain why Aileen passes on the Hunter of Hunters covenant to you. She's getting old, she can't really keep up with it anymore, so she needs a successor. Secondly, she'll also mention that she used to dream just like Jura did, and that gives you something you can relate to her on. Again, it's a small piece of information, but I think it helps make your bond with her just that little bit stronger. When you go into the Grand Cathedral, you're faced with probably my least favorite hunter fight in the game. The Bloody Crow of Cainhurst is another example of a poorly balanced fight. While I'm still not against AI-controlled characters having statistical advantages, of course there's a limit on what's acceptable, and I'd argue that this guy breaks that limit pretty easily. I think his problems are pretty self-evident, so instead of belaboring them, I'll quickly talk about the alternative route to Aileen's quest that could change what's happening here. If you didn't help Aileen fight Hemwick back in the early game, you won't find the Bloody Crow of Cainhurst. She'll appear here instead and attack you on sight, having gone insane believing that you're another hunter succumbing to your bloodlust. The implication of her dialogue in that fight is that she has no reason to believe that any hunters are trustworthy, so her only responsibility as the hunter of hunters is to kill them all. In a sense, she doesn't go crazy because she's turning to beasthood or anything, she's just had to kill so many other people that it sapped her faith in humanity, and she doesn't see why you would be any exception. I think that's why helping her fight Hemwick is all it takes for her to keep her sanity, because it shows that there's someone else out there who can discern which hunters need to be eliminated, and you're able to do that without going blood drunk yourself. In doing so, you restore her faith in humanity a little bit, which prevents her from going insane. That was also probably the moment she scouted you as a potential successor, since you demonstrated the skill necessary to do the job. It all makes for a very smooth pacing of her questline, and while I wouldn't say it has a happy ending, it is satisfying to see her finally pass the torch onto you. When you return to her after killing the Bloody Crow, she officially retires and lets you take over the Hunter of Hunters if you so choose. If you return to this spot later, she'll just disappear. It's open to interpretation whether she died from her injuries or not. She said that her eyes were growing heavy, but there isn't any corpse left behind, so you're free to imagine things however you'd like. I like Aileen a lot, so I prefer to imagine that she just went to find somewhere safe to retire and live out the rest of her years, but that's just me. Some might say it's unsatisfying to leave her fate ambiguous, but personally I don't think it matters, because whether she lived or died, her job is essentially complete. Aileen's quest was never about her survival, it was about having faith in other people, and you were able to grant her that. She could spend the rest of her days content in the knowledge that not every hunter will go crazy, and knowing you gave her that peace of mind is a perfectly satisfying conclusion on its own. Any confirmation of her status might have spoiled that simple purity. With all that taken care of, we can head back over to Yahar'gul and continue onwards. Like I mentioned earlier, this is the point in the game when everything is descending into chaos, and I like how they don't hold back in showing you just how bad it's all gotten. A big way they went about it was assaulting your senses. There's so much going on in the environment now that it can become a sensory overload, and for as overwhelming as it is, that's also what makes it successful as an area depicting insanity. Visually, things have taken a shift with the new moon phase. The sky is now a mix of red, blue, and purple, so the streets have taken on a more vibrant tint, where it kind of looks like it's both day and night at the same time. I recall there being a few instances in Dark Souls where entering a new area would sometimes switch on a sort of filter that drastically changed the color and lighting of the surrounding area whenever you crossed an arbitrary threshold. This usually happens when transitioning between a more open area and a more enclosed one. For instance, when you walk into the catacombs from the Firelink Shrine Graveyard, there's a few obvious transition points where everything just automatically dims or brightens around you. While I acknowledge the merit that these transitions can have, namely creating an atmosphere more suitable for the new area, it looks a bit strange considering that it isn't how light behaves in real life, and you can tell they're just doing it for those ambient purposes. Bloodborne doesn't rely on those tricks with its lighting, which shows that it isn't necessary to evoke a change in atmosphere. Everywhere in Yahar'gul has that purplish hue that matches the skybox, and entering someplace dark is always just dark, with the only artificial component being the small aura of light around your character. It gives the whole place a more consistent feel, and eliminates reliance on a technical trick to create the mood they're going for. In addition to the trippy visuals, the sound effects have been kicked up a notch as well. The game has always had a lot of ambient noise, but Yahar'gul is noticeably louder and more disturbing. It always has a number of chilling or visceral sound effects depending on where you are or what you do. Killing one of the reanimated red enemies will trigger a loud blood splatter sound, and when there's a Bell Maiden nearby, you can occasionally hear her ringing in the background. Later on, when you encounter the crazed witches from Hemwick Charnel Lane, they have much stranger vocalizations as well. Instead of the usual cackles, they're letting out painful groans and weeps. On top of all of this, you're also faced with large volumes of enemies at a time. Most enemies in Yahar'gul are simple reskins of things we've been seeing so far, but it brings back the horde component of Central Yharnam and often throws you against 5 or 6 enemies at a time. Needless to say, all of these elements captured the madness aspect really well, which is the perfect payoff to the mounting tensions the game had up to this point. A lot of players likely expected that the game would take this sort of turn at one point or another, since the rest of Bloodborne demonstrated that things got progressively worse as the night went on, but it was hard to gauge the extent they'd be willing to take it, since a lot of discoveries, quest lines, and whatever else are a surprise. It's never clear how far the game will take things until they happen, and that's part of what makes the Blood Moon so intense. It's when they stop pulling punches and just try to overwhelm the player as much as possible. For as great as this phase of the game is, one criticism I have of it is that it's pretty short, and you don't really have time to fully absorb this new state of the world since you leave it so quickly. The only new areas you visit that are visibly affected by the Blood Moon are Yahar'gul and the Upper Cathedral Ward, the latter of which is also a very small area. The Nightmare of Mensis is in a completely different realm, so it's unaffected, as are the Nightmare Frontier, Cainhurst, and the DLC, so it doesn't really matter if you do any of them before this. I think it does weaken the impact of the Blood Moon since you only really see what it does for a couple of areas. I do think Bloodborne would have benefited a lot from at least one additional level placed in the endgame to help elongate the Blood Moon phase some more. It's hard to break up the game into discrete segments with how many optional areas there are, but if we consider roughly the first third to be everything up to Vicar Amelia, the middle to be everything between Amelia and Rom, and the end being everything from Rom to the credits, that last segment is easily the shortest. If they had more chances to explore the Blood Moon phase, the pacing would feel more even throughout. Of course, that's a major change to propose, and presumably not one that FromSoft could have made work with the development time that they had, so it's kind of a moot suggestion, just something that I think would have been ideal. A less drastic solution would be to have the Blood Moon phase do what the nighttime phase does to its respective optional areas. In the same way that the Moon phase is reflected in Hemwick Charnel Lane and the Hypogean Jail, the Blood Moon could also do the same to the Nightmare Frontier or Cainhurst. It's not inconceivable that these changes would have an in-universe effect on the Nightmare world, and Cainhurst can be seen from Hemwick Charnel Lane, so it didn't necessarily have to be far enough to be unaffected by what happens here. This also could have left room for some potential Insight-related enemies like the Mad Ones or other Moon Phase exclusive elements, which again would make the Blood Moon feel that little bit more special. To that end, the endgame would also have benefited from introducing more unique enemy types because, as it stands now, the vast majority of the ones in Yahar'gul and Upper Cathedral Ward are clones of things we've already seen. Some of them, such as the Scourge Beasts, are reskinned to fit the environment more, but their attacks are all the same, which makes the whole place a little less unique. One of the enemy types here I'm quite fond of, though, are the Bell Maidens. The bloody red versions of enemies here will infinitely respawn if they have a nearby Bell Maiden attached to them, so the only way to get them to stop is by finding the maiden and killing her. Sound cues can make these little hunts interesting, since the maidens can often be quite tucked away, so you have to listen to where their bell sound is coming from to take them out. If you play the game with headphones, this is a lot easier since their audio is positional. If they're somewhere more to your left, it plays through the left ear, and same if they're to the right. I can't think of any other enemy that you kill using auditory information, and I think it's a generally underutilized tool in a lot of games, so clever uses of sound are always welcome. One particular place where this is used to good effect is when you come across the Hemwick witches for the first time. They're red, so you know there's a Bell Maiden nearby, but she isn't anywhere in plain sight, and depending on where you are when facing these enemies, you may not always hear the ringing bell. This can encourage the player to search the area more thoroughly, leading them to discover a well-kept secret where you roll off a building and into a secret floor, where you can then find the Bell Maiden and the Upper Cathedral key to access the next optional area. It's a way of using an enemy's unique qualities in some unconventional ways, and that creativity is always nice to see. Up further ahead, the game breaks convention here by placing a second lamp in the area, one that isn't attached to any boss fights or shortcuts or anything like that. Yahar'gul is a pretty large area that mixes a lot of linear and non-linear level design, so I'm not surprised to see that they had to resort to just placing a lamp in lieu of an organic shortcut. They probably felt that a shortcut would be appropriate at this point since it's roughly halfway through the level and you're coming off of a lot of difficult sections, but it just wasn't feasible for the route you need to take, so they resorted to a lamp instead. I'm not a huge fan of the game creating an exception to its rule here for a couple of reasons. The one lamp rule has been impressively consistent so far, and has been established as the way the game does things, so seeing another one pop up creates some mild confusion that can have you questioning if something special is about to come up, or could it be a trap, or something like that. It's nothing like that, but you could be forgiven for being a bit confused when you first see it. Moreover, and this is the more important consequence, it means that players can't always trust from now on that levels will only have one lamp, and that could inadvertently affect how they explore or navigate or whatever. They're possibly being conditioned to keep an eye out for something that isn't going to be there, because other levels still stick to the one lamp rule, with the exception of Mensis where there's two lamps basically at the very beginning. The stronger argument against it, though, is that this second lamp probably wasn't necessary to begin with. We're very close to the Hypogean jail right now, which means that that area's lamp is nearby. When you actually find it, the lamp is broken, so you can't actually use it anymore, but it didn't have to be that way. While it makes sense that you shouldn't be able to use that lamp again right now, since you could just skip most of Yahar'gul by teleporting to it, the game already arbitrarily disables lamps when the gameplay necessitates it. For example, you can't teleport to the Grand Cathedral while the Bloody Crow is there. I think the same thing could have been perfectly suitable here, just disable the Hypogean jail lamp when the Blood Moon starts, and have the player relight it when they circle back around. That way, you don't have to throw in an additional lamp that goes against an established convention. My thought is simply that it's ideal to keep things consistent when you can, and this is a situation where they could have. This has an additional side effect of shortening the run back to the area's boss by quite a bit, so I just think it would have been a more elegant solution. Once you're back in the Hypogean jail section proper, things will hopefully start looking a bit more familiar. I already covered my thoughts on how this is an effective reuse of an area, so I won't get into all that again, but one of the cooler small details here is that any shortcuts you might have opened while visiting the jail earlier are still open. This shows that the area hasn't been just entirely refreshed to make way for the Blood Moon. It's still the same place, and your impact on it still remains, so it's good to know that the work you did back in the first visit is still paying off. One of the problems with this part, though, is the infamous triple hunter fight. You are able to ignore these guys if you so choose, but I generally don't like just running past enemies since it looks a little silly and out of character for the player hunter, so I begrudgingly take them on every time I come through. Putting you against multiple enemies for the sake of amplifying difficulty doesn't always work out well for reasons that we talked about back in the Shadows of Yharnam section. Now, I don't like describing things in games as lazy, since it's pretty derogatory towards the developers that had to put some time and effort into creating these characters, placing them in the environment, testing the encounter, and everything like that, but it's just not a very interesting way to give hunter fights more depth. It's a pretty textbook example of giving you multiple enemies that don't fight together very well. 3 hunters can attack with way more frequency than you, so there's few opportunities to land hits, they can stunlock you if you get unlucky, and you just don't always have the tools in your arsenal to deal with it in a satisfying way. My solution is to constantly back away and chip away at them as they approach, since staying far away makes you less vulnerable to all their attacks. It's a valid enough strategy, but it's not that enjoyable to execute since it just looks a bit silly to watch them always fall for it. It becomes clear that you're just exploiting some incapabilities in the AI. The one saving grace is that you don't have to kill all of them in one go. If one hunter dies and then you die, that hunter will still remain dead, and it'll be a 2-on-1 the next time you're here. It makes it somewhat more tolerable, but still, it's not a great fight. At this point, there are a couple ways you can go about progressing to the boss. If you just walk onto the main street in the jail area, you'll see that one of the gates that was previously closed is now open, so that's kind of the normal way, but one of the elevators that wasn't here previously is now unlocked. In addition to providing a shortcut back to the first lamp, it also has a hidden route where you can jump out of the elevator at a certain point to end up on some rooftops. If you take the path here, it teleports you further up onto the street, and pretty much at the boss arena. It's a neat secret, but this teleportation feels a little artificial since the game uses organic pathways and shortcuts most of the time, but that's a minor nitpick. The more captivating thing about this final section is just how open it is. The level design in many areas is very claustrophobic. You have tight corridors and narrow streets that are all packed with enemies or obstacles, but there's physically so much space on the main street in Yahar'gul. This openness is quite a good thing to reinforce the atmospheric side of things, since there's very little to obstruct your view of the bloody sky and the enemies that are littering the streets. That vastness is a different kind of fear than what the game typically pursues. It emphasizes your insignificance relative to what's happening around you. The new cosmic entities you're up against are much grander in scale than what you can even comprehend, and that impression is at its strongest when you're just a lone little hunter wandering these massive streets. It also lends some uniqueness to Yahar'gul's level design, since there's lots of small divergent paths and secrets that branch off the main road. You have a very straight shot to the boss if you so choose, but there are a lot of things to discover by exploring. Considering how overwhelming the first part of Yahar'gul was, just sprinting to the boss and getting it all over with can be an attractive option, but those willing to withstand it and thoroughly explore all the little nooks and crannies are rewarded for it. The only other thing I want to note here is the new enemy types, these really bizarre looking amalgamations with tons of faces and arms. I don't have much to say about them, other than just complimenting their grotesque designs. Like the Garden of Eyes at Byrgenwerth, I like how they look a lot. Before we finish up with Yahar'gul, there's just one more thing about it I want to point out, which might be relevant to those that have really bad memories with the area. Yahar'gul can be intensely stressful because of all the things we talked about here, and that can cause a lot of negative associations with the level. I hated Yahar'gul on my first playthrough because it felt like such a difficulty spike and genuinely made me uncomfortable at some points. That, combined with things like the Bell Maidens and the amygdala lasers and whatnot, made it tempting to always sprint through it as fast as possible so I could just get it all over with. If you've had a similar experience and dislike Yahar'gul because of it, I would encourage you to try a more calculated approach if you ever come back to the area in the future. The only reason I like Yahar'gul at all nowadays is because I found myself getting progressively better at dealing with it when I started confronting it all more directly. Instead of running past all the enemies, I would try and hunt down every Bell Maiden, which led to me appreciating their sound design. Instead of skipping all the nightmare amalgamations on the main street and running for the boss, I tried fighting them so I could explore more freely. Repeated exposure to all the worst things in Yahar'gul made the area more tolerable and ultimately more fun. Despite some off-putting quirks that I still haven't gotten fully over, it's the level that I had the biggest change in opinion on, going from something overwhelmingly frustrating to becoming another entry in the game's great streak of level design. It required a lot of patience to get to that point, something you wouldn't expect for how chaotic it is, but it ultimately felt like conquering a fear, and I can't think of something more fitting for Bloodborne than that. The big standout component in The One Reborn's opening cutscene to me is the incoherent chanting in the background. As you approach the boss arena, those voices get progressively louder, and it's just another thing that adds to the area's atmosphere. It leans into the whole ritual component that the Blood Moon is themed around. Unfortunately, the fight itself doesn't really live up to the same standard. The One Reborn was almost certainly based heavily on the Tower Knight from Demon's Souls because the setup of the two arenas are almost identical. You have a giant main boss in the middle with projectile-shooting minions on a second floor that you can run up and kill to make things easier. The boss even borrows the idea of collapsing on the ground after you hit its legs enough times. Bloodborne has more structural similarities to Demon's Souls than any other game, so there's a few instances where they reuse some of the same concepts, and this is probably the most blatant one. That's not a problem on its own, since the Tower Knight is a great boss, and if you look at it a certain way, you could say that the One Reborn is Bloodborne paying homage to its predecessor. There's nothing wrong with that in principle. Homages have the potential to be interesting, but I think it only turns out successful if the new incarnation can at least match the quality of the original. If it does, then Demon's Souls players can enjoy it as an improved version of something they've already seen, but if it doesn't, then we'll look at it and just wonder why they couldn't replicate something that was proven to be successful. That's where the boss falls apart for me. The One Reborn is a less interesting and more janky enemy than the Tower Knight, so it just comes off as a weaker iteration of the same idea. It's another massive beast that's obscured by the camera, which makes it hard to see where the goo projectiles it spits out are coming from. The lower half that you can see isn't much better, since the legs just kind of awkwardly jab out at you when you get close. It's not always entirely clear when you can approach, and his body is so massive that you have to awkwardly shift around to hit him safely sometimes, which makes it a pretty slow-paced fight. There's no big animations or tricky timings attached to this thing, so it doesn't feel like a test of skill either. For comparison, the Tower Knight's animations were generally more clear and actually gave room to dodge them properly. There were some things about him you can exploit, like knowing that his shield slam move will always happen in front of him, making staying near the back a lot safer. The One Reborn can attack at pretty much all sides, so it doesn't have that same strategic factor. In addition to the Blood Moon being relatively short on content, the One Reborn could be another piece of evidence that Bloodborne was running short on development time towards the end. After all, it's a reused concept. Perhaps they didn't have enough time to generate a new idea for this boss, or any ideas they had just couldn't be worked into their timeline. It goes to show that some additional development time would have benefited the game quite a bit, though it is a difficult criticism to levy against the game since that isn't necessarily the developer's fault. A publisher's goals don't always align with the development team's, so if your publisher needs the game to be complete by a certain date to fulfill their business obligations, then for better or worse, developers will have to work around that. The pressure was on even more for Bloodborne in this regard, since Sony pushed it as an exclusive for their shiny new console. Any request to delay the release probably would have been a tough sell. Anyway, the One Reborn is probably my least favorite boss in the game, so I don't have much else to say about it. I suppose it's nice that it isn't too hard, so you won't have to deal with it for very long. After defeating the One Reborn, you can access the rest of the lecture building by inspecting a mummified corpse just past the boss. For some reason I never noticed this until working on this video, but the corpse you're touching here is actually Mikolash. He somehow died in the waking world, so now he only lives on in the nightmare world. For a while I thought that this was just a random corpse, which would have made this teleportation feel completely arbitrary, but knowing that it's the host of the nightmare himself, it makes sense that his body is what takes you into the nightmare of Mensis. The lecture building exists for pretty much the same reasons as last time. It's a bridge between you and an area within the nightmare, so I don't have a whole lot to add here. Because it was a part of Byrgenwerth at some point in the lore, I wonder if it was also physically a part of the level at some point during development, and they decided to change it into this nightmare version at some point later on. If it was, I wonder if that was the right decision, considering that Byrgenwerth is underwhelming in its current state. The lecture building didn't necessarily have to act as the nightmare portal, since you could just be taken to the nightmare frontier and the nightmare of Mensis if the amygdala and Mikolash's corpse teleported you to those respective places directly. Of course, things like Patches' questline would have to be reworked then, but in theory it could have been possible. I suppose it comes down to a trade-off. Was it worth sacrificing Byrgenwerth's scope in exchange for some unique lore and an uneasy atmosphere within the lecture building? Personally, I think I would have liked if this was attached to Byrgenwerth, but I can't fault them for using it the way they have either. This alone wouldn't elevate Byrgenwerth enough, since the lecture building is still pretty simple, and the way that they did the lecture building is still enjoyable, so it's probably not a major thing worth arguing over, just an interesting alternative to think about. The only other big thing for us here is Patches. You can now access the other side of the door he was hiding behind and give him what he deserves. He's clearly shocked that the amygdala was unable to kill you, but at the same time he's willing to forgive the fact that you killed his god pretty quickly, so I can't imagine he was that emotionally attached to amygdala in the first place. It's Patches after all, so if he was just doing it for some conniving personal gain, that would be pretty in character for him. I hate Bloodborne Patches for blatantly attempting to murder you, so I treat him the way he likes to treat you in all the other games. Take advantage of his moment of weakness to loot everything you can off of him, then just kill him.
That was uncharitably done. That was uncharitably done, dear friend.
At this point, we're ready to head into the Nightmare of Mensis, but that's the last main area of the game, so we're going to finish up the remaining optional content before heading there. That means Upper Cathedral Ward and all of the DLC, which I've saved for the end here. The Upper Cathedral Ward can be accessed by going through that door all the way back at the top of the Healing Church Workshop. You find that door pretty early, but you don't open it until all the way at the end. This is another very short area, but that doesn't make it less memorable. For reasons that we'll get into soon, Upper Cathedral Ward was the scariest area in the game for me, and I still feel a little bit uneasy every time I come through it. This place was the headquarters of the choir, who were basically the most senior members of the Healing Church. They were the ones tasked with continuing the work that started at Byrgenwerth, that is, studying ways that humanity can ascend. Given how important of a role the Great Ones play in that mission, this is a very logical place for them to establish as their base of operations. The Upper Cathedral Ward is the highest point you can go in all of Yharnam, so it's as close as you can physically get to the gods. Such a place would be desirable for the choir to work in given their objectives. The little celestial babies on the way to the main area are immediately interesting since they don't really acknowledge you once you walk past. The vast majority of them are preoccupied with something over on the right, so immediately there's a sense of intrigue about what lies deeper in the cathedral. All of them are looking towards where Ebrides, the area boss, is being held. They also bear a slight resemblance to her, so it's clear they have some kind of connection. It seems obvious that these would be Ebrides' children, which is why they look like her and why they seem so attached to her, but I don't think that's the case. Oedin is the Great One who we observe impregnating the women throughout Yharnam. Iosefka likely had his child, as will Ariana later on, and Ariana's baby will also look like a smaller version of these guys, so it's feasible that most Great Ones just look like this until they mature. I'm not necessarily saying that these are a bunch of Odin's children based on that alone, just that there's not much evidence we can use to deduce where they might have come from. The choir probably got up to all sorts of weird experiments in their interactions with Ebrides, so it's also not impossible that they could be man-made creations, or at least babies that the choir somehow managed to conceive within their own people. Their connection to Ebrides could be through a surrogate, or the choir could have somehow forced that bond in their brains, or something like that. I've struggled to come up with an answer that I can confidently stick to, so those are just some possible theories. The horror aspect of Bloodborne isn't something I've talked about at length much yet, and now seems like a good time since the Upper Cathedral Ward makes a lot of attempts to deliberately scare the player. The horror side of the game really shows in this area especially. For example, this is one of the few instances of jump scares throughout the game. There's that window that a Scourge Beast will burst out from without any warning, kind of like the one that jumps out of the house in Old Yharnam. The whole place will also become pitch dark when you approach the chandelier-lit area, and a bunch more of them send it crashing into the ground. Bloodborne tends to lean into that psychological cosmic horror much more than traditional horror, which is to be expected given the Lovecraft inspiration, but even so, there's something a little more overt about Bloodborne's horror that you might pick up on while playing through the game. A lot of conventional human fears are represented at some point. Werewolves, spiders, snakes, ghosts, and aliens all make an appearance as enemy types, level design is very claustrophobic, and anyone with a fear of the dark will have a hard time with Upper Cathedral Ward. I'm including myself in that last group. It's probably not a coincidence that all of these things appear in a game about fear. On a surface level, this is easy to appreciate purely for its coherence with the game's themes. Dreaming is a common element throughout Bloodborne, so it's appropriate to include as many nightmarish concepts as you can. If you're anything like me, though, you can find it interesting to think about the effects that games can have on who you are as a person, and how they might shape your psychology or personality. Bloodborne probably wasn't made with the express goal of creating a horror game, but it still often feels like one, and there is one thing it does uniquely that other horror games tend not to. Rather than making the protagonist a weak, ill-prepared individual facing threats that are beyond their capabilities, Bloodborne puts you in a position of power over your environment. If you want to see the game through to the end, you're probably going to have to confront one of your phobias at some point, and with the way the game frames you as a hunter hunting down your prey, it could be construed as egging you on to face those fears with courage instead of cowardice. Your strength is on a cosmic scale, so no measly spider or snake could hope to stop you. Even if they give you trouble, you have the ability to dream. You effectively cannot die, which technically puts you above every mortal being in this world, no matter how strong they are otherwise. If you try to align your mindset with that of the bloodthirsty, all-powerful player-character hunter, you can condition yourself into facing those fears head-on, and maybe you'll get better at dealing with them as a result. In other words, if you approach it a certain way, Bloodborne can inadvertently help you overcome your fears, which is an overall positive side effect. I doubt the game was made with this premise in mind, but still, it's a natural consequence of all the elements that were placed there deliberately. The reason I wanted to talk about this is because around the time I was thinking of making this video, I played a certain game for the first time. I'm not going to name what it was, but the point is, it was a horror game that can be difficult to get through if you specifically have a fear of the dark. It was the first horror game that I had played in a while, and as I went through it, I noticed that my aversions to the dark weren't as strong as I remembered them being a long time ago. I still wasn't great at handling it, but I was able to beat it without fear causing any significant roadblocks. Being that I had Bloodborne on my mind around the same time, going through the dark in that game brought me back to my first time going through Upper Cathedral Ward, and how much I had to force myself to fight through this darkness because I really wanted to see everything that the game offered. Correlation isn't necessarily causation, but that game was the first horror game I think I played since finishing Bloodborne, and that was when it clicked. Maybe Bloodborne pulled me in so much that when it faced me with something I was afraid of, overcoming it in the game helped permanently quell those fears, even if just a little bit. I suppose the lesson here is that our personal experiences with games can be more interconnected than we realize. An experience with one title might impact your experience with a completely different one, even if they're totally unrelated. If you were to interrogate yourself hard enough, maybe you'd be able to find some of these connections among all the games you've played in your life. The mind can work in weird ways. You never really know just how much your past experiences are shaping your current perceptions. One of the interesting things about Upper Cathedral Ward is that it's set up as a makeshift stealth section, and playing it that way can make some of the encounters a lot easier. This is pretty well established at the beginning, where you pick up a blue elixir on the way in, then the first enemy you encounter is a brainsucker with its back turned to you. These items come in handy, especially towards the end where there's two brainsuckers in close vicinity to each other. If you try approaching the first one, the second one will spot you, and you'll have to do a really tricky 2-on-1, but using a blue elixir lets you sneak up on the first one and kill it without the other noticing, which is what I've done here. Blue elixirs are a pretty niche item, and it can be hard to find a use for them since stealth doesn't usually match the efficiency of just running in and attacking. If they went through the trouble of implementing them, it's understandable to want to give them an applicable use case, even if the Upper Cathedral Ward isn't exactly subtle about advertising them. Some might question if a stealth area even belongs in Bloodborne at all, since it's a far cry from what the game has established itself as, but it's rudimentary enough to work with the game's base systems. It's not like it snaps you to a whole new control scheme and gameplay system specifically for stealth, it just has you being a little more careful with regular movement, so it doesn't end up feeling out of place at all. It's important to be willing to mix things up in a game like this because it shows how much you can stretch relatively simple base mechanics to be used for more complex things. Bloodborne doesn't have any particularly complex movement options, but even with just walking around with a joystick, there's a few things you can do like stealth to make it that little bit more engaging here and there. With the orphanage key acquired, you can open up the main gate, which pretty much marks the end of the area. Upper Cathedral Ward is memorable for its fear factor alone, and in that sense, its short length is arguably a benefit. It ends before you have a chance to get used to it. If it had spanned a full-length area, you might have gotten comfortable with being in the dark for so long, which would weaken its impact overall. The Celestial Emissary feels like a deliberately boring boss. It isn't visually or mechanically impressive because it's just a big version of the blue alien guys, so I imagine it's specifically made to be a red herring for the real boss of the area. Because of that, I don't really have anything to say about it other than the usual praises for gimmicky stuff like this. It's a unique idea, and so long as the execution isn't egregious, sometimes that's all it really needs to be successful. I don't feel that denouncing these fights for being too easy or too simple is fair, since that's criticizing them for not being something they aren't even trying to be. If FromSoft never tried to make weird boss fights, we never would have gotten Demon Souls, and by extension the entire series, so to this day I continue to enjoy them. There is an actual boss fight right after this, and I can't imagine the Celestial Emissary took very long to implement, so it doesn't really take away from anything either. Nevertheless, I tried spicing up the fight a little bit by having fun with the Tiny Tonitrus. These blue alien enemies are weak to electricity, and the Tiny Tonitrus can pierce through multiple enemies, so it's pretty satisfying just watching it tear through a bunch of them in one go. Because the Tiny Tonitrus uses so many Quicksilver bullets, this was the only time I used the health to bullets conversion feature. At any given time, you can choose to sacrifice a chunk of health in exchange for 5 bonus Quicksilver bullets that you would get even if it would exceed the normal 20 maximum. I like this idea in principle for similar reasons why I like the Ligarius Wheel and Chikage. Trading your defensive resources in exchange for offensive ones is a simple way of adding depth to your choices. Unfortunately, it feels a little superfluous sometimes, since Quicksilver bullets aren't the most precious resource outside of some niche builds, like if you're doing a pure arcane build or gun-only run. Even then, they're still renewable while you're out and exploring in the same way that blood vials are. That said, if there are instances where you end up needing it, it can do well to enhance tension in the moment. Say if you were fighting Father Gascoigne and ran out of bullets but still wanted to parry him, putting yourself in a more dangerous position to grant those parry opportunities is exciting. It's another example of going for a risk versus reward payoff, so I like it for that. Anyway, once the Celestial Emissary is taken care of, you can break a window nearby to get to the real boss of the area. I think it's pretty well communicated that you're supposed to do this, given how underwhelming the emissary is, but also because those babies back at the beginning made it seem like there was something much greater to be found in this area. The Celestial Emissary is too underwhelming for that to be the big secret, and I think most players will be able to work that out. As for the Great One herself, the opening here is a lot like ROM, where Ebrides starts out as completely passive. The two actually have quite a few connections to each other, which has led to a lot of theories about who Rom really was. For one, Ebrides is mourning over the corpse of a Rom-like creature before you attack her. It has the same head as Rom, just with much longer and more spider-looking legs. Their visual designs also show a kind of evolution. Rom is titled the Vacuous Spider, but she really looks and acts more like a caterpillar, whereas Ebrides has thin wings like a butterfly. This has led many to believe that Rom is Ebrides' offspring, and that the Rom you killed in Byrgenwerth was a projection or a spirit that somehow got sucked into the Moonside Lake. The physical Rom is the one here at the Altar of Despair. Personally, I'm not sure I buy into that, since it doesn't fit with the timeline of events, as I understand them anyway. There's nothing in the lore to indicate that Willem ever went to visit the healing church in Yharnam during his life, something I would assume he would have to do if Rom was crushed here and he wanted to use her as the veil for the blood moon in Byrgenwerth. I don't think it's inconceivable that some Great Ones just happen to take on a larval stage that happens to look like how Rom and this Altar of Despair creature look. After all, the babies in Upper Cathedral Ward all look the same as well. Ebrides herself might be the most visually stunning boss in the entire game. She looks horrific at first glance, but upon further inspection, there's something very graceful about her. Her body kind of resembles a dress, and she has very large, very immaculate, tattered wings on her back, which give her that butterfly-esque appearance. Those elements are juxtaposed against her disgusting split face and sprawling tentacles. There are some bosses in the game where it's enjoyable to just watch them move around, and she's one of them. She's a more traditional boss fight without any gimmicks, so mechanically she shares a lot of the same strengths and weaknesses. She has a varied moveset with flailing attacks, ranged attacks, status build-up with frenzy, and her own iteration of A Call Beyond, which I find a lot of fun to dodge. On the flip side, she's another big boss that can be hard to see with the camera, and she has a handful of unclear hitboxes, particularly on her charge attack. One thing that I remember noticing when I fought Ebrides is that even though Bloodborne is a Lovecraftian game, it uses conventional Lovecraft-looking bosses pretty sparingly. By that I mean, not many of them look like blatant Cthulhu monsters. There are only a handful of bosses that are disgusting cosmic entities with giant tentacles, inhuman proportions, and other such traits that people commonly associate Lovecraft with. In the base game, you only have 3, with Amygdala, Ebrides, and the Moon Presence. Then, if you count the DLC, you have the Orphan of Cause as well, and even all of them have a lot of visual variety from each other. They're among the most disturbing bosses in the game, since they capture that signature Lovecraftian feel better than anything else, but for as great as they look individually, I think it's good that the game isn't too excessive with how many it's included. Part of the reason why they're effective is because fighting a Great One feels like an event of major significance. You're going toe-to-toe with the most powerful beings in the universe, and that kind of spectacle has diminishing returns. Seeing Ebrides for the first time would be a lot less fascinating if there were 5 other bosses before this that looked like her, so in that sense, I'm glad they didn't just fill the game with Lovecraftian space monsters just for the sake of it. If you interact with the Altar of Despair after killing Ebrides, you can actually bring back Annalise if you brought her flesh from when Alfred killed her. This is kind of an anticlimactic finish to the questline because you don't actually get anything for doing so. She just reappears in the throne with all the same dialogue from before, so the only reason you do it is mostly for completion's sake. For that reason, I don't really have much to say. There's not any content tied to this, so it's just a fun little thing you can do if you want. At any rate, that covers almost all of the content in the base game. It's time to move on to the Old Hunters DLC pack, which houses some of my favorite, and least favorite, but mostly favorite, content in all of Bloodborne. In order to access the DLC, you need to let yourself get picked up by the Amygdala just outside Cathedral Ward while you have the Eye of a Blood-Drunk Hunter, an item that the messengers give you after Vicar Amelia is dead. One thing about DLCs in pretty much all the FromSoft games is that they're very segmented from the main game. By that I mean they're physically and narratively separated from everything else. They require teleportation to access and take place in a different time or dimension. This can cause them to feel a little inorganic or tacked on in the sense that if you played Bloodborne without knowing which parts were DLC and which weren't, you could probably identify them just based on the way the DLC is placed in the game. The flip side is that placing DLC like this takes pressure off the developers to accommodate for DLC as they're making the main game. If the Old Hunters was planned as a physical expansion attached to the main world, level designers and world designers would need to account for that by leaving potential openings or spots in various areas in case it was decided down the line that an expansion would be placed there. Even if they had planned all the DLC from the get-go and built the world accordingly, those ideas are never a guarantee until they're fully implemented. Plans could change after the game was shipped, leaving them as awkward loose ends that players might notice. Developing with future DLC in mind like this can lead to some strange places. An unexplained door here or an abrupt dead end there can make areas come off as unpolished, or in the worst cases unfinished. I think it's generally better to just let the team fully design the base game as they see fit without those constraints on them, which is what this segmented DLC allows for, though I also can't say that it's an ideal solution. Personally, I would prefer if everything fit into the game as naturally as possible, just that if an expansion is inevitable, this isn't a bad way to do it. Plus, it helps ensure a more coherent story, since events taking place in a different time or space don't have to affect content in the base game. The events of the Old Hunters are happening in a completely different realm, so your actions here don't raise any continuity errors or anything like that. The Hunter's Nightmare is the first DLC level here, and while it's good for what it is, I think it's the weakest of the three areas since it's a remixed version of places that we've already seen. As you can see, it's basically a Nightmare Frontier-inspired version of the Cathedral Ward and later Central Yharnam, complete with different enemy placements and different visuals. It does succeed in one place where the Nightmare Frontier failed, with that same kind of washed-out look that isn't nearly as eye-straining. The houses, streets, and so on are great to break up the monotony, which just goes to show that the Nightmare Frontier could have used a little something extra, something a little more diverse. That aside, I just found that revisiting an old area with some new twists was a bit disappointing, especially considering the incredibly high standards that FromSoft has set with their DLCs in the past. At the same time, I also have to concede that it's not something I can be very harsh about considering the development process of the old Hunters. Bloodborne was originally slated to have 2 DLCs, but at some point it was decided to compress them into a single, larger expansion like this. This naturally raises some questions about what the 2 DLCs were originally planned to include. Bloodborne producer Masaki Yamagiwa stated that development of DLC only commenced after the base game was finished, giving them a 9-month window to produce and ship it based on the release dates that we got. We obviously don't know what went on behind the scenes, but 9 months isn't a super long time, and given that they had a relatively tight timeline, it's possible that they could have only included 3 areas at all if they could reuse some assets. Creating a new level on the scale of the Research Hall or Fishing Hamlet just might not have been in the cards. Yamagiwa also stated that combining the DLCs allowed for, quote, more volume for players to play with, so maybe the Research Hall and Fishing Hamlet were originally their own expansions. That would have felt a little light on content overall, so the most logical course of action at that point would have been to just unify them together and do their best on a 3rd level with the time that they had. From that angle, it's hard to hold much against the Hunter's Nightmare. The other 2 areas feel very polished and complete, so there isn't much room for improvement there, and in this case I think a full-length level with reused assets is preferable to a very short level with entirely new assets. Ultimately, it still adds more to the DLC than it takes away. The Ludwig fight alone arguably makes the Hunter's Nightmare worthwhile, so even if it is a little uninteresting compared to the other areas, I'm still happy with its inclusion. I think I changed my feelings on the Hunter's Nightmare while writing this to be more positive, because I like it more than I used to now, but I suppose I still stand by my statement that it's not as good as what comes after it. One of the ways that it keeps the enemies a little fresh is by making the Hunter NPCs you fight very different from the other ones you've seen so far. All of them use weapons that are exclusively found in the DLC, the Beast Cutter, the Boom Hammer, and the Beast Hunter Scythe, and you'll always encounter a hunter using one of those weapons before you can find it yourself. Basically, your first exposure to these weapons will be through an enemy and not from finding it, which adds an element of surprise to these encounters. I'm sure I'm not the only one who was immediately intimidated by the first old hunter clanging the Beast Cutter around, since that was a weapon I had never seen before. The old hunter enemies in general are a lot more visceral for that reason, really. The Beast Cutter and the Boom Hammer especially are very loud, and these hunters have much stronger vocalizations than the others, so fighting them always feels intense. Above all of that, none of the old hunters are as cheap as some of the base game hunters, so it never feels like a chore to go against them, which is good since they're a common enemy type here. One of the enemies I'm not quite as fond of are the Nightmare Executioners. As the name implies, they're basically super versions of the regular Executioners, and while I love how they look, they feel a little overtuned for a regular enemy type. They can use a buff that grants their attacks a little bell-ringing effect, which acts as a lingering hitbox, and if they get it off, it can be extremely hard to approach them safely. This is particularly frustrating with the first one you encounter at the Grand Cathedral. Because of the positioning here, you could get forced into fighting him on uneven ground or in a very enclosed space, which doesn't go well with those bell attacks. While you are free to just run past him, I think that if the most optimal strategy for an enemy is to ignore them completely, that enemy probably has some room for improvement. Sprinting past stuff is exploiting a limitation on enemy AI, which I usually don't find particularly satisfying. We're approaching the more Central Yharnam-esque side of the area now, and on the way there you have to move past this turret trap sequence. Enemies are standing on pressure plates that cause turrets to fire bullets at you as you approach, and there are some hard-to-see pressure plates on the way that will activate other turrets if you step on them. While I generally enjoy environmental hazards, this one doesn't feel like a great inclusion to the area since it's too specifically targeted at the player. By that I mean, there's not a conceivable reason for someone to put turrets here, so it feels completely arbitrary outside of just giving you an obstacle to overcome. It just seems strange that these turrets just so happen to be facing the direction you're coming from and are positioned in a way that gives you convenient spots for cover. Logically speaking, this would just be a massive inconvenience. People presumably still need to use this bridge, and there's no other threat coming from this way that they would need to defend from. This is something that a lot of games do. Environmental hazards, obstacle courses, weird level design, or whatever else don't always have an in-universe context for existing. They're just put there because the player is going to have to go through it at some point. In a lot of cases, this is perfectly acceptable, if only because those games wouldn't see any real benefit by making their level designs have more realism like that, but Bloodborne is one of those games where inauthenticity tends to stick out a lot. Everything in the environment can usually be logically explained. It's very intricate and true to the world, and stuff like these turrets really goes against that. The traps in the Forbidden Woods made more sense in comparison because someone, whether it be the local residents or the healing church, wanted to keep people out. Those traps would be placed there whether you were the one to discover them or not. If I tried to come up with an explanation like that for these turrets, or even the big bomb trap in the house just past them, I'm not sure what I'd be able to say. They are at least remnants of an existing faction, the Powder Kegs, which does make some sense given what's up ahead, but it still doesn't answer why they're setting up traps in relatively arbitrary spots like this. Continuing onwards, there are some diverging routes that lead to a few interesting side areas. The first is found by going down one end of the Bloody River, leading to a dark cave with some weapons and items. The first is a hunter with a Gatling gun, and I don't think he's very fun to fight, but I enjoy this cave section more for the lore implications than anything else. The description of the Gatling gun that he drops when he dies reads that, quote, "This is a highly customized, portable version of the stationary Gatling gun operated by the old hunter Jura in Old Yharnam. It was the weapon of choice of the youngest of Jura's 3 companions." This tells us that this guy was one of the hunters that partook in the raising of Old Yharnam. When you go a little deeper into the cave and fight a blood-starved beast, it becomes clear that this whole section is a little callback to that area. Lore-wise, this feeds in nicely to what the Hunter's Nightmare actually is. This place is a sort of hell created by Mother Cause as punishment for hunters that commit horrible crimes in the waking world. It's not clear whether you have to die to end up in the nightmare, but regardless, if you stray too far down a destructive, blood-drunk path, this could be where you end up one way or another. Burning Old Yharnam to cinders no doubt killed hundreds of people and left hundreds more without a home, so it makes sense that the hunters from then would have to atone for those sins. It seems that the Gatling gun hunter was condemned to this cave with the blood-starved beast and the beast patients as an eternal reminder of what he did. Old Yharnam's raising isn't the main mystery we're pursuing in the Hunter's Nightmare, but I still like how this cave acts as a reminder of it, because it shows that the Hunter's Nightmare isn't just about what happened to Cause. It has a much larger scope since it's a damnation of every hunter. Even though the Scourge of Old Yharnam isn't the focus of our quest, it's still arguably a crime on the scale of what Maria and the Byrgenwerth hunters did, so it's worthy of the callback. I also like how it references something that we don't get to fully explore, because it's a reminder that there's still a whole world that exists around you. Somewhere in the Hunter's Nightmare, I imagine there's more remnants of the Old Yharnam Scourge and whatever possible crimes might have occurred in Yharnam that we just never hear about. Those things don't just magically stop existing because we don't get to investigate them. Not everything is catered to you, and from a world-building perspective, I think stuff like that is really important. In reality, we're probably just cutting into a slice of all the horrible stuff that's manifesting in the nightmare. Somewhere else, there's other hunters wandering around, having their own journey and seeing their own nightmares, and it's just interesting to imagine what that could be like. The other hunter fight around here is on a different path. Back near where Gilbert's house was in the waking world, there's a half-beast, half-human who attacks you on sight. It's not entirely clear who this person is. The most obvious answer is that it's Irreverent Izzy, an NPC who's only ever mentioned in the item descriptions of the Beast Claw and the Beast Roar. The most interesting thing about them is the bizarre form that they take. The DLC had the addition of 2 very special covenants that you can get later on. The Beast's Embrace and Milkweed runes will transform your character into a beast and a kin, respectively. As you can tell here, Izzy probably has the Beast's Embrace rune equipped. I'd say these runes are an improvement over the original covenants, since they're a lot more fleshed out. Both Beast and Kin mode change up your moveset a little by adjusting dodge timings, changing your animations, and things like that. They're best used with the Beast Claw and Cause Parasite weapons respectively, since using them in tandem with the appropriate rune gives you access to some special attacks. Admittedly, I haven't really used these things, so I don't have a very strong opinion on them. I just wanted to point out that those covenants are a nice way that the DLC improved something from the base game that really could have used it. Once you're past the Blood River, the bridge will loop back around to the Cathedral Ward, where you can open a shortcut and meet one of my favorite NPCs, Simon the Harrowed. There's not much we can learn about him right now, but he's immediately intriguing since he's another hunter that found his way into the nightmare while preserving his sanity, and presumably without dying in the waking world first. He'll make recurring appearances throughout the DLC as a sort of nightmare tour guide. Simon is really a giant enigma, but despite what this first meeting might lead you to believe, he isn't malicious. There's actually a small sense of kinship with him, since both of you are effectively on a similar mission. He's just working with much more knowledge than you are. It's easy to become suspicious of him because he knows so much about the nightmare, and planting those seeds of doubt right now makes his ending all the more powerful. As we progress to the final stages of the area, one thing you might notice is that it goes through a small evolution from beginning to end. Back at the start, the Hunter's Nightmare was just a lot of gray stones, dilapidated terrain, and so on, but now we're seeing a lot more chaos, lots of blood and corpses and the like. It lends a lot of grandeur to the upcoming boss, since all of this blood originates from the underground corpse pile where you fight Ludwig, but I also just like it when areas throw in a new visual twist partway through. It can be a good way to communicate progress without explicitly saying, oh, you're halfway through the level, or without someone saying, hey, you're getting close to the end, or something like that. When you see the Hunter's Nightmare start railroading you along this bloody path, you can probably figure out that you're building up to something important. The way that the Souls games in general communicate things without saying them directly is quite impressive, if only for the simple fact that it respects your intelligence. There's an argument to be made that a lot of modern games are over-tutorialized or over-explain themselves to the point where it just feels like you're being beaten over the head with information at every turn. I think the idea is that players generally have less tolerance for ambiguity and confusion than we used to for one reason or another, so to keep as many people happy as possible, the game will just be very explicit with what they want you to know. That doesn't mesh well with the philosophy of the Souls games, though. A different game might put a location marker at Ludwig's Arena on your HUD so that you always know which direction it is and always know how close you are, but such elements would feel very unwelcome for FromSoft, and it's a relief to see that, for the most part, they haven't followed those kinds of trends. I have just 2 more mild complaints about this area before we finally wrap up. First off, as you climb the ladder here, you'll notice that the camera briefly zooms out to give you a wider shot of the area. I presume this was done to give you a scenic view of the cracked moon looming above all the destroyed buildings, but I generally prefer if the game had kept a consistent camera angle the whole way through. The way it zooms out feels like the game is kind of telling you, hey, look how cool this view looks, rather than just having confidence in the regular camera angle and letting the player absorb it for themselves. Second, you have another extra lamp here like in Yahar'gul, once again breaking the consistency of the one lamp rule. This is more forgivable than last time, I suppose, since Yahar'gul had a much more suitable spot for a second lamp, and there's a very challenging boss coming up, so without this lamp, the run back would be pretty ridiculous. Still, if they could have linked this spot back to a shortcut from the original lamp in The Hunter's Nightmare, I would have preferred that personally, even if it would have extended the run back by however much. At any rate, those are minor issues in the grand scheme of things. The Hunter's Nightmare is a solid level, and works decently well as a start to the DLC. The absolute best part of it is about to come up though, as we move forward to fight Ludwig. Ludwig is a contender for my favorite boss in all of Bloodborne. It's between him and Father Gascoigne. Obviously, the first thing you'll notice with him is his appearance. The game is no stranger to creating ugly bosses, but even among things like the One Reborn and Ebrides, Ludwig stands out for being hideous in appearance and behavior. The decapitated head, deformed body, and shrieks all speak for themselves. Still, it's easy to see that and overlook the brilliance of his character design because it isn't horrific just for the sake of it. There's a dissonance to Ludwig that makes this first phase especially unsightly. Ludwig has turned into a horse, which alone can make him more disturbing to look at since we all have an established perception about what horses should look like. Most other beast bosses aren't obviously based on real-world animals, so without that baseline appearance to compare to, they're easier to come to grips with. They're just big, grotesque monsters and that's the end of it. In comparison, Ludwig plays to the uncanny psychological effect a lot more. He's scary on the basis of being something that's a little bit familiar to us. Despite this, his design represents both sides of his personality exceptionally well. Ludwig goes through an evolution between Phase 1 and Phase 2, where he begins as this feral monster who's just as incoherent as all the other beasts in the game, and then regains his humanity partway through, at which point he's much more righteous. This dichotomy is represented by his two heads. One is a writhing open wound, and the other is an intact horse head. He also begins the fight hunched over on all fours, then transitions to standing tall on his hind legs. At that point, him being a horse makes more sense, since he better reflects the sort of royal, noble association many cultures have with that animal. I mentioned already how I don't believe that difficulty automatically makes something better, but in this particular instance, it's a big component of what makes Ludwig so great. I found this especially appealing because, for the most part, I thought the bosses in the base game were on the easy side for one reason or another. Rallying lets you get away with more mistakes, you have more healing charges, parrying is ridiculously strong on the human bosses, things like that generally made them less challenging. Ludwig's difficulty is very well executed because he addresses the components of what made bosses easier without rendering those components completely irrelevant. For example, a lot of the really big bosses share a common blind spot at the back. Cleric Beast, Amelia, the One Reborn, Ebrides, and so on all have a harder time hitting you if you just stay behind them as much as possible. Ludwig prevents that by having a special kick move that he only ever uses if you go behind him, thereby throwing a wrench into your common tactics. It's also harder to take advantage of rallying, since staying too close to wail on him doesn't usually work out either. When you get too close, he often uses a claw swipe move that propels him backwards, dealing damage and creating enough distance that you don't have time to get all your health back. In a sense, Ludwig feels more tactical. He has mechanisms that render staying up close and spamming an unviable strategy, so you need to be more calculated with your attacking and positioning, knowing when it's safe to approach and when you need to back off while he flails around. I was tempted to just not talk over Ludwig's Phase 2 at all because it's another one of those moments that's made very special when you just absorb everything happening on screen. There are a few things I want to say about it though, so instead of shutting up for the entire fight, I'll just shut up for his famous cutscene.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight.
When bosses in Bloodborne undergo some kind of transformation in a cutscene, it's usually very flashy and very disturbing. In those cases, they're transitioning from human to beast, but this time Ludwig is doing the opposite, so the scene is much less gruesome. He's not literally turning back into a human, but he rediscovers his human spirit and becomes the honorable warrior that he was back then. The guidance rune that Ludwig drops reads that, quote, "When Ludwig closed his eyes, he saw darkness, or perhaps nothingness, and that is where he discovered the tiny beings of light." Ludwig was certain that these playful, dancing sprites offered guidance. They could empty Ludwig of his fears, at least in the midst of a hunt. I think the implication of this is that we nearly beat Ludwig to death during his first phase, and when his eyes closed in those dying moments, that's when he could see the beings that he perceived as his mentor again, giving him the strength and resolve to put on a final fight. His attacks become much less wild in this phase because Ludwig is back in full control. It's a lot of clean sword swings and AoE magic that are all just as satisfying to dodge as earlier. Even so, I think this phase is much more stressful since you have to go through the first phase in order to get here. That makes it harder to practice and can lead to a lot of panic as you desperately remind yourself that you're on a good run and to not screw it up, which incidentally makes it easier to screw up. It would be doing the fight a disservice to not at least mention its soundtrack. Ludwig's attacks are so grand that the crescendo almost always lines up with what he's doing on screen, which creates a sense of epicness that really isn't found in any other fight. The adrenaline rush that it creates whenever it kicks in is something that I imagine a lot of Bloodborne players will be able to relate to. I particularly like how the vocals sound a lot like the fanatical singing of a church choir. As leader of the church hunters, it's very suitable for Ludwig, who was highly respected by his disciples. It sounds as though they're putting all they can into this song in honor of him. He might be the most Bloodborne-y boss in all of Bloodborne, in the sense that he takes full advantage of the game's mechanics while metaphorically representing both sides of humanity in this universe, complete with the phenomenal music and artistry we're used to by now. After Ludwig dies, you can speak to his severed head in the corner, where he'll talk to you about everything that he's gone through and start going crazy again in the process. It's a sorry sight, and definitely a downfall from the high position he used to hold in the healing church, so I end up taking pity on him whenever he ends up in this state. If you speak to him with church clothes on, he'll mistake you for a church hunter and ask you if they had essentially fulfilled his vision. Saying yes is the nicer answer because it's what he wants to hear, but in reality, I think Ludwig would be very disillusioned with what became of the healing church overall. He puts a very high emphasis on honor and seems to portray much loftier ideals that are well above the deception and experimentation that the healing church carried out against the general public. Even so, I always try to give characters the best possible ending I can, so I prefer to just say yes and let him die in peace. Regardless of what you pick, Ludwig will drop his beloved sword when he dies, the last weapon that I've decided to use for this run. It's probably the signature weapon for a strength arcane build, and it's very fun to use, so it'll be my main weapon for the rest of this playthrough. The only other thing left here is that you can talk to Simon when you leave and return to the area. This gives us a better glimpse into who he is. At the very least, he was familiar with Ludwig's legacy, though I'd say it's much more likely that they knew each other directly. Simon implies his contempt for the healing church in this interaction, and yet he still shows a lot of respect for Ludwig, so I can't imagine he would hold such a high opinion of him by only learning about him through word of mouth. On that note, Simon gives you a critical nugget of information here, that the entire nightmare was sprouted by the misdeeds of hunters. His disdain for the whole situation becomes more clear now, which will be important information in just a moment. While on the way to the research hall, you pass through the underground jail cells where a few NPCs are being held. The first one you hear is Yamamura the Wanderer. This guy is fairly inconsequential in that he doesn't have a questline or very much lore. He's just a foreigner that ventured into Yharnam one day and somehow got caught up in all this mess. I do think, though, that his couple lines are just a nice example of how poetic the dialogue in this game can be. Not in the sense that if you just extracted the words you'd be able to find something deep and meaningful, they only make sense in context, just that a lot of word choices are very evocative. Things like Willem's "fear the old blood" adage and Ludwig's phase transition are memorable because their wording is selective. They never say that much, but everything they do say is very elegant. A big part of what makes dialogue successful in this game is that it balances being evocative and a bit theatrical without coming across as pompous. Characters don't speak in their sophisticated, mysterious manner because they want to show off how much more they know than you. It's just ingrained in the culture of Yharnam, where being vague and not revealing too much is necessary for survival. The other person down here you can speak to is Brador, who's currently locked in a cell we can't access. He contrasts a lot with Simon in that both of them know more than they're letting on, but Simon encourages you to continue exploring while Brador is warning you to turn back. In many ways they can be thought of as rivals, since their ideals and goals conflict so strongly with one another. Simon has demonstrated that he wants to expose the nightmare for what it is, so that should tell you a little bit about what Brador's after. The fact that Brador is locked in a cell probably makes him a little less trustworthy, and Simon comes off as the good guy in this quest, so I think they were trying to arouse some suspicion at this point to set up that dynamic between them. I'll have more to say on this when we can actually finish Brador's quest in the fishing hamlet. There's another hunter fight after this, against a pair of church hunters guarding the elevator up ahead. I'd add this to the list of unfun hunter fights for pretty much the same reason that all multi-hunter fights aren't that enjoyable. Many people have speculated that the woman in white here is actually Vicar Amelia in human form, but personally, I think there's a lot more evidence to the contrary. She has a different voice actor, her clothes aren't the same, and this hunter is using a spell that the Healing Church couldn't have had access to. The prayer she's muttering is the same as the one that Amelia recites when you first meet her, but it's easy to imagine the church having a common prayer that all vicars know. This woman could just as easily be another vicar in Lawrence's line of succession, or even just a regular high-ranking church member. Killing them finally lets us access the meat of this area, the research hall. Entering this place triggers another one of those little transition cutscenes that, like the one back in Cathedral Ward, I think could have been cut. At first I wondered if these cutscenes were used to buy time to load in the new area, since I suppose they're preferable to a loading screen, but anytime you take the elevator after this, there's no cutscene, so that ride has to be enough time to load in all the new stuff anyway. That aside, the research hall is another one of my favorite areas. One of the things I like right off the bat here is that you gain insight as soon as you step in. There's a few spots in the game where this happens, such as entering Yosefka's clinic or the abandoned old workshop, and it's a very small thing that helps reinforce insight as this sort of enigmatic concept. It isn't purely a statistic that you gain on a consistent basis. If you had only ever gotten insight when seeing a boss and when consuming an item, it would feel more gamified, since it'd be totally predictable that way. In reality, it's the culmination of inhuman knowledge, so when you discover something inhuman, you become more insightful. It makes perfect sense, and gives you a sense of which locations have more eldritch ties than others. The main enemy types here, the research patients, are also some of my favorites. You can pretty clearly tell that they've been experimented on with their outfits, their behavior, and their enlarged heads, that last part being a staple of people that have been experimented on in this world. One of the interesting things I really like about them is how many different variants they have, and how those variants adjust their behavior. The most common type you'll find are just the regular ones that flail and scream, but throughout the area there are some without heads, some that are only a head, and some that wield a giant IV-looking thing as a weapon. I like this kind of thing because it's a nice example of how visual design can communicate mechanical behavior. In a lot of games, when you see an enemy for the first time, it's not always easy to determine how they're going to act and how you should approach them. Until you see them attack at least once, you just can't be sure how you should respond, and that initial unpredictability arguably meets a loose definition of unfairness, since you might be harmed by something that you didn't have a feasible way of predicting. The first encounter with the research patients falls under this category, but because the other enemy types here are variants of these guys, you can use the regular patient's behavior to deduce how those variants might act the first time you see them. For example, the first patients you fight seem to have had their senses damaged quite heavily. They flail around very awkwardly to attack, so their sight and touch doesn't seem to be very on point. Then later, when you encounter a headless version of them, you can reasonably assume that their senses would be damaged even more, and might be able to work out that they can't see or hear you when you approach. This eliminates, or at least reduces, that initial unpredictability problem, which is a nice way to reward players for their observation. You can get a free backstab or hit on them this way, and it feels good to gain an advantage through deducing things yourself. I think letting the player work those things out is valuable to have in the game overall. It's another way of respecting their intelligence. Layout-wise, the Research Hall is arguably the most complex level in the entire game. As part of preparation for this video, I replayed the game once off camera just to refresh my memory before recording a playthrough, and in that process I spent the better part of a whole day walking around the research hall to memorize the layout and take notes just so I wouldn't look completely lost in my footage. This place feels more dungeon-like than anything else. So far, levels have typically had a pretty open design where you have pathways or large enough rooms that give you space to maneuver and fight enemies. The research hall is a lot more constrained in comparison, since you're moving from small room to small room by whatever narrow connections they have with each other. The big thing that the research hall makes me think of in this regard is the complexity of working in 3D. Designing a vertically sprawling level like this is a lot harder for the simple fact that you're working with 3 dimensions much more heavily. What I mean by that is, many levels tend to span more horizontal area than vertical, and you usually move on a horizontal plane to get from point A to point B. You still physically move along a vertical axis often, like when you drop off from a higher spot to a lower spot, and when you climb ladders and stuff like that, but where you are on the vertical axis isn't usually something you have to consider. The game just naturally takes you up and down as you move through the level. The research hall does require those considerations though. Each floor isn't very large individually, but they connect to each other in lots of different spots, and all those floors overlap on each other since it's one big tower. So when you want to get from point A to point B, you have to remember which floor you're on, which floor you're trying to get to, which floors the elevators connect to, which side of the room those elevators will be on, and all kinds of stuff like that. This is a pretty far cry from the more horizontal spanning levels that the rest of the game uses, and it really demonstrates the magnitude of change in complexity that comes when working in that additional dimension. This is a bit easier to visualize when you think about what it must be like to go from 1 dimension to 2 dimensions. It's hard to imagine how a one-dimensional action game or platformer or anything would even work. I suppose it would technically be possible to make a game like that, but it would be incredibly bare bones. Nearly every game in existence requires at least 2 axes to function. 2D games have existed for as long as computer games themselves have, so there's thousands of titles that show just how many possibilities there are with them. When you compare all of those to the potential actions you could make in a one-dimensional game, it's easy to see just how big the transformation is. If the change from 1D to 2D is that large, then the change from 2D to 3D must be even larger. Bloodborne doesn't even have base mechanics that are inherently 3-dimensional. There's no jumping or anything like that. Only the level design leans into it, but it's extraordinarily more difficult to navigate compared to other levels as a result. There's nothing else in the game that's as vertical as the research hall, so those 2D to 3D comparisons always spring to mind for me whenever I go through it. Another thing I always think about here is how reminiscent the research hall is of some areas in the previous games. It reminds me of the Tower of Latria from Demon's Souls and the Duke's Archives from Dark Souls, since the layouts bear quite a resemblance to each other, all of them being tall structures with narrow balconies spanning the sides. The research hall takes the best ideas from both those areas, but it iterates on them enough so that it doesn't feel like a blatant rehashing of concepts that have already been proven. For example, moving the center stairs to navigate is very similar to a section in the Duke's Archives. However, the research hall is better at subverting your expectations on what that actually entails. The Duke's Archives has you rotate the stairs to access various parts of the room, and at a glance it looks like the research hall would be the same since the stairs are kind of in a spiral pattern, but in this case the stairs actually raise once you push the lever at the top, granting you access to a new set of floors. The adjustable stairs are a pretty neat trick to begin with, and that surprise makes it just a little bit more enjoyable to figure out. It's also just a little bit more of a tasteful homage, especially for those that did play Dark Souls 1 and made the same connection to Duke's Archives. If you remembered the rotating stairs in that game, you might look at this and get a little less excited since it's a level trick that you're already familiar with, so it keeps things fresh for returning players in that way too. As for the Tower of Latria, this connection is a little more intangible since it mainly shows through the atmosphere the areas go for. Latria and the research hall use a lot of frightening ambient noises like screams, groans, and stuff like that to evoke a very ominous feeling. You can tell that a lot of tortured souls are stuck here for one reason or another. While I think the Tower of Latria has the research hall beat on scare factor, the research hall is still a worthwhile evolution of the ideas that they were conveying with that area. Without getting too bogged down in the details of Demon Souls lore, Latria was also a place of experimentation, though it was for more religious pursuits than the scientific ones that Maria and her team were after. Prisoners in Latria were tortured and tested on in really horrific ways because of the old monk's desire to craft a demonic army and get revenge on the people he felt had wronged him. The old monk seemed to have almost a godlike reverence for himself, which I suppose is why he thought he had the right to do what he did, and that's where the parallels to Bloodborne's story are the most clear. The Healing Church conducted similarly horrific experiments on the research hall patients as part of their study of Ascension, with the goal of creating a being that could communicate with the Great Ones. While these intentions seem at least a little bit more noble than what the old monk was doing, since discovering the Eldritch Truth could have benefited all of humanity, it clearly didn't work out the way they had hoped. People suffered and died as a sacrifice for a hopeless ideal. In this way, the old monk and the Healing Church may not have been so different. The old monk was grafting demons together to fulfill his very godlike ideals, and the Healing Church was creating aliens in pursuit of more celestial ideals. Religion and science are popularly thought to be opposing fields, but they at least share this one commonality. They both stem from an innate desire to answer questions about our world. And regardless of which way you swing, pursuing that knowledge can have dangerous consequences if you get too carried away. After all, there's plenty of historical examples of us wreaking havoc to achieve religious or scientific goals. Seeing how Latria and the research hall both show this same kind of inhumanity despite their surface level differences can lead us to some interesting places when it comes to the themes around these games. Both of them share a lot of undertones around pursuing strength, pursuing knowledge, fighting your inner demons, the dangers of unrestricted power, and a plethora of other topics. I think this might be one of the greatest things about Bloodborne. When you look at it as a duology with Demon Souls, these two games reveal a lot about how our knowledge and understanding of the world has evolved over the course of humankind. It's a topic that I'm interested in exploring more, but that would require a lot more analysis of Demon Souls, which would veer off this video's topic, so I suppose I'll leave it at that. All I'll say is that these thematic connections can be found all over the place, so the next time you play Demon Souls and/or Bloodborne, I'd encourage you to keep an eye out for them. Having said that, part of what makes Lady Maria a compelling character is that she was mindful of how destructive things had gotten, and she struggled with the morality of what she and her affiliates did. A lot of the patients here speak quite highly of Maria as though she was their caretaker, or at the very least that she showed them some compassion that the others probably didn't. The doll in the Hunter's Dream is based on Maria's likeness, and the doll is very gentle, so it's easy to imagine that Maria was the same. Given how selfish and obsessive most of the other healing church executives were, this compassion is enough to make her at least a little more respectable compared to her peers. She genuinely tried to treat these patients with care, but that's obviously hard to contend with considering that she also caused their suffering to begin with, or that she was at least complicit in it. She's morally gray in the sense that she was stuck between her professional obligations as a scholar and her ethical obligations as a human being. Still, the more I think about it, the more I feel like it's not as ambiguous as it appears at first glance. I find it pretty hard to view Maria as a good person because, no matter how you slice it, she bears a hefty portion of the responsibility for what happened here. Given her more kind personality, I suppose it's not impossible that she could have been pressured into the Fishing Hamlet massacre or experimenting on these patients, but that means that, at worst, she directly perpetuated the crimes that spawned the nightmare in the first place, and at best, she was a major accomplice to them. This raises an age-old question that we see in scientific communities and government agencies and whatnot all of the time. Is an individual responsible for the actions of their organization, or are they just doing their duty? After all, the Healing Church and the Byrgenwerth scholars were so swept up in their mission that they probably would have still committed their atrocities whether Maria was on board or not. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer to that question, but Maria's situation was bad enough that it paints her in a pretty terrible light. If you couldn't tell already, this is why I'm a big fan of Simon's questline. I side with him on the problems he's trying to fix. The last thing I want to mention with the research hall is related to Saint Adeline, the patient NPC that keeps asking you to give her brain fluid. Giving her enough will reward you with the milkweed rune I mentioned a while ago, along with a balcony key that lets you access a secret backdoor section of the research hall. I found that this little section was one of the coolest parts in the whole DLC, and I think it works well as a callback to a base game area since it's very discreet in the sense that it serves as a bonus and not a place you're required to go through. If a DLC reskins an area and tries to pass it off as new, that's a pretty tough sell. It'd make you question why you bought the DLC in the first place if you're getting what is essentially very similar content. These gardens are attached to an existing area that's been properly fleshed out and provides adequate content though, so it doesn't come off as them just trying to resell you the same thing. Instead, it's just a bonus that provides some lore threads that aren't essential to know, players might just find them interesting. In that sense, it's completely additive. Nothing is taken away or cheapened by the inclusion. This place also goes to show one of the fascinating small details with the game's world design. The Nightmare is a weird amalgamation of areas, so it isn't very valuable when trying to determine where things are located in the waking world, but because the gardens look like the Upper Cathedral Ward, it gives us a few clues. Logically, it would suggest that the research hall is located around the same area. As it turns out, if you use the monocle to look up at the Grand Cathedral, you can see a clock tower that looks very similar to the one found in Maria's Arena. Nothing in this story can be said with 100% certainty, but I'm willing to believe that this is actually where the research hall is located in the waking world, another section of the Upper Cathedral Ward that has since been divided off. I'm a big fan of the game letting you see areas from each other like this. It helps make everything feel a little more authentically ingrained. After making it through the gauntlet that is the research hall, you're greeted with a rather bizarre boss. The living failures aren't particularly special to fight since they're really simple, and in cases like that I always turn to the more artistic side of things, looking at the bigger picture to see what the fight brings to the game as a whole. Even when looking at it with that perspective, I'm not a big fan of these guys. They strike me as a bit superfluous because they don't reveal any special details that you couldn't have gathered from the research hall. Their name would suggest that they're a bunch of failed experiments in a similar way that the research patients were. It just appears as though the Healing Church got a little bit closer to the cosmos with these guys. I'm not so sure that an entire boss was necessary to convey that, considering we already knew the Church had some success at creating aliens thanks to Yosefka's questline. The living failures just give us a glimpse into that process a little bit more, which, while interesting when taken on its own, doesn't say anything particularly significant. It doesn't help that coming right after the research patients makes these guys seem a little less impressive. The patients were especially horrifying because they still had traces of their humanity in them. They could still speak, they still clung on to some memories, and they screamed in a very human-like manner. The living failures look more like conventional aliens in comparison, like they combined the research patients and the celestial emissaries, losing a lot of what made those enemies cool in the process. While I don't think they were a necessary boss, it's also hard to be too upset with their inclusion, since you do get a normal fight right after this. The DLC has 3 areas, so 3 unique bosses is the reasonable expected minimum, and it certainly manages to deliver on that. That doesn't mean the Living Failures or Lawrence could be excused for being poor additions, since more isn't always better, but these guys don't have anything egregiously wrong with them, it's just a little bland. One thing I do like about them is their arena. For one reason or another, the lumen flowers here seem to be a little source of peace for the research patients. You can find a handful tending to them throughout the research hall, and it gives them an almost innocent feel that makes what happened to them feel that little bit more tragic. It makes them seem a little more tender, and no one likes seeing bad things happen to good people. The soundtrack is also quite good, though I would argue it's a little grandiose for a boss with such a simple concept. Something more low-key may have been more appropriate, but I digress. Lady Maria is much more remarkable. This lead-in where you're walking up to her corpse beneath the clock is another one of those beautifully crafted scenes. The giant clock is very imposing, it's a very symmetrical shot, and Maria herself communicates a fair bit. The bloodstains on her body indicate that she's dead, but the way she's kind of slumped over in her chair makes her look very bored and dejected, which should come as no surprise given what she's resigned herself to by sitting here forever. The first thing I remember noticing with Maria is her accent. Almost everyone in Yharnam has a British accent, but Maria sounds more Eastern European. She sounds just like the doll, which I imagine was intentional just to make sure players would instantly make that connection, but part of me also wonders if there's something else FromSoft was trying to communicate with this. Maria's lineage can be traced back to Cainhurst, so it might be expected that she'd sound like a foreigner, but Annalise has a British accent, so I'm not sure what to make of it. My best guess is that this was just a knock-on effect from some decisions they made during production. The doll has the same voice actress as the Maiden in Black from Demon Souls, presumably to build on those connections between the games some more. They also tend to work with a lot of the same voice actors across these games, so it's safe to assume that these characters sharing a voice actor was just the smartest thing to do when they were casting for Bloodborne. Maria is supposed to look and sound like the doll though, so it does make her stand out in an unusual way, but I suppose that was something they just had to deal with if they wanted the doll and the Maiden in Black to sound alike. It's not like it's a catastrophic consequence or anything, just a little bit puzzling, so I can't really blame them. Anyway, it would feel like a pretty big missed opportunity if the DLC didn't include a significant hunter fight, and among those, Maria stands out as one of the best in the whole game. Like with Ludwig, her sheer difficulty goes a long way in helping her stand out. The only other hunter bosses are Gascoigne and Gehrman, the former of which is a formidable challenge, but doesn't get the whole fight to relish in his hunter form, and the latter of which is more atmospheric. He isn't all that difficult. The only raw one-on-one hunter fights we've gotten so far have come in the form of the generic enemy hunters, but they obviously don't get the same special treatment that a full-on boss does. Basically, it's nice that Maria provides an opportunity where hunters and only hunters get the spotlight. No gimmicks, nothing blatantly frustrating, just a very pure duel. Her phase transitions are especially interesting since she can't rely on any physical transformations or anything like that. As she progresses into later phases, the actual attacks she's using are largely the same, they just get additional blood and fire effects. This means that the way you dodge her attacks doesn't actually change all that much. The timings aren't that different, you should still always be dodging towards her, it just demands more refinement since the abundance of lasting hitboxes means that small errors can get you caught pretty easily. Considering how many Phase 2s in this game take on a whole new moveset, it's nice to have a different flavor of difficulty where you just have to get better at executing the same concepts as the fight goes on. I'm sure I'm not the only one who always feels a mild sense of dread when you finally learn how to break past phase 1 of a fight, then you're basically back to square one when phase 2 starts. Maria's not entirely like that, which I appreciate. The fact that she even resorts to blood magic in order to defeat you goes to show how strong her conviction is. Maria had a personal distaste of blood weaponry and an even stronger disdain for her rakuyo since it reminded her of what she did in the fishing hamlet. There's some opposing forces at work here then. Her weapon reminds her of all the pain she caused, but if she wants to atone for those sins and keep the fishing hamlet sealed away, she's forced to bear that reminder every time she fights, a fate definitely befitting for the hunter's nightmare. The fact that she's willing to fight in spite of that is proof enough that her heart was probably in the right place. She just never followed through on that with her actions. She's another great entry in the DLC's main boss lineup overall, and for as much as I'd like to keep up that positive momentum, I'm going to take care of the optional boss here before moving on to the fishing hamlet. Earlier on, I grabbed Lawrence's skull from the elevator leading into the research hall, and if you bring it to the Grand Cathedral in the Nightmare, you get to fight the legendary Lawrence. I don't have a lot to say about this, mostly because I quite dislike his fight. For a character that holds such great significance in the lore as the leader and founder of the Healing Church, it's disappointing to see that his fight is just a retread of the Cleric Beast. He isn't completely identical, since his fire attacks give him different hitboxes, and his second phase is an even greater change than that, but personally I think he was deserving of something much more original. On top of him being a reskin, which I'll also add takes place in a repeated arena, there's very little fanfare to this encounter. There's no dialogue, NPCs don't acknowledge him, nothing like that. This is the one thing that I think the DLC could have done without, because it cheapens the reputation of his character, and the fight isn't fun enough to be worth that consequence. This also makes Lawrence another indicator that the DLC might not have gotten enough development time. Whether they had something more deliberate planned for him or not is impossible to say, but given the care that has been put into the other DLC bosses, it's possible that they just didn't have time to create a completely unique fifth encounter. I guess that if they had to give a boss less attention, the best choice is to make it the optional one, but as I mentioned earlier, I would have preferred not having a Lawrence fight at all if that was the case. I tend to approach this as a more defensively oriented encounter. Lawrence's attacks span a really wide area with some lingering hitboxes, making dodging up close a little tricky. This change in tactics is probably the most enjoyable thing about him. I don't mind a slower paced fight, especially with how fast Maria and the orphan are. The most charitable interpretation I can think of to give Lawrence is that it's a bit poetic to have the leader of the Healing Church end up with the same fate as the first boss in the game. It was foolish of him to think that he could reach a level as mystical as the Great Ones, and to reinforce that, he just becomes another mindless beast like all the rest. His hubris got the better of him in that sense. In the grand scheme of things, there was really nothing special about Lawrence. No matter how hard you try, all men are susceptible to beasthood. That's what makes it such a scary threat in the first place. If that was the goal, though, there would have been a lot more ways to go about portraying that. I wouldn't even be opposed to Lawrence being a gimmick fight. If he was just a pathetic, deformed monster that died in a few hits or something like that, it would get the same idea across. He just feels like an afterthought to me, so that's all I have to say about him. I just wanted to get him out of the way before the final DLC area, which is much more remarkable. One of the most impressive things about Dark Souls to me was how deep you go beneath the surface, and entering the fishing hamlet rekindled that feeling a little bit with how high above the surface you climb. It's made all the sweeter by the fact that once you reach the top, you can actually see the Hunter's Nightmare when you look down, which helps enhance your accomplishment a little bit. It's a reminder of how far you've come. Another one of the very nice things about the fishing hamlet is how sobering it is. With the way that the guy at the beginning is muttering to himself, plus the general gloomy atmosphere, you immediately know that something very tragic has happened here. The biggest thing to me is how it paints the fishing hamlet residents as victims. The guy at the beginning is clearly traumatized by Byrgenwerth, and the enemy's animations and vocalizations make them appear very distraught and uncoordinated. I thought their screams when they attack you actually always sounded a little bit like crying, but maybe that's just me. This is actually something that the DLC has been doing the whole way through. A lot of the enemies are a lot more pitiful than we're used to. For example, the beast patients in the Hunter's Nightmare will cower in fear when you approach them, and the patients in the research hall are clearly very tortured, both physically and mentally. I think the idea was to make you feel a little bit guilty throughout the nightmare, since there's an argument to be made that these enemies really don't deserve to be attacked like this. The fishing hamlet residents have been through enough after Byrgenwerth massacred them. It'd hardly be fair to say that you're justified in coming here and indiscriminately killing them like you are. At least with the research patients, you could try to justify it by saying you're putting them out of their misery, but even that's a morally gray proposition. It seems as though they want this area to weigh on your conscience a little bit, especially since it fits with the whole premise of the DLC where the old hunters are the actual bad guys. I haven't talked much about the source material that Bloodborne is based on, and now would be a good time, since the fishing hamlet draws very heavily from The Shadow over Innsmouth, a Lovecraft story first published in 1936. I am going to talk about a few major spoilers from that book, since there are some interesting parallels to this area, so if you haven't read it and don't want to be spoiled, you can skip to 5 hours, 1 minute, and 20 seconds on this video for when this topic is over. I recently read a handful of Lovecraft stories out of interest in their connection to Bloodborne, and I didn't enjoy them all that much for one reason or another, but they illuminated something that could be relevant to anyone trying to adapt some kind of written source material into a video game. The Shadow over Innsmouth is about a man recalling his visit to the decrepit fishing town of Innsmouth, where he slowly learned of the residents' unseemly connections to the Deep Ones, a seafaring race of monsters. Presumably, after he learns too much, the entire town opts to hunt him down, and in the midst of his escape, he catches the glimpse of a Deep One itself, which is unsightly enough to emotionally scar him for the rest of his life. When you look at it this way, the story's connections to the fishing hamlet are obvious. The residents of Innsmouth take on a fish-like appearance as they age, becoming the human Piscine monstrosities not too dissimilar to the enemies here. The action sequence as the narrator tries to escape has him slipping through narrow streets and jumping along rooftops, matching the level design of the area. Moreover, I'm sure I'm not the only one who pictured the shark giant in my head as the narrator was describing the Deep Ones: slippery bodies, bulging fish heads, scaly backs, and indescribable croaking vocalizations. It's entertaining alone to see how Lovecraft's work manifests in a visual format like this, but reading The Shadow over Innsmouth led me to the belief that Bloodborne is only a Lovecraftian game in this superficial sense. Much of its underlying themes are actually very antithetical to what Lovecraft probably had in mind as he was writing the Cthulhu mythos. What brought me to that belief was realizing how much Bloodborne reverses a lot of key concepts that make Lovecraft's writing scary. There are a lot of ways you could look at this, but there are two that come to mind for me. One, the notion that humans are so insignificant relative to cosmic beings that we can't fight back against them, and two, the notion that whatever images the reader conjures up in their head can be more terrifying than anything the author directly writes down. My favorite part of The Shadow over Innsmouth was the scene where the narrator is trapped in his hotel room and desperately looking for an escape route as the Innsmouth residents close in on him. That scene captures both of these ideas very effectively. For one, the narrator is trying to run away, not fight back, because fighting back against these cosmic monsters is hopeless. After all, a prominent element in most of Lovecraft's stories is how destructive these beings are towards humanity. The best we can hope for is to preserve our sanity by distancing ourselves as much as possible. Secondly, during the escape scene, the narrator only ever describes what he hears. He doesn't directly witness any of the Innsmouth residents slamming on his doors or shuffling through the adjacent rooms. Lovecraft doesn't need to describe what they look like here because the imagery that we conjure up in our heads does all the work for him. Imagining what kind of monster could be on the other side of the door is terrifying enough in itself. While these concepts are perfectly effective storytelling tools when it comes to writing, they don't necessarily translate well into a game like this. Video games are an audiovisual medium. They have to present some kind of visual imagery to the player, which means that we aren't relying on our own imaginations as much as if we were reading a book. While The Shadow over Innsmouth loosely describes the Innsmouth residents and lets the reader fill in the gaps, Bloodborne shows us what the fishing hamlet residents look like directly. That imagination element of cosmic horror is at least partially lost in the transition. Additionally, in Bloodborne's case specifically, it's easy to see how the concept of unbeatable horrors that you can only run away from wouldn't work very well in an action-oriented game. Whereas Lovecraft urges you to avoid these cosmic entities at all cost, Bloodborne puts you face to face with them. I doubt that Lovecraft ever imagined a universe where mere humans could beat his giant tentacle monsters to a pulp, and yet Bloodborne has you do exactly that. The more you scrutinize his writing, the more of these discrepancies I think you'd be able to find. Bloodborne goes against much of what Lovecraft stood for when you dig down to that deeper level. I don't think this is a flaw on the game's part. It's the opposite, really. I think it elevates the game to something more, since it takes the surface-level concepts that Lovecraft created and says something completely new with them. If I wanted a story that had tapped into those incomprehensible fears of the unknown, plenty of that was already conceived by Lovecraft and his contemporaries. Don't get me wrong, reading a story is obviously a very different experience from playing a game, and I don't mean to suggest that one can substitute for the other, just that Bloodborne manages to stand out among the cosmic horror landscape because it defies established conventions of the genre. The feeling I get from playing Bloodborne is a markedly different feeling than what I get from reading The Shadow over Innsmouth, and it's better for it. If FromSoft or any other studio tried making a game that emulated the Lovecraftian experience to a T, there's no reason to think that it couldn't theoretically work, but they deserve some credit for not taking that safer route. They didn't get so caught up in chasing the source material. Instead, they kept their sight on Bloodborne's unique potential while just adapting Lovecraft's premises. A little further up ahead, there's a sort of gauntlet section where you deal with a lot of melee enemies and ranged enemies at the same time. One of the small mistakes that I think they made with the fishing hamlet is reskinning the dog enemies and placing them here. The fishing hamlet is a very foreign place, and they generally did a great job at conveying that. The architecture is different, the color palette is different, and all the other enemies are totally unique to the area. Even among the new enemies, there's an impressive amount of variety with the fishmen, the shark giants, the magic skull guys, and so on. Bringing back the dogs adds that touch of familiarity that hurts that foreign feeling just a little bit, and I don't think it was really necessary given the variety that was already there. I also don't think that the shark giants are a great enemy because they feel very overtuned. I like their concept a lot, they look very interesting, and there's nothing wrong with putting in a few tough enemies here and there. I just think they went a little too far in this instance. I won't belabor the point, it's just one of those things that could have used a little more balance testing. Those issues aside, the design of the fishing hamlet enemies is very well done. Their placement throughout the area is probably some of the most careful in the game. Here we have one of those cases where there's some melee guys to deal with while ranged enemies attack you from afar, but it's not always as simple as the ranged guy just being a few steps further away. A lot of the time you'll get attacked by magic or molotovs or whatever by an enemy standing up on a balcony or a cliff, and that's a small thing that adds a little more tension to these encounters. You can see where the ranged attacks are coming from, but you don't always immediately know how to get up there. If you're a player that likes taking out the ranged guys first, this can be a little bit stressful because you have to actively look for the path to them while you're under attack. This is what makes the lightning guys later on pretty tough for me. Trying to find a way onto the rooftops where they are while you have melee guys and lightning strikes going after you doesn't always work out. It's easy to get overwhelmed if you take a wrong turn or just can't figure out how to get to the ranged guys. The game mixes melee and ranged opponents a lot, but I think the fishing hamlet probably has the best instance of those encounters thanks to its better use of the environment for them. Upon reaching the lighthouse hut, you can have your last encounter with Simon. Braider has begun invading, and in doing so, he got the better of Simon and managed to mortally wound him. What's a little curious is that Simon drops the key where Braider is being held back in the underground cells, and I'm not sure if this is supposed to imply that Simon and Braider knew each other and maybe Simon was his warden in the waking world or something, or if they just did it for convenience. There's not a lot of places where this key would have made sense to be found. If you ask me, Simon had to be at least aware of Brader's existence, since he sounds like he was already familiar with him in these dying moments, but I can't say for sure. At any rate, Brader now has 4 spots where he can invade you in the fishing hamlet, and these invasions won't stop until you go back and kill his true self in the underground cell. Brader was an assassin hired by the church to hunt down people that get too close to discovering the truth behind the old hunters. This is why I mentioned earlier that I view him and Simon as rivals. Simon believes in exposing the nightmare, and Brader's job is to specifically kill people like that. Despite that, I like how they don't seem to have any sentimental connection to each other. They're just 2 people trying to do their duty, and those jobs just happened to put them on a conflicting path. Giving them a more thorough backstory for the sake of drama or raising the stakes might have felt a little cheesy, but this way it's much more true to life in a sense. I think he and Simon's quest is ultimately an interesting dynamic of opposing forces that you get to witness throughout the DLC. Even their personalities kind of clash. Simon is surprisingly optimistic, encouraging you to fight on and having faith that you'll be able to expose the hunter's nightmare, whereas Brader is a giant pessimist. He believes that simply becoming a hunter means you've committed a grave sin, and he actually seems very despondent when you finally meet him. He doesn't have a whole lot to say, and he doesn't even try to fight back. These 2 perspectives are pretty fitting for what they want to accomplish. Simon probably had to believe in himself if he actually wanted to stand up to an organization as influential as the Healing Church, and Brader can't do his job properly if he develops any kind of humanity or attachment to the people he kills. In fact, his headgear item description reads that he once had to assassinate one of his companions, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's totally just drained of compassion by this point. Killing Brader drops the Blood Letter, which I've never used before, but it seems like one of the most unique in the game. It's a strength blood tinge weapon, which was a niche that wasn't filled by anything in the base game. In addition to these entirely new niches, the DLC evens out weapon distribution in areas that were a little lacking before, like new pure strength options and a new skill blood tinge option and stuff like that. This is something that the old Hunters is good at in general. It addresses some problems with the base game and helps make it feel more cohesive as a result. For one, it provides a very hefty endgame level challenge, which should satisfy people, myself included, who found a lot of the endgame bosses a bit too easy. It also provides some nice visual variety to break up the gothic style that we've seen pretty much everywhere so far. The Hunter's Nightmare is still like that, but the Research Hall and especially the Fishing Hamlet are very different, which makes me look forward to completing them on every playthrough that little bit more. The DLC deserves at least some credit for rectifying these issues, but I have to admit I'm a little bit cautious to praise it for this point in particular because it perpetuates something about DLC in general that I don't really like. I don't believe that DLC should be seen as an opportunity to fix the game or solve some of its problems or anything like that, since that mindset can lead developers, or in most cases perhaps, publishers, to think that they can get away with releasing their game in an incomplete state, knowing that they can just patch it up with a paid expansion. In Bloodborne's defense, it isn't totally like this, because the base game is very polished and well done, but as I said earlier, it does feel a little short and rushed towards the end. Personally, I would have preferred if Bloodborne's release date was pushed back X amount of months so that the old Hunters could have been part of the game from the start, but it was tied up in its obligations to Sony and the PS4, so that probably wasn't possible to begin with. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if someone at Sony pushed them in this direction because they saw dollar signs. From a business perspective, it's much more economical to release a game and sell an add-on to it later. That sounds a little bit bleak, and I know it's all conjecture really, but I've just developed a fairly cynical view of paid DLC over the past few years, and a pinch of that lingers even when said DLC is good. Bloodborne could have been an even greater all-in-one package if they were able to release it with the old Hunters already included. It might have allowed them to solve the issue of the DLC areas not slotting into the game as seamlessly as everything else, since they would have been able to plan it all out from the start. It would also mean that these areas wouldn't necessarily have to be a linear path like this. Maybe they could have let you go to the Research Hall's physical location in the Waking World that we saw earlier, or maybe the Fishing Hamlet could have been a big, distant area like Cainhurst. They just would have had the potential to feel like more organic parts of the world, which makes your actions there have a bit more weight as well. The unfortunate truth is that DLC is always going to feel at least a little tacked on by its very nature, and the business motives behind that can be a little bit grimy, to say the least. That doesn't diminish how much I enjoyed the old Hunters overall, and again, it earns some leniency since the base game and the DLC are at such a high level of quality. It's just a big picture issue in the games industry that can be hard to come to grips with. Poor DLC practices are a problem, and I'm not so sure if simply higher quality content in DLCs is a silver bullet solution to that. I don't want to end the fishing hamlet on such a mixed note, but that's pretty much everything I have to say about the area and the old hunters at large. All that's left is for us to fight the Orphan of Cause, who, fortunately, I have much more positive feelings on. First off, the lead-in here is, again, very well done. Seeing all the residents hunched over in prayer tells you that you're about to experience something pivotal. There's not much question that this is the finale of the old hunters. You can hear the sound of someone crying at the end of this cutscene, and logically you would think that it's coming from the orphan, but I don't think that's the case. It sounds too human, for one, but more importantly, it sounds very similar to the crying that Gehrman does sometimes when you talk to him in the Hunter's dream. I can't tell for certain, but it might be the exact same voice clip altogether. Whatever the case may be, it sounds too alike for it to be a coincidence. I've had a hard time formulating a reasonable theory for this because there's a lot of weird non-linear dreamscape stuff going on, but I think it's likely that this whole place is literally Gehrman's nightmare. Whenever he falls asleep, his consciousness drifts here to some degree, and that's why you can hear him crying. When the Fishing Hamlet massacre occurred, Mother Cause cursed all the old hunters and their descendants, so it's only fair to assume that Gehrman is somehow tethered to this place alongside Ludwig, Maria, and Lawrence. Gehrman is still alive and caught up in the hunter's dream with the moon presence and whatnot, so Mother Cause's punishment for him was perpetual nightmares of what he did here. After all, this was the incident that set Gehrman's life down a very destructive road. It traumatized Maria, who he cares about very deeply, it fueled the obsession with Ascension that eventually drove Lawrence away, plus Gehrman himself still has to carry the guilt of taking part in the first place. Being forced to relive all those memories whenever he falls asleep is a pretty torturous punishment. What makes this theory more likely is that if you find Gehrman in the hunter's dream while he's sleeping, he'll cry to himself about wanting someone like Lawrence or Willem to unshackle him from his dream. That's where his crying voice clip comes from. Then, when you talk to the doll after killing the orphan and ending the hunter's nightmare, she'll comment that Gehrman is sleeping much more soundly than usual. The only reason those events would be connected is because Gehrman is having nightmares about the fishing hamlet, so that's what I've come to believe. I should also talk about the orphan itself while we're here. To probably no one's surprise, I definitely find him one of the hardest bosses in the game. I found Ludwig harder on my first playthrough, but on subsequent playthroughs the orphan kills me more. I think that disparity is because, while Ludwig deals a lot of damage and punishes your mistakes really heavily, eventually you can figure out all his tells and dodge accordingly. At a certain point it just comes down to pattern recognition and execution, which is something that you can hone over time. On the other hand, I've never quite managed to figure out the orphan since he's so much more relentless. He has very little downtime between attacks, his chains are unpredictable, and a lot of his attack animations look kind of similar to each other at first glance. It's hard to know exactly what move is coming out until he's already in the middle of it. When you look at it this way, Ludwig and the orphan stand out in a similar way to Cleric Beast and Father Gascoigne. Just to refresh your memory on what I said for those sections, the Cleric Beast has more typical courtesies like distinct telegraphs before his attacks and clear recovery frames after his attacks. Father Gascoigne, on the other hand, is in permanent attack mode, and you're just looking at whatever narrow opportunities you have to retaliate and land hits in. I found that to be a helpful comparison because I love the orphan for a lot of the same reasons that I love Father Gascoigne. It has that same theatrical element since his animations are so smooth and there's constant movement throughout the arena. Whereas I think Gascoigne wins out on presentation thanks to his music, voice lines, and other factors like that, the orphan still stands out for a different reason. He's almost inarguably the most mechanically intensive fight in the entire game, in the sense that all of your innate tools get a chance to shine in this fight at some point or another. The best way I can think to highlight this is to just list off where they come into play. The Orphan is a human-sized enemy, so he's susceptible to visceral attacks in both phases. Both ways of staggering him are viable, either parrying with your gun, or with charged backstabs if you dodge and time it right on certain moves. He also encourages you to use rallying a lot more, since you can get hit unexpectedly, and he's aggressive enough that finding time to use blood vials can be a bit tricky. Some of his attacks might feel nigh impossible to dodge, but that's why rallying exists in the first place. It's the easier way of keeping your health up in this fight a lot of the time. You might end up using both types of dodges in this fight, step dodges and rolls, because his jumps can break your lock-on. When that happens, the longer trajectory of a roll might be beneficial anyway, since his jump attacks can be a lot slower, but cover more area. Speaking of lock-on, breaking it intentionally so that you can control the camera can be useful too. One of his attacks causes lightning to shoot out from Cause's corpse on the beach, and depending on where the Orphan is, locking onto it may mean that you can't see the pattern that the lightning is coming in. Whenever this happens, I always just unlock, run away, and focus on avoiding the lightning as much as possible. Basically, the Orphan has it all, fighting locked, unlocked, parrying, backstabbing, step dodging, rolling, and so on. With all that in mind, it's no wonder that it's such a difficult fight. It pushes Bloodborne's combat as far as it can reasonably go, and that alone makes him a worthy inclusion in the game's boss lineup. This also kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier with the DLC filling in spots that the base game was missing. The Orphan, along with Ludwig and Maria, are very difficult endgame fights, whereas things like the One Reborn, Murgo's Wet Nurse, and Gehrman are relatively easy. While the latter three can be appreciated for their design, atmosphere, artistry, and so on, the DLC trio can be appreciated for bringing the challenge that was lacking otherwise. And with that, we're done with the DLC. Normally I try to end off big moments with a more definitive conclusion than that, but the game's parting words here are more profound than anything I could ever think of, so I'll let it send off the Orphan for me before we head into the final area.
Sweet child of Cos, returned to the ocean. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
Well, we've finally made it. We're heading into the last area of the game. The Nightmare of Mensis is really the only level that I switch around my loadout for, since I like coming in with higher frenzy resistance. Normally I'd equip a different armor set to achieve this, but I wanted to keep the Hunter set on for this run, so I've opted for the Deep Sea rune instead, which will be more than enough. Aside from weapon choice, Kirill runes are about the closest thing we have to creating a unique character build, since armors have also been more streamlined. There's not a whole lot of depth to this system. You can swap out runes at any time, so your choices aren't super consequential, but I don't really hold that simplicity against it. One thing they did well with runes is that there's no universal best-in-slot choices. Personally, I always have a stamina boosting one on no matter what build I'm doing, but it's not like you're putting yourself at a disadvantage by using things tailored for your build. If you use a lot of guns or hunter tools, then a bullet capacity rune is perfectly fine. If you like parrying a lot, then the visceral ones are all good, things like that. None of them are ubiquitous, at least for PvE, which is a pitfall that a lot of systems like this can fall into due to poor balancing. The Nightmare of Mensis shows a lot of the same strengths and weaknesses of Bloodborne's level design that I've already talked about at one point or another, so I'm going to try not to drone on those points anymore. A lot of this section will either be talking about little details about Mensis that I like or dislike, and just wrapping up the last few general Bloodborne topics I haven't had a chance to talk about yet. The first thing you encounter here is the Brain of Mensis, which isn't a particularly interesting trick. It's kind of a retread of the old Yharnam Gatling gun, though it feels more urgent this time since Frenzy is so devastating. It only impacts you at the beginning here, so my guess is they made it very prominent at the start, so you'd be thinking about it throughout the whole level and wondering where it might be coming from. The whole Brain of Mensis sequence is pretty interesting and worth figuring out, so it makes sense that they'd want it to draw your attention early. Something I find interesting about this place is that it's not actually clear that Mensis is the final area until you're at the end. There's no grand entrance, there's no cutscene, it's presented as just another area of the game, which I think was a good decision. In a lot of games, the last area has a lot of fanfare attached to it, like a very big story cutscene beforehand, or very special music, or something like that. It's nice to build anticipation for an upcoming payoff, but there's also something down-to-earth about how Mensis just keeps it normal. In a way, it displays how confident it is that the level design is good enough to make Mensis prestigious. It doesn't need any window dressing. Honestly, any additional fanfare would have felt a little out of place for Bloodborne anyway. It also just keeps things consistent between areas, which is respectful to all the stuff that came before Mensis. Nothing tries to overtly stand out with superficial elements. The game is just focused on presenting good, tight level design the whole way through. In fact, working on this video has led me to believe that being consistently good the whole way through is another one of the greatest strengths of Bloodborne. I think some areas are noticeably better than others, but almost all of them are at least good. The only stumble to me is the Nightmare Frontier, but it still has stuff worth appreciating. I've criticized the game a few times for having a short endgame, and I still stand by that, but if shortening the game's runtime allowed them to make sure that every area is adequately polished, that's a perfectly respectable decision. I think it's important to acknowledge how tricky it can be to achieve that consistency and quality across an entire game. I can think of plenty of titles that have a single level, or a single mission, or a single boss, or whatever that stands out as being remarkably worse than everything else, but Bloodborne doesn't really have that. The worst I can think to say is that the one Reborn is pretty underwhelming, but it's not like it's a buggy, incomplete mess, and the concept is still quite cool. Making a game like Bloodborne is a massive effort that takes a lot of people to make, and the sheer scale of games development means that stuff can slip through the cracks a lot. When I see that a game doesn't have any critical weak points, it says to me that all of those people were on their A game the whole way through, which is a great collective achievement. Hitting a peak in anything is impressive, but hitting a peak and maintaining it is something else entirely. It also makes the game a lot easier to recommend, since you don't have to qualify every "you should play it, it's so good" remark with "oh, except for this part." Historically, consistency has been something that FromSoft has struggled with, but I don't think that's a weak point in their actual development skills. If you ask me, it's more likely that it just comes down to deadlines, since it's the endgame portions of their games that have typically been the weakest parts. This is something that a project manager would have to look at before a developer, really, since finding that consistency means deciding where and how long to allocate resources to different phases of a project. If, say, Dark Souls spent less time on its early game portions and more time on its endgame portions, then sure, the early game portions would be weaker somehow, but the experience would be more even throughout. I'm sure if they had the freedom to set their own schedule for every project, they wouldn't encounter that problem as much, but again, that comes down to the clash between developers and publishers. I've had a fair few negative things to say about publishers and the businessy side of the games industry so far, mostly because I try to look at things from a development perspective a lot. I imagine the relationship between developers and publishers can be a little adversarial at times. Developers are more likely to be in it for the creativity, they're creating a work of art, whereas publishers are more likely to be in it for the money, and those two visions just won't always align. Still, it wouldn't be fair for me to sit here and say that publishers are trampling on our games, because without things like funding or deadlines, there's a lot of games we probably never would have gotten to begin with. Some amount of pressure is probably needed to make sure everything stays on track. Without anything keeping you in check, it can be tempting to just tinker with something forever in pursuit of perfection. In an ideal world, I would still be in the camp that the quality of a game should be prioritized over all else, but that's not the world the AAA space is in, and there's not a whole lot we can do about that without huge collective action. Murgo's attendants are the main new enemy type you can find here, and they're strange little guys. Some of them are completely passive until you attack them first. They just sort of wander around without a place to go. Based on their appearance, they seem to be artificially created somehow. They kind of look like metal golems or dolls, and the fact that they're called Murgo's attendants implies that they just exist for a specific purpose. In a nightmare world like this, it probably isn't necessary to have armed guards or huntsman patrols or anything like that, since someone coming here from the waking world alive is just not something that happens, much less someone like us who's coming to kill everything. That's probably why the Murgo's attendants are more docile. There's no real need to defend Mensis from outside forces now that it's in the nightmare. My only guess is that these guys were created as assistants to Murgo and the wet nurse, but since Murgo was likely a stillborn, now they just kind of wander around aimlessly. If there's a chief Murgo's attendant in the facility, then all of the attendants will be hostile from the get-go, and those fights can be a little tough since there's usually quite a few attendants lurking around. I view these enemies as being in kind of a hive mind state. Some won't attack if others aren't attacking, and if one is attacking, then all of them will be attacking. They're found in groups, and their actions usually conform to that group. This is probably because of what I mentioned earlier. They're simple beings that only exist for Murgo, so they don't need to think for themselves all that much. Interestingly, the crossbow attendants tick off another box of common fears that are present throughout Bloodborne. They wear jester hats, which I interpret as a nod towards the fear of clowns. The Nightmare of Mensis actually has a lot of these common fears crammed into the level, which plays nicely into the whole nightmare premise. In addition to clowns, you've got spiders, skeletons, trypophobia, the dark, plus the area boss is kind of ghost-like. In spite of that, I ended up finding the Nightmare of Mensis to be one of the game's least scary levels. That may just be due to desensitization more than anything else, but outside of the Abyss section, not much about the atmosphere feels intentionally designed to scare you. There's less ambient noise, no jump scares, no tentacle monsters, or anything like that. I think this ends up working in the area's favor though, since it gives you a little bit more confidence to go on. You're going through the finale more courageous than you would be if there was something trying to scare you around every corner. It's a nice contrast to what the other areas provide. Anyone with severe arachnophobia will probably disagree with me on that, but that's just how I've come to view it. About halfway through Mensis, you'll encounter the ever-so-infamous Mikolash. I'm not a big fan of his introduction cutscenes, since it feels a little unpolished compared to what the boss actually is. It has a lot of sudden cuts, so the continuity is a little unclear, especially since you don't actually see Mikolash before coming in here. Those cuts also sometimes have a short fade to black instead of just cutting to the next shot directly, which I don't think the game utilizes anywhere else. Again, it feels like it's breaking continuity sometimes and haphazardly jumping from one point to another, even though this is supposed to be happening in the same scene. There's also a couple shots of him looking directly at the camera, which breaks the fourth wall in a way that I don't think is really fitting for Bloodborne. But I digress. I actually really like Mikolash. By now, hopefully it's clear that I don't believe every fight needs to be a mechanical test of skill. I won't rehash all that again. The point is, there's a lot more creative potential that boss fights offer, and Mikolash was clearly going for that instead. If anything, he might be the truest callback to Demon's Souls in the entire game, since part of what makes Demon's Souls so notable is that the majority of its boss fights are unusual in some way. Mikolash just runs away until you can trap him, poking a little bit of fun at you and saying a bunch of incoherent stuff about Cause and the Great Ones. This isn't particularly interesting gameplay-wise, but it's the way the music, voice acting, and ambience come together that make it memorable. There's a dichotomy between the chaotic soundtrack and Mikolash's humor that makes it feel like a really bizarre spiral into madness, and no other fight quite captures the same feeling. The way he's laughing like a moron and saying a bunch of ridiculous stuff is funny in a pretty traditional lowbrow sense. It doesn't feel appropriate for anyone to be laughing in a place like the Nightmare, but he's so far gone that he doesn't seem to be taking any of it seriously. Most humans have had their madness conveyed through crying or suffering or incoherent screaming or something like that, but Mikolash is the opposite. He still seems mentally sound in the sense that he's fully aware of what's going on, he's just having a field day with it instead of getting all gloomy, and that can rub off on the player a little bit. Somehow they managed to make comic relief feel appropriate in a game like Bloodborne of all things, and I think that's pretty commendable. One flaw with gimmick fights like this is that they do lose their effect on repeat playthroughs. These moments are just naturally weaker when you're seeing them a second time, since you know all of his tricks. The experience that Mikolash provides on the first playthrough, though, is more than worth that in my opinion. He threw me off enough that it was really memorable, and if you know what you're doing, you can get through his fight in just a few minutes, so it's not super disruptive on subsequent runs anyway. The arena here also gets some points for being very integrated into the level, instead of feeling like a place specifically built for you to fight a boss in. You can run around all these hallways as much as you want during the fight to pick up items, look for secrets, and whatever else, and after the fight ends, you can come back to get anything you might have missed. It makes the level design just a little bit stronger if they can find a way to fit bosses in without giving them a dedicated space. Obviously, the Yharnam architects wouldn't have built a room for Mikolash to do his evil cackle in while waiting for a player to show up and chase him around. I always like to focus on just killing Mikolash rather than looking for any items mid-fight, since you actually can't pick stuff up while he's talking. Pressing X will skip the current line instead of picking up the item, since both actions are done with the same button. That's why I don't pick up anything during the fight. I really prefer to let his speech play out as long as possible. It's a major component that makes the fight's atmosphere what it is, and I actually think it was a mistake to let players skip it if they want to pick up the items here. Part of me wonders if this could have been what gave Mikolash such a bad reputation. There's items you have to walk past as you're chasing him, and most players are going to want to pick those up, especially because they might not realize right now that you can just come back and get them later, which I can't blame them for. By skipping through all that talking, the fight actually is a lot more boring. It's noticeably different when Mikolash is saying something versus when he's silent. As I mentioned earlier, the dialogue in tandem with the music gives the fight a lot of charm, and removing one of those components changes it to something else entirely. It's almost awkward to be running around here without Mikolash saying anything, and the voice performance on its own is just very good. So ultimately, what I wish they did is make it so pressing X wouldn't skip any dialogue and just let you pick up the items while he talked. The reason it's not like this is because the fight currently matches how the underlying system across the whole game works. Skipping dialogue and picking up items are always shared by the X button, so Mikolash is just following the same rules as everything else. If they wanted to resolve this across the whole game, they'd either have to make all dialogue unskippable, or make the skip dialogue and pick up item actions use different buttons, both of which are undesirable for one reason or another. Just overriding that behavior for this fight exclusively would be hacky, but I really think they should have done it. I think it would have been worth it. There's actually not a whole lot left after Mikolash if you just go straight to the end, but there's a couple secrets I'd like to take care of first. Killing Mikolash triggers Ariana to leave the Odin Chapel and give birth to an infant Great One. I know for me, the thought of crawling away to a sewer knowing something is wrong with you, only to have that thing come out of your body, is one of the most uncomfortable things that the game makes you think about. It's a little bit sad how the Great One is just sitting and staring at Ariana. It looks so innocent, like a newborn should, as if it doesn't realize how disgusted it just made her. Like with lots of people in Yharnam, I think the best thing you can do is just put them out of their misery. You couldn't even just kill the Great One if you wanted to. No matter how precise your attack is, killing the Great One will always kill Ariana as well. This is the third of a total of 4 umbilical cords that you can get to achieve the game's secret ending. You only need 3, but I decided to go for all of them just for completion's sake. Next up, it's time to get rid of the Brain of Mensis. Soon after Mikolash, there's a shortcut elevator with a broken door, and rolling out of it leads you to a secret path that will go to the brain. I don't find Mensis all that hard, but this is probably the most challenging bit, since you have to fight 3 Winter Lanterns in a row, 2 of which are in very close proximity to each other. I know a lot of people hate the Winter Lanterns, but I think they're a very well-designed enemy. While Frenzy is a pretty brutal status effect, there's nothing innately unfair about the Winter Lanterns that makes it impossible to deal with. For one, there's almost always plenty of warning for when you have to fight a Winter Lantern. Their song is very distinct, and you can often hear it before you see them, so you always know that a Winter Lantern is nearby before it becomes a threat. Even if you don't catch their song for whatever reason, they're really tall, so for this area in particular, you can see them from afar since their brain heads peek over all the stones. If you need to run back and prepare to fight them, the game gives you a chance to do that. They can also be taken out pretty easily if you just focus on tactics and avoid panicking too much. The best way I've found to deal with them is to just not be afraid. Walk in, keep attacking with a stunlock move, and don't stop until it's dead, no matter how scary the frenzy seems. Most of the time, there's plenty of time to kill the Winter Lantern and either heal or drink a sedative before the damage hits. Figuring out these strategies made them pretty enjoyable to fight. It's always rewarding being able to work out how to overcome something that used to give you a lot of trouble. A little bit further up, you'll find the lever that drops the brain into the darkness. This is another one of those moments that I think would have been more impactful if they were able to portray it without a cutscene. This one gets more of a pass than the area transition cutscenes because the animation here is more complex, and I suppose they wanted to give the shot of the chains breaking and the brain plummeting and all that just that little bit more cinematography. Still, you have a pretty clear view from the lever of the brain dangling there, and I think having that view of the brain suddenly dropping into an unseen pit could have made for a really intriguing moment. The cutscene gives you a hint as to where the brain is falling, since you get a direct shot of it falling into the abyss, which might cheapen the experience of discovering that for yourself. If you had seen it drop from where you pulled the lever, you wouldn't be able to tell very easily that the brain fell down there unless you go and explore the rest of this area. The cutscene basically shows you something that your character couldn't have seen from their perspective when it triggered, which can break immersion a little bit. Anyway, you don't get a major reward for doing this. The rune you get is an echoes boosting one, which isn't very useful this far in the game, but I'm not interested in the rune itself, I'm more interested in the way you get that rune. When you work your way back to the room with Murgo's attendants from here and descend into the abyss, you can find the brain lying on the ground in the darkness. If you use the make contact gesture in front of it for a full minute, it gives you the item. This is a really obscure secret, and it makes me think about where the line is on how obscure a secret can be before it becomes unreasonable. This is not something that I worked out for myself, and I assume most people didn't. There's no hints towards using make contact, and most people's first instinct when they see the brain in a vulnerable state is to attack it. The game doesn't stop you from doing so either, so it's not unreasonable to assume that killing it for the living string is all it has to offer. I imagine this is one of those secrets that was intended to spread around by word of mouth rather than people figuring it out for themselves, and I have conflicting feelings on secrets like that overall. The community aspect is, I'd say, a pretty major component of these games. Miyazaki has spoken about multiplayer before, and he likes the idea of strangers just appearing and disappearing to help each other out sometimes. Really niche secrets like this one are one way that manifests, and it's admirable that a community will work together to figure out every inch of something, but I'm not sure if it has positive effects on the majority of players. With the internet being as widespread as it is nowadays, developers might feel justified in including really hidden stuff like this, since they know it isn't as inaccessible as it used to be. At least one person is bound to figure it out, if only by sheer chance, and as soon as one of those people posts it online, then everyone will be able to enjoy it. This comes at a potential long-term cost, though. Discussion boards come and go, threads get deleted, and all that. If Bloodborne has tapered off from public memory in 50 years, websites where people have shared these secrets might have gotten pushed down in search algorithms, or vanished when the sites they were posted on went under. If that were to happen, these secrets become more and more unknown, and personally, I never like seeing any aspect of a game be forgotten about like that. You might think this is an alarmist take on the issue, and yeah, it may very well be, but I do wonder about how the longevity of games gets affected when they attach themselves to something beyond their control. To be fair, FromSoft may not have been thinking about this when they added the Brain of Mensis secret. Maybe they just thought it was cool and that was that, but regardless, it's where we've ended up. Implementing social aspects into single-player games can be, and often is, very interesting, but if the game leans on that too heavily, it means that it can only be properly enjoyed for as long as that community exists. Eventually, it just becomes a distant memory of those lucky enough to be around when it was big, and that's a fate that some developers may not want for their work. The brain is pretty much the last major thing in the nightmare. All that's left is to make your way to the top. I mentioned earlier that the Shadows of Yharnam appearing here as regular enemies retroactively makes beating them in the Forbidden Woods feel less substantial, but I also think that the reverse is true. If they weren't in the Forbidden Woods at all, fighting them here would be more impactful. Their appearance and behavior feels much more at home in Mensis, and the way they're in groups would make them seem like a pretty imposing enemy if you weren't already aware of what they could do. Lore-wise, I think these guys are meant to be like Queen Yharnam's bodyguards. They aren't attached to Mensis specifically, they're just here since Yharnam herself has manifested up ahead. They're Shadows of Yharnam, the Queen, not Shadows of Yharnam, the city. As such, they're intent on protecting her from anything that could be perceived as a threat. If the pigs up ahead get near them, all of them will start fighting each other, which is a little bit cool to see. By the time you reach Queen Yharnam at the top here, I think that's when the player will finally realize that they're at the end of the game. You won't know who this woman is unless you beat the Chalice Dungeons, but her significance to the story should be apparent regardless, since she's appeared once in the post-ROM cutscene, which was a major turning point, and here she is again with her stomach cut open. Her design also emphasizes how special she is. Her entire body is completely white, which stands out a lot against the otherwise dreary color palette. I don't like Chalice Dungeons in general, but I do think being able to fight Queen Yharnam is a pretty nice reward for players who go far enough to see that. She's an elusive enough figure that learning about her origin is exciting enough to feel like a worthwhile payoff, but she's not so significant that players who skip Chalice Dungeons will be missing out. The most important stuff you can gather about her can be found within the main game, and the Chalice Dungeon just augments it. I think it was important to make sure that Chalice Dungeon rewards wouldn't be too significant like that, because then it avoids being exclusionary. Players that want to do all the Chalice Dungeons will also see everything in the main game, but not vice versa. Leaving a big subset of players out on big lore revelations or major item rewards or something like that wouldn't be a good feeling. It would come off as being punished for playing the side of the game that you prefer. At the same time, players that want to dig into more content deserve something for it, and I think they struck a good balance with those rewards in general. In addition to all the Pthumerian lore stuff, there's the blood gems, slight weapon variations, and stuff like that, all of which are nice to haves, but not essential. Anyway, that does it for all the levels. It's high time we enter Murgo's Loft and put an end to this nightmare. Bloodborne's last few bosses are a bit lackluster in the gameplay department, but that doesn't make them totally poor fights. I do think that the wet nurse is pretty boring, but it's the stuff outside of that that keeps it interesting. My favorite thing about the fight itself is probably the music. It's just a simple lullaby, which makes it different from everything else in the soundtrack since the rest of it is all orchestral. I like Bloodborne's music a lot overall, and still listen to the soundtrack every now and then, but there is also an argument to be made that it's a little homogeneous. A lot of it can be summarized as very grand, very frantic tracks, and many of them convey a similar sense of fear or madness. While I'd probably be in favor of throwing in a few more curveballs like Murgo's Lullaby, it's also hard for me to fault them for composing the soundtrack that they did. If you had asked me what kind of music genre would fit a Lovecraftian game before this, I wouldn't have been able to come up with anything myself, but having listened to how they executed it, the orchestra style seems like a great fit. The wet nurse's design is also a little bit interesting. It is officially a great one, but there's something much more human-like about it. It looks bipedal, it's got hands with 5 fingers, and it uses tools. It doesn't rely solely on magic or flailing its body around to attack. The opening cutscene also has it looking right at you as if it understands your intention and is responding accordingly. It's a great one whose body language and behavior we can actually read and understand, which is a little bit unusual considering that these are supposed to be much more advanced creatures. It wouldn't surprise me if the wet nurse was actually designed to be more relatable to humans because it has a handful of symbolic connections to real life. A wet nurse is a woman that would breastfeed and nurture another woman's child when the mother was unable to do so herself. Logically speaking, then, Murgo's wet nurse is just that. It's a great one that was assigned to care for Murgo, presumably because Queen Yharnam simply didn't have the capacity to care for a great one herself. They're otherworldly beings, so our comparatively primitive societies just wouldn't be able to provide the care that they probably need. The broader implication I see here is really what it says about the Great Ones. We might perceive them as cold, horrific creatures, but they're still living organisms, so there's no reason to believe that they don't have the parental instincts that most living creatures do. They still care for their children, and their basic biological drive to reproduce hasn't disappeared just because they're ascended beings. I think the Great Ones in general are a lot more tender than we're led to believe. There's a lot of signs throughout the game that they still feel a range of emotions and respond to them accordingly. Ibridis is seen mourning the death of something, the Orphan of Cause is screaming and crying as a newborn should, and the wet nurse here is fighting to protect a baby that they assume is in danger. They have a really strong attachment to their children, which should come as no surprise since many item descriptions point to how difficult it is for them to reproduce. If you look at it a certain way, Bloodborne could be seen as an allegory for historic maternal practices. Undertones of pregnancy, reproduction, childcare, and the like can be found everywhere, not just in a superficial sense, it's all very symbolic. For example, a lot of old cultures and rituals throughout history tended to associate menstrual cycles with moon phases, since that would make humanity seem more synchronized with the larger universe. Seeing as how the Great One's children and Ariana's pregnancy and whatnot are tied to how the night progresses, it's not crazy to say that there could be a connection there. I haven't delved into it with this video since that could be another big topic on its own, but it always just comes to mind whenever I fight the wet nurse. With it defeated, there's nowhere else to go but back to the Hunter's Dream. As mentioned earlier, I am going for the childhood's beginning ending by eating the umbilical cords before speaking to Gehrman. Bloodborne unfortunately falls into a trap that a lot of other games do, where certain endings are incentivized over others. The reason I'm doing the childhood's beginning ending here is just because it has 2 extra bosses tied to it. There's a notion that stories with choice are better because it takes better advantage of video games, which is something that I generally agree with. Being able to steer the story in a certain direction is, by all measures, more interactive, and isn't typically something that other mediums can offer. This can apply to endings as well. Being able to decide the ending is a pretty substantial decision, but it can be undermined when there's exclusive content locked behind certain endings. That's the case with this game. One of Bloodborne's endings has 0 bosses, another has you fight Gehrman, and the one we're showing here has you fight Gehrman and the Moon Presence. When those bosses are only included in certain endings, the game is influencing your choice because you might try to go for the ending that has the most content instead of the one you actually want to see for the story. When you spend several dozen hours playing through a game, missing out on anything at the very end would sting a little because you don't know if or when you'll ever get back to this point, so you might just be naturally inclined to go for the ending that lets you see as much as possible. In that sense, certain endings have tangible incentives over others, and that at least partially defeats the purpose of letting you choose your ending in the first place. To be fair, there are a lot of games that handle this worse than Bloodborne does. A couple extra bosses isn't much in the grand scheme of things, but even so, if a game is going to include multiple endings, I prefer there to be an indifference towards each of them. All of them should be valid choices insofar as you're getting a substantial amount of content no matter what. That's why I think the whole concept of a true ending is a bit strange. If the game itself favors a specific ending, it's questionable why others should even be included in the first place. Part of why Bloodborne bugs me in this regard is because my personal favorite ending is the Yharnam Sunrise ending, but that's the one you're least incentivized to go for since it misses out on both final bosses. In that ending, you agree to let Gehrman end your dream, and you wake up in Yharnam the morning after the hunt. It's a little bit more authentic to me because it makes you feel like a small piece of the larger picture. Everyone we met in Yharnam had their own unique set of circumstances that brought them there, but at the end of the day, they're just doing whatever they can to survive. The Yharnam Sunrise ending makes you one of them. You essentially just return to your old life as a regular person in the world and can imagine whatever happens from there. You aren't even the only one of your type, either. Aileen and Jura both used to be dreaming hunters, so you essentially become one of them. Most games make everything revolve around you because you're the protagonist, which is totally fair, but sometimes it's just nice to see something that doesn't give you special treatment because you're the main character. Gurman and the Moon Presence aren't particularly difficult bosses, and mechanically they don't do anything especially interesting that other bosses haven't, but I don't think that detracts from the quality of their encounters. Hopefully it's clear by now that I view Bloodborne as an atmospheric experience above all else, and Gurman's fight especially is one of the strongest in the game on that front. Personally, I'm not very sympathetic towards many people involved with Byrgenwerth or the Healing Church and its associated factions, but if there's anyone that brings out the saddest parts of those stories, it's probably Gurman. If you refuse to submit your life, it becomes very clear just how self-sacrificing he is. The Hunter's Dream is basically torture for Gurman since he's eternally stuck there, and yet he still puts up a fight because he probably knows that if you kill him, the Moon Presence will turn you into his replacement. He knows how painful that existence is, so he's doing whatever he can to make sure you aren't subjected to it. It's not that he's angry or spiteful towards you for fighting back, it's just that from his perspective, he's doing you a favor, and I don't think anyone can blame him for that mindset. On the flip side, Gurman also makes it abundantly clear that he wants to be freed from the dream himself. During The Orphan of Cause, I talked about how he always cries in his sleep, but he can also have another line where he asks Lawrence what's taking him so long. I think this indicates that whenever Gurman and Lawrence beckoned the Moon Presence and Gurman became host of the dream, either by volunteering himself or by being chosen, Lawrence agreed that he'd try finding a way to get Gurman out. The two of them were close associates after all, so at least part of Lawrence's motivations, and by extension the entire Healing Church, might have been a desire to free his friend. Definitely puts Lawrence in a different light when you think about it. He failed, evidently, but Gurman's been stuck here for decades at this point, so for all he knows, Lawrence is still alive in the waking world. Not knowing his status probably makes his existence even more torturous, which is why he begs so much for Lawrence to just find a way to free him. Not only would it get Gurman out, it would also confirm to him that Lawrence is still alive, which is probably what he wants. I think that ends up elevating his boss fight because even though Gurman wants you to submit your life, in the back of his mind he probably knows that him being killed means he'd finally escape this miserable existence. In that sense, you might also think that you're doing him a favor. I'd say that's probably why he shows hints of joy and excitement during this fight. The cutscene where he stands up and proclaims he's joining the hunt seems to be coming from a place of enthusiasm despite the grim circumstances, and it's clear that he isn't holding back at all in the fight itself. If Gurman wins, he'll set you free like he originally wanted, and if he loses, he'll finally be set free of the dream himself. The whole encounter captures those conflicting feelings because it evokes a sense of hope and sadness at the same time. The Field of White Flowers is a beautiful setting, and the lighting is very bright, but upon closer inspection you'll see that you're actually fighting in a graveyard. The music track also has components of somber string melodies mixed with a very magnificent choir and orchestra. Depending on where the soundtrack is during the fight, it'll feel either very depressing or very hopeful. I think that's ultimately why this boss fight is so successful. It's very emotionally powerful, capturing the solemn circumstances that Gurman is in, while also giving a sense of optimism knowing that the hunt is coming to an end. The Moon Presence complicates this kind of atmosphere a bit, mostly because it's an extremely confusing encounter compared to the relative straightforwardness of Gurman. That said, even though the Yharnam Sunrise is my favorite ending, I think all three are perfectly valid story-wise. Miyazaki clearly has an affinity for cycles in his stories, and that shows just as much in Bloodborne as in all his other works. The hunt is a cyclical event. It may not be on a strict schedule, but it occurs with regular frequency, and all the endings play to that to one degree or another. In Yharnam Sunrise, nothing really changes. More hunters will come and go through the dream, and Gurman will continue guiding them for who knows how long. In Honoring Wishes, basically the same thing happens, just that you've replaced Gurman as the host of the dream. Now it's your job to set people free when the time comes, but you can't do anything about the hunt itself. If you do want to break the cycle, Childhood's Beginning has you ascend to a Great One yourself, which suggests that you might now have the ability to stop the hunt, or at least stop the Blood Moon phase of it. None of them are particularly happy for your character, but no one in this universe gets an ideal ending. To be honest, this is a very abrupt ending with dozens of ways you could interpret it, and that can make it feel unsatisfying to a certain degree since we usually feel entitled to answers after having stuck with a game for so long. I think that ambiguity is much more suitable for a game like Bloodborne though. It's never been a game that's tried to explain itself very much, so there's not much reason to assume that the ending would be any different. The mystery aspect is arguably the biggest appeal of the story. If the game had started providing answers by the end, there'd be less to discuss, and maybe one of the reasons Bloodborne has held a prominent spot in the public consciousness to begin with is because of how much it has to wonder about. A lot of people will praise an art piece for imparting some kind of philosophical teaching with its themes. Most great works throughout history seem to be making some kind of statement, and it would be fair to say that Bloodborne is the same depending on your interpretation, but personally, I view it as something that prefers to ask questions rather than answer them. Despite what it initially seems like, it doesn't have any ambitions to try and illuminate a truth. With how vague the story is, it's about asking what you think, and whatever events, themes, and evaluations you take away from that are your own truth. You might look at Bloodborne as a statement on humanity's relative insignificance, or as a warning on the dangers of limitless curiosity, or as an extension of the themes from Demon Souls, or some other completely different possibility. Maybe you appreciate the unobtrusive story since you like it for the cool Lovecraft atmosphere and satisfying gameplay. Regardless, so long as it's in good faith, those takeaways are all equally valid. I used to be a pretty big believer that leaving things open to interpretation was an easy way out, but I've mellowed out on that because Bloodborne proves that it can be a good way to close off a story. As of today, Bloodborne remains my favorite entry in From Software's catalog, and as one of my favorite games in general. As a spiritual sequel, it strikes a great balance of preserving the important parts of its predecessors while iterating on others to fit a completely new vision. Some of the new ideas it introduces, such as trick weapons and the Lovecraftian atmosphere, are incredibly creative, and while it doesn't improve on everything, I think it has better consistency and polish the whole way through. Above all else, the game had very lofty artistic ambitions, and it managed to hit pretty much all of them. That alone makes it an incredibly impressive achievement. And with that does it for me. That is everything I have to say about Bloodborne. Now that we're at the end, I'll just do my little unscripted rambling thing before closing it out. I would like to extend a sincere thank you to all those that have watched this far. I know this video was a big time commitment, so I really do appreciate it, and I hope you were able to take something away from it as well. If you enjoyed the video and would like to support me, feel free to do the whole like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help out. I'm trying to think of something else to say, but I think that about covers it. I've said everything I wanted to, so I suppose this will end as abruptly as the game does. Once again, thank you for watching the video, and I hope to see you come back for the next one. Take care, everybody. May you find your worth in the waking world. That was so lame. Oh my god. I'm gonna leave it in.